Chapter 450. Slaying the Sky Dragon. Originally, these people were here to help Elder Tan kill the young Sky Dragon. But now that Elder Tan was dead, what was there to kill? Soon, this group of disciples from the Baigu group rushed back to the sect to report the matter to the sect master. At the same time, they wanted to arrest Yi Xian. But what they didn't know was that Yi Xian didn't leave. A Sky Dragon's bones, huh? They should be better than the average level 8 Saint Beast, right? Yi Xian looked at the backs of the Baigu group disciples as they left and revealed a cold smile. After the Baigu group disciples left, Yi Xian entered the one-line sky alone. There was a huge cave in the depths of the one-line sky. Presumably, the Sky Dragon was in there. He continued to go in and was very careful. After a few minutes, he saw a slender giant dragon. Earth dragons and wyverns were very similar, but Sky Dragons and wyverns didn't have many similarities. Wyverns were big, but Sky Dragons were a bit like flood dragons except that they had a pair of wings. This Sky Dragon was red in color, and its body seemed to be at least 100 meters long. It looked at Yi Xian, who was walking in, and snorted a few times. "Sorry, I need a set of dragon bones." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he abruptly activated the Beast King's Berserk. 620 dragons instantly soared to over 800 dragons. Kill! In an instant, Yi Xian rushed in front of the Sky Dragon, and then fiercely slashed with Dragon's Judgment. Clang! The slash quickly landed on the scales of the Sky Dragon, but it was only barely able to crack the scales. What a strong defense! The difference between the Sky Dragon and the two Earth Dragon Kings is like heaven and earth, as expected of a powerful species. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. There were many unfairness in this world. At the same level, Sky Dragons were much stronger than wyverns. Roar! The red Sky Dragon roared and opened its bloody mouth to spit out a dragon breath at Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly dodged, but the place where he had been standing had already been burned into a large crater. This was one of the Sky Dragon's attack methods, Dragon Breath. The Sky Dragon's defense is very strong. We have to kill it while the Beast King Berserk lasts. Yi Xian began to attack crazily. First, he used up all the true chi in his body. Then, he used the 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword to slash. This Sky Dragon was indeed difficult to deal with. It was no wonder that the Baigu group had brought so many experts. If those people from the Baigu group were to fight against the Sky Dragon, they would most likely suffer casualties, and they might not even be able to kill it. However, Yi Xian relied on speed to make a living. This heavenly dragon was the same as those two Earth Dragon Kings. They couldn't catch him and could only let their scales slowly grind off before their heads were chopped off. After the Sky Dragon's head fell to the ground, Yi Xian's Beast King rampage ended. It's finally chopped off. I thought I would have to use the second Beast King rampage. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he would have to dissect the Sky Dragon and take out the dragon bones. Ding! The host has broken through to 640 dragon power. When Yi Xian swallowed the dragon corpse and the sacred beast soul, he also heard the system's notification sound. Now, if he used Beast King Rampage again, his speed would probably reach level 1 Chi Refinement Realm. If he improved a little more, he would be invincible in the Chi Refinement Realm. At this time, Wei Jintian couldn't help but jump out. Don't worry. I'll give you the Sky Dragon bones when I'm done refining them, Yi Xian said with a smile. This Sky Dragon's realm should be around 850 dragons. If he wanted to refine it, he would naturally need the best materials. When the time came, he might even be able to reach level 9 Chi Refinement Realm. Although he had obtained a lot of interspatial rings, he could only refine a level 8 Chi Refinement Realm at most. It was not enough to reach level 9 Chi Refinement Realm. So, next, he would go to a place called the City of Bones. Then, he would sell the finished skeletal war puppets he obtained in exchange for refining materials. In the boneyard, the Baigu group was not the only one who could control and refine skeletal war puppets. It was just that the Baigu group was the only one in the vicinity, so Fu Shihao and the others naturally thought that Yi Xian was a member of the Baigu group. At this time, Yi Xian left the one-line sky. The City of Bones was the hub of several nearby bone sects. Many of the sect's disciples would go there to purchase materials or finish skeletal war puppets. Yi Xian spent 2 days rushing to the City of Bones. Before he entered the City of Bones, he saw a huge beast skeleton at the city gate. It looked like a dinosaur in a museum. When this sacred beast was alive, it was the barbaric bull demon that Yi Xian saw before. According to others, this barbaric bull demon once killed its way into the City of Bones. With its strength of level 9 Qi refinement realm, it caused great destruction. In the end, the city lord of the City of Bones killed it and refined it. Then, he placed it here as a warning. Yi Xian took a closer look and found that this level 9 Qi refinement realm sacred beast skeleton was set up with many formations. No one could take it away even if they wanted to. After entering the city, Yi Xian also found a place to eat. After that, he went to the largest myriad bone market in the myriad bone city. There were all kinds of people here, and many people would set up stalls to sell their own refined white bone battle puppets. However, most people would refine them with human bones. After all, human beings were smaller than sacred beasts. Moreover, they had the same habits, so it was relatively easier to control them. "Hey, little brother, are you here to buy something or to sell something?" As soon as Yi Xian entered, a person came up to him. "Yes, I'm here to buy," Yi Xian replied. "Then come to our shop. We buy corpses. Of course, if you have the corpses of powerful sacred beasts, we'll buy them too. But you have to be at least level 6 Qi refinement realm. We also have many finished skeletal war puppets. We even have 10-year and 100-year skeletons," said the man with a treacherous smile. 100-year skeletons were the skeletons of powerful warriors who had died 100 years ago. Such skeletons were better than those that had just died. The skeletal war puppets refined from such skeletons were stronger. "I have many finished skeletal war puppets," Yi Xian replied again. The man was stunned, then smiled and said, "I understand. Little brother, this way please." Generally, sects would have a group that specialized in refining skeletal war puppets. These skeletal war puppets were specially used. However, such sects usually sold them together. They would never be sold by one person. Therefore, Yi Xian obtained these skeletal war puppets by killing people. The man led Yi Xian into a shop on the side. This feeling was similar to when he went shopping in the Electronic City in his previous life. Then, the man led Yi Xian into a private room. There are 123 skeletal war puppets that have been refined. Among them, 33 are level 6 Qi refinement realm and 13 are level 7 Qi refinement realm. Yi Xian took out the useless skeletal war puppets. The man was shocked. There were even 13 skeletal war puppets of level 7 Qi refinement realm. It seemed that Yi Xian was not an ordinary person. Chapter 451. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The matter was exposed. The man was in this line of business, so he began to distinguish the quality of the white-bone puppet fighters. However, when he saw a level 7 human-shaped puppet fighter, his body could not help but tremble. "Golden-threaded puppet fighter?" the man said in shock. He suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart, because he knew the refiner with the golden-threaded lines on the surface of the skeleton. "Are these puppet fighters all from the Baigu group?" The man frowned, and his heart couldn't help but beat violently, because his shop was one of the Baigu group's strongholds in the City of Bones. The white-bone puppet fighters refined by the disciples and elders of the Baigu group would occasionally be sent here to be sold. At the same time, the shop also bought materials and sent them to the Baigu group. The refiner of this golden-threaded puppet fighter was an elder of the Baigu group, and then he gave it to one of his disciples, whose name was Fu Shihao. The man was a protector of the Baigu group. How could he not recognize this? "Good boy, you killed my Baigu group's people, and you dare to come here with something. You're walking right into a trap." The man narrowed his eyes. Because his back was to Yi Xian, the latter didn't feel anything strange. He just thought that the man was checking the golden-threaded puppet fighter. Soon, the man checked them one by one. When he saw the other white-bone puppet fighters, he was even more surprised, because one of them was the puppet fighter of Elder Tan of the Baigu group. This person's strength is actually so powerful that even Elder Tan died at his hands? The man had his back facing Yi Xian as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was only at the 6th level of Imperial Qi, so he naturally wasn't Yi Xian's match. After all, Elder Tan was at level 8 Qi realm. The sect leader and the elders are also in the City of Bones. I'll inform them. This boy is dead. The man immediately adjusted his mentality, then turned to Yi Xian and said with a smile, Your Excellency, I've seen all your white bone puppet fighters. They're all upper grade. Do you want them, or do you want to exchange them for refining materials? Exchanging all of them for refining materials. Yi Xian replied. Right now, he had 3 corpses of Qi-controlling Realm 8 in his Cosmos Ring, 2 human bones and 1 heavenly dragon bone, so he needed a lot of refining materials. Among them, the human bone dug out from the 9 Serenities was the best. After all, it had been dead for many years, and there was death Qi in its bones. When refined, it would be more powerful than others of the same level. Exchanging all of them for refining materials? Alright, I've estimated the price of your skeleton puppets. The man quoted a price. Before entering Myriad Bone City, Yi Xian had learned about the price of these skeletal puppets from some people's interspatial rings, so he estimated the price of these skeletal puppets. However, the price that this man quoted shocked him because it exceeded his expectations. It was almost 50% higher. Just now, he said that these white bone puppets were all upper grade. It seems that the Baigu group is very good at refining white bone puppets. Yi Xian didn't think much of it and immediately agreed. Then he made a list for the man. Most of the items on the list were materials for refining white bone puppets, and there were also a lot of ores for Wei Jintian. Wei Jintian only had 300 dragon power now. He was too weak and could easily die. Moreover, the higher his realm, the easier it would be to control and the stronger his combat power. Alright, we have these things, but we don't have enough in our shop. We have to get them from other shops. Please wait a moment, sir. The man said. Okay. Yi Xian nodded and put away the white bone puppets. Then the man left quickly. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't doubt him. After the man left, Yi Xian waited alone in the private room. He waited for a while, but the man still didn't come back. However, the materials he needed were a little complicated, so it was reasonable that the man took his time. Yi Xian was a little helpless, so he decided to wait outside the shop and see the world. But just as he stepped out of the shop, he saw a group of people hurrying toward him, and that man was among them. Oh no! Yi Xian's face suddenly changed, because he saw that this group of people were wearing the same clothes. They were actually people from the Baigu group. Now Yi Xian understood. It turned out that this shop was opened by the Baigu group, and that man obviously recognized those white bone puppets, so he went to inform them. There were many people from the Baigu group, and the leader had reached 880 dragon power. In addition, there were several experts of Royal Qi level 8 and dozens of Royal Qi level 7 experts. Yi Xian was a little shocked, and he secretly sighed that the Baigu group was so powerful that there were so many experts in their stronghold in the City of Bones. However, he didn't care at all and just watched quietly. This group of people came aggressively, and the people around them immediately packed up and jumped away. In the blink of an eye, there were not many people on the street. They're people from the Baigu group. What's going on? What are they doing? My God, that's the leader of the Baigu group. He already has 880 dragon power, and he's very strong. He's actually in the City of Bones? Hey, that kid is their target. What's going on? Why are so many people alarmed? Did this kid kill an elite disciple of the Baigu group? The people around them flew into the sky and whispered to each other. Although there was a city lord in the City of Bones, there were 3 major forces in the City of Bones that no one dared to provoke, and the Baigu group was one of them. If they gossiped and were targeted by the Baigu group, they would really die without a complete corpse. In the burial ground, there was no such thing as the dead is the best. If one died in the burial ground, their corpses would generally be sold. The good ones would be refined into battle corpses, and the bad ones would be dissected and their bones taken out and refined into white bone puppets. The leader of the Baigu group led a group of people and rushed in front of Yi Xian. At this time, only the people of the Baigu group and Yi Xian were left on the street. The leader of the Baigu group looked at Yi Xian and said, "It's him." The man who received Yi Xian just now nodded and said, "Yes, it's him." He took out the golden thread puppet, and he even has Elder Tan's puppet. Elder Tan? When they heard this, the crowd who was watching the show in the air turned pale with fright. This kid actually killed an elder of the Baigu group? No, it should be said that this kid actually dared to kill an elder of the Baigu group. They had seen many geniuses, but at this time, Yi Xian's courage was even more shocking. Good boy, you even dared to kill an elder of the Baigu group. Tell me your name. The leader of the Baigu group asked coldly. He had lived for so many years and had developed a cautious character, constantly reminding himself not to judge a book by its cover. Yi Xian gave him a very mysterious feeling. When he heard the leader of the Baigu group, Yi Xian just said lightly, "I don't talk to dead people." Boom. Chapter 452. Lord of 10,000 Bones Dead People. This brat actually dared to call the leader of the Baigu group, an expert with 880 dragon power, a dead person. Even if you want to die, you don't have to be so direct, right? However, there were still many people who wondered if Yi Xian had some sort of background. After all, in this region, not many people dared to kill a disciple of the Baigu group, let alone an elder. Who are you? Why do you have the white bone puppet of an elder of the Baigu group? The leader of the Baigu group couldn't help but ask. If you want to fight, then fight. What's with all this nonsense? Yi Xian was getting a little impatient. If it was in the past, he would definitely quibble and say that he obtained those things by chance. But now, he already possessed great strength, so why waste time? Good boy, let me have a go at you. An elder of the Baigu group didn't believe it. He left the team and rushed toward Yi Xian. Although there was a rule against fighting in the 10,000 Bones City, the Baigu group had some influence in the 10,000 Bones City, so small fights were not a problem. Be careful, the leader of the Baigu group reminded him. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, the head of this elder with 820 dragon power flew into the air. Instant kill. So fast, even I couldn't see his speed clearly. How is this possible? Elder Zhang is 830 dragons, stronger than Elder Tan. That brat also has 830 dragons, no, 840 dragons. The people from the Baigu group were shocked. But at this moment, Yi Xian made his move. Since things had already come to this, they might as well go all the way and wipe out the Baigu group. This elder could be considered wealthy, allowing him to increase his strength by 10 dragons, reaching 650. Adding on the Beast King's rampage, he reached 840. Although he was slightly slower than the leader of the Baigu group, his speed was definitely not something these people could keep up with. Kill! The leader of the Baigu group shouted. Now that things had come to this, he could only fight. Immediately, all the people of the Baigu group took out their white-bone puppet fighters. However, if the person controlling the white-bone puppet fighters died, these white-bone puppet fighters would just be decorations. Yi Xian activated Beast King Rampage and rushed into the crowd, slaughtering everyone. Yi Xian rushed into the crowd, and the first person he killed was the Baigu group's sect master. He only used one strike to kill the Baigu group's sect master, an expert with 880 dragon power. In less than 5 seconds, more than half of the Baigu group's team had been killed or injured. Screams of agony rang out continuously on this avenue. Blood splattered everywhere, and there were already more than 30 corpses. After the Baigu group members died, their interspatial rings were taken away by Yi Xian and devoured. Ding! Host has broken through to 660 dragon power. Ding! Host has broken through to 670 dragon power. Ding! Host has broken through to 680 dragon power. Now, Yi Xian did not deliberately hide his Beast King rampage. Anyway, with his strength, he could almost do whatever he wanted in this area. Just as the people of the Baigu group were about to be killed, a figure suddenly swept across the sky. This figure was so fast that it landed on the ground in an instant, and then attacked Yi Xian. Who is it? Yi Xian was a little surprised, but he did not think too much about it. He just swung his sword at the newcomer. Bang! This sword was blocked by the opponent. At the same time, Yi Xian also saw the person's face clearly. It was a middle-aged man with a square face. However, when Yi Xian saw the flying dragon flying around this person, he was also stunned. Sky Dragon. This middle-aged man actually had the Sky Dragon power, which meant that this middle-aged man had surpassed level 9 Qi refining and reached level 1 Qi refining. This Thousand Bones city actually has such an expert? Yi Xian was shocked and quickly retreated. This middle-aged man did not take advantage of the victory to chase after Yi Xian. He quietly looked at him. When the people in the sky saw this middle-aged man, they could not help but exclaim, "City Master?" This middle-aged man was the City Master of Thousand Bones City. Everyone was flabbergasted because in their memories the 10,000 Bones City Lord only had 950 dragon power, but now he had actually reached one heavenly dragon. However, they could understand why. After all, the last time the City Master of Thousand Bones City fought was several years ago. It's the City Master of Thousand Bones City. This is troublesome. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Now he was fighting in Thousand Bones City, and Thousand Bones City was the City Master's territory. It would be strange if the City Master did not intervene when he fought in his territory. You don't know the rules of Thousand Bones City? The City Master of Thousand Bones City looked at Yi Xian. They want to kill me. Am I supposed to stretch my neck out for them to kill? Yi Xian replied coldly. The City Master of Thousand Bones City narrowed his eyes. Even so, you broke the rules I set. I can't just sit by and watch. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again. Yi Xian did not waste words. He would fight first and then talk later. Now, Yi Xian had 680 dragon power, and with the addition of Beast King's Rage, he was almost 900 dragon power. With the addition of his dexterity, he was faster than the City Master of Thousand Bones City. However, there was a huge gap between the Qi refining stage and the Qi controlling stage. Yi Xian's speed did not pose a threat to the City Master of Thousand Bones City. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. As expected of a first-stage Qi refining stage, the City Master of Thousand Bones City doesn't seem to want to kill me. Otherwise, we would have to fight to the death. Yi Xian thought to himself. The two fought for 30 rounds, then separated. You are very strong. I have decided not to hold you responsible this time. The City Master of Thousand Bones City suddenly said something that shocked everyone. Not to hold him responsible. The surviving elders of the Baigu group looked at each other in confusion. Did the City Master of Thousand Bones City really say that? City Master, he killed our sect leader. One of the elders hurriedly said. But before he could finish, the City Master of Thousand Bones City punched through his chest and killed him instantly. Damn! Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This middle-aged man was really something. He killed him without hesitation. Noisy! The City Master of Thousand Bones City said coldly. Now, Yi Xian finally understood why the City Master of Thousand Bones City did not continue the fight. This time, he had wiped out the Baigu group. Wouldn't that mean that the City of Thousand Bones City had one less power in the future? As for why the City Master of Thousand Bones City did not do it himself, it was because of his status. If the City Master of Thousand Bones City destroyed the Baigu group himself, the world would think that the City Master of Thousand Bones City was greedy. Who would come to Thousand Bones City then? However, it was different if Yi Xian did it. You really won't hold me responsible? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. I won't. You can go. The City Master of Thousand Bones City nodded. If you won't hold me responsible, why do you want me to leave? I want to buy some refining materials. Yi Xian replied. The City Master of Thousand Bones City said again. Then you can go now. What do you want? What do you want? Tell me. Is that so? Chapter 453. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Up to no good intentions, the onlookers were also stunned. The two men who were fighting fiercely just a moment ago were now buying things on the spot. At the same time, they were extremely envious because the things Yi Xian took out were enough to establish a sect. The price is a little high. The City Lord of Myriad Bones must be up to something. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. After buying all the useless things, he left under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He left just like that? What's wrong with the City Lord? Why did he let him go? This person's background is definitely not simple. The City Lord must be afraid of the power behind him. Poor Baigu group is going to be destroyed by the other two sects. The onlookers muttered in low voices. Soon, Yi Xian disappeared from everyone's sight. However, he did not leave the city. Instead, he found a nearby inn to stay. Now, he was going to start refining the heavenly dragon bone. Originally, he could have devoured the materials, but Wei Zhentian kept asking him to refine the heavenly dragon bone. So he had no choice but to do so. Fortunately, he had enough materials this time. After all, he had killed many powerhouses, including those with 880 dragon power. He also gave the body of the Baigu group's sect leader to the city lord of Myriad Bones. Before he left, he saw the surviving elders of the Baigu group looking like they were going to eat him alive. Yi Xian spent 2 days refining the heavenly dragon bone. Yi Xian only spent a day digging up the corpse of the level 8 chi-controlling warrior in the abyss. As for the other corpses, Yi Xian took them all. Although the corpses were a little shocking, he really did take them. With these 2 white bone battle puppets, Yi Xian's strength had increased by quite a bit. After all, these 2 white bone battle puppets were meticulously refined by him. After consuming a large amount of refining materials, they had both reached the 9th stage of the Qi-resisting stage. It's time to leave. Yi Xian stretched. He had been inside for 3 days, refining the heavenly dragon bone in pieces, so the others did not know what he was doing. He came out of the house and looked around. Sure enough, someone was spying on him, but he didn't know which side they were from. However, if anyone dared to target him, he wouldn't mind killing them again. Then, he left the Thousand Bones City. He flew in a random direction for a while, but didn't find anyone following him. Am I being paranoid? Are you just afraid that I'll cause trouble in the city? Yi Xian thought about it for a moment and decided to ignore him. Since the other party was here, he was going back to the 9 Serenities to take revenge. However, his thinking was too simple. Half an hour after he left the 10,000 Bones City, a figure appeared in the sky. Yi Xian turned to look. Sure enough, it was the city lord of 10,000 Bones. The lord of the 10,000 Bones City had used Yi Xian's hands to destroy the Baigu group. He had let Yi Xian leave in front of so many people, and now he was chasing after him. He probably wanted to kill him and steal his treasures. City Lord of 10,000 Bones City, why are you looking for me? Yi Xian said as he landed on the ground. After all, his realm was only 680 dragons. The ground was his home ground. You know what I'm going to do. The City Lord of 10,000 Bones City looked down at Yi Xian. If that's the case, why don't you make a move? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and took out 2 skeletal war puppets. Sky Dragon Bones? The City Lord of 10,000 Bones City was surprised, but he was even more confused about why Yi Xian took out 2 skeletal war puppets. Sky dragons were huge and harder to control than wyverns. Besides, there was already a humanoid skeletal war puppet. What was this one for? In the next moment, he saw a small green thing suddenly shoot out from Yi Xian's body. It enlarged infinitely and attached itself to the heavenly dragon bone. The entire heavenly dragon bone seemed to be covered in a layer of green armor. What is this thing? The city lord of 10,000 Bones City saw the sky dragon bones fly up. He knew that it was not Yi Xian controlling them, but that strange thing. However, he was just curious. He did not care at all. He was a first-level Qi refinement realm cultivator with the strength of a sky dragon. He could destroy the sky dragon bones with one punch. I have to thank you, City Lord of 10,000 Bones City. If it weren't for the materials you gave me, I wouldn't have been able to refine this sky dragon bones. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. So what if you're a first-level Qi refinement realm cultivator? I'll fight you all the same. That day, because they were in the city, Yi Xian could not go all out. Today, there was no one else and the space was very spacious. With 2 9th-level Imperial Qi refinement realm skeletal war puppets, Yi Xian was not afraid of the City Lord of 10,000 Bones City at all. At such a young age, you can control 9th-level Imperial Qi refinement realm skeletal war puppets. Your aptitude is not bad. However, your realm is not enough. You can't use the true strength of this 100-year-old war puppet. The City Lord of 10,000 Bones City said. He had a unique vision. At a glance, he could see that this humanoid war puppet was at least 50 years old. Is that so? Then you can try. Yi Xian did not move. Well, then I'll see what ability you have. How dare you attack my city lord of 10,000 Bones City? The city lord of 10,000 Bones City shouted and rushed toward Yi Xian with his bare hands. Capture the leader first. As long as he killed Yi Xian, the 2 9th level Imperial Qi Refinement Realm skeletal war puppets would not be able to move. However, he was too arrogant and underestimated the 2 skeletal war puppets. Not to mention the Sky Dragon Bones, even the humanoid war puppet was very strong. This forced him to change his plan and focus on the humanoid war puppet first. You want to destroy my skeletal war puppet first? Have you asked for my permission? Yi Xian's arrogance surged, and he attacked crazily with the skeletal war puppet. Not only that, Wei Jintian in the air was also constantly waving his claws and swinging his tail. The city lord of 10,000 Bones City kept retreating. That day in the city of 10,000 Bones City, the city lord of 10,000 Bones City did not want to kill Yi Xian, so he did not reveal his true strength and fought to a draw with Yi Xian. Today he had used all his strength, but he could not do anything to Yi Xian because of the 2 9th level Imperial Qi Refinement Realm skeletal war puppets. He was very regretful. If he had given Yi Xian so many things in order to pretend to be better, he would have killed Yi Xian today. However, Yi Xian was a little worried. He was not sure that he could kill the city lord of 10,000 Bones City who was in the 1st level of Qi Refinement Realm. The 2 sides fought fiercely for hundreds of rounds, but the city lord of 10,000 Bones City also found Yi Xian's weakness, which was his slow flying speed. Therefore, he directly jumped into the sky and attacked Wei Jintian first. Demon Slaying Fist. The city lord of 10,000 Bones City punched. Wei Jintian, because of his huge body, could not dodge and was hit directly. Bang! Wei Jintian's whole body shook violently, and a hole was punched in his green armor. Fortunately, the Sky Dragon bones were very hard, so he was not injured. However, at this time, the Sky Dragon bones were exposed to the air, and Wei Jintian had not repaired the hole. Demon Slaying Fist. Chapter 454. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The second Celestial Dragon. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed in his heart. If he and the White Bone Battle Puppet worked together, the 10,000 Bone City's Lord wouldn't be able to do anything to them. But now, the 10,000 Bone City's Lord was using Wei Jintian as an example. At this moment, he was wondering if he should leave with Wei Jintian. If this continued, the situation would not be good. However, just as Yi Xian's Beast King rampage was about to end, a red figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Yi Xian glanced at it and was surprised. The Blood Crow Sect. When the elites of the Blood Crow Sect flew, they would emit a red light. However, this time Yi Xian was mistaken. The one flying toward them was not an elite of the Blood Crow Sect, but a sacred beast, a celestial dragon. What? The city lord of 10,000 Bones was a little surprised. Celestial dragons were rare in the Ghost Tomb. Now there was another one, and it seemed to be a Qi Refinement Celestial Dragon. This was bad. With such a situation, the city lord of 10,000 Bones did not dare to continue attacking. Instead, he dodged to the side to see what the Celestial Dragon was going to do. However, the Qi Refinement Celestial Dragon flew directly toward the city lord of 10,000 Bones and launched an attack. What's going on? Coming to the rescue of injustice? Yi Xian was stunned. A celestial dragon came to his rescue. What was going on? In the next moment, he understood. Perhaps the celestial dragon was helping him because of Wei Jintian. However, he felt that something was not right. Wei Jintian was only residing in the dragon bones. Could it be that the young celestial dragon I killed was this celestial dragon's child? Yi Xian's eyes widened. Most likely, it was because he had taken out the heavenly dragon bone to battle that this heavenly dragon sensed it and rushed over. Then, it saw the city lord of 10,000 Bones attacking Wei Jintian, so it was angry. Forget it. No matter what, let's kill the city lord of 10,000 Bones first. Yi Xian threw caution to the wind and activated Beast King Rampage again, charging forward. Although the Sky Dragon had joined the battle, it was still 3 against 1 because the humanoid skeleton puppet could not fly, so it could only watch from the ground. However, Yi Xian's battle prowess had more than doubled. Damn it! Damn it! The 10,000 Bones City Lord cursed in his heart. Originally, he already had the advantage. If he was given more time, he would be able to destroy the heavenly dragon bone, and then it would be Yi Xian's turn. It was a pity that a heavenly dragon whose realm was even higher than his suddenly appeared. This sky dragon was far more threatening than the flying Yi Xian. So the city lord of 10,000 bones prioritized dealing with it. Bang! 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 Thunderous sounds continued to spread. This battle was extremely intense. The sky dragon attacked the city lord of 10,000 bones like a madman. At the same time, Yi Xian and Wei Jintian also attacked with all their might. Under their combined efforts, the city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was finally injured. He was hit in the shoulder by Yi Xian, and a small piece of flesh was cut off. Blood dyed his green robe red. His expression became extremely gloomy. If this continued, he might die here. So he could only run. He immediately turned around and prepared to flee back to the city of 10,000 bones. However, the sky dragon was the overlord of the sacred beasts in the air. The sky dragon was much faster than him, and Yi Xian was on the ground. There was no way he could escape. Damn it! Am I going to die here today? The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was very unwilling. He originally wanted to kill and steal the treasure, but he did not expect this to happen. This was really a tragedy. Even if I die, I will not let you have it easy. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord gritted his teeth and burned his vital energy. It was not easy for him to break through the shackles of 999 dragons. If he burned his vital energy, he would fall back to level 9 of the Chi-controlling realm. However, there was no other way. However, this sky dragon was not to be trifled with. It began to fight desperately. As for Yi Xian, he could not help but retreat, afraid that he would be caught in the crossfire. The man and the dragon fought fiercely. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord burned his vital energy. Although his strength increased a little, he still could not kill the sky dragon. Then, his level began to fall and he finally fell to level 9 of the Chi-controlling realm. However, he also severely injured the sky dragon. This is a good chance. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He attacked crazily with the sky dragon and Wei Jintian. He knew that the city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was finished. My life is over. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was in despair. He could not kill the sky dragon even after burning his vital energy. Now that his level had fallen, there was nothing he could do. After his level fell, his speed decreased. The sky dragon focused and spat out a scorching dragon breath. Boom! The heat wave instantly surrounded the city lord of 10,000 bones city lord. However, the city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was still a city lord. The city lord of 10,000 bones city was much more powerful than the Baigu group. How could he be killed by the dragon breath? However, just as he was gathering his vital energy to block the dragon breath, a sharp slash came from not far away and hit his chest. Bang! The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was suddenly hit. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, his whole body was burning. His screams were like the tolling of a bell. No! The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord let out an unwilling roar. In less than 3 seconds, his body was burned to ashes. He's dead? Yi Xian's eyes widened. The dragon breath was too powerful. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord, who was at level 1 of the Chi-refining realm, did not even leave behind a corpse. At this time, the sky dragon suddenly turned its head and looked at Yi Xian. Oh no! Yi Xian's face darkened. He immediately dodged. The next moment, a scorching pillar of fire came at him. The sky dragon's breath. The sky dragon really wanted to kill everyone. Fortunately, Yi Xian dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have been hit. Yi Xian quickly dodged, but the sky dragon's eyes were fixed on Yi Xian. His head moved with Yi Xian's movements. Unfortunately, the temperature of the sky dragon's breath was too high. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord's interspatial ring was burned. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have killed the sky dragon in an instant with the interspatial ring. The sky dragon's breath was still going. Yi Xian's speed was not enough. The pillar of fire was getting closer and closer. At this critical moment, a sharp object suddenly stabbed into the sky dragon's eyes. It was Wei Zhentian's claw. Good, Yi Xian shouted. The sky dragon was probably avenging its son. Although it risked its life to kill the city lord of 10,000 Bones City Lord, it still wanted to kill Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian had to fight back. The sky dragon was so angry that it wanted to kill Yi Xian with its breath. However, it was attacked by Wei Zhentian and lost its sight. It immediately let out a deafening roar. Chapter 455. Annihilated. Dragon Slaying Sword of the Eight Desolation. Dragon's Judgment. A slash pierced through the air. Yi Xian's attack power was far superior to that of the Myriad Bone City Lord. After all, the dragon-slaying sword of the Eight Desolation was specifically used to slay dragons. This slash landed directly on the heavenly dragon's huge and slender body, instantly causing great damage. This attack was definitely stronger than the Myriad Bones City Lord's 3 punches. Dragon's Judgment. Dragon's Judgment. Dragon's Judgment. Yi Xian did the same as before. He quickly used up all the true qi in his body and crazily used the dragon's judgment, all of which landed on the heavenly dragon's head. After a few rounds, the heavenly dragon, which was already heavily injured, slowed down significantly, and its reaction speed was greatly reduced. The threat to Yi Xian was infinitely close to zero. Roar! The heavenly dragon, like the Myriad Bones City Lord, let out an unwilling roar. In fact, it had been holding on from the beginning, but now it could not hold on any longer. It flapped its wings and directly fell from the sky. Plop! The heavenly dragon's body fell, deeply embedded in the ground, and wailed there. I know you want to avenge your son, but after all, this is a world where the strong preys on the weak. Go! Yi Xian muttered, and used his recovered true qi to use the dragon's judgment again. Shoo! A huge slash sank into the heavenly dragon's forehead, splitting its head open. A first-level qi refining heavenly dragon was also slumbering here. After its death, Wei Zhentian could not help but descend. Yi Xian thought it was emotional, but unexpectedly it was cheering, urging Yi Xian to quickly refine the heavenly dragon's bones. After all, Wei Zhentian was not a human, but a strange beast. It was not even an animal, so how could it have feelings? Well, watch me collect it. Yi Xian sighed in his heart, then rushed down and collected the heavenly dragon's corpse. Ding, the host has broken through to 740 dragon power. The heavenly dragon's flesh and blood, and the holy beast's soul directly increased Yi Xian's strength by 60 dragon points. His qi refinement rank was truly extraordinary. Although it was a pity that the city lord of Myriad Bone City lost his interspatial ring, the Sky Dragon's corpse had greatly increased Yi Xian's strength. Now that the city lord of 10,000 Bone City was dead, what Yi Xian had to do was to plunder his city lord mansion and take away the Imperial Qi Stage 9 at the city gate. Immediately, he headed toward the 1,000 Bones City. Even the 10,000 Bones City Lord couldn't do anything to him before, so even if the entire 10,000 Bones City worked together, they wouldn't be a threat to him. First, he came to the entrance of the city of 10,000 Bones and destroyed the defensive formation around the barbaric bull demon white bone battle puppet, then took it away. Then, he began to loot the city lord's mansion and its properties. The entire city of 10,000 Bones was in an uproar. Who was so bold as to attack the city of 10,000 Bones? However, these experts of the city of 10,000 Bones were all here to give Yi Xian benefits. When Yi Xian left the city of 10,000 Bones half an hour later, his strength had increased to 760 dragon points, a total of 20 dragon points. Then, he found a quiet place to refine the Sky Dragon Bone of the first stage Qi refinement realm. Fortunately, the materials he looted were just enough for him to refine the Sky Dragon Bone. He felt that it was a pity because if these materials were used to refine humanoid battle puppets, he could have made at least 3 of them. However, since Wei Zhentian liked it, it was worth it. At this time, Yi Xian was already on the Sky Dragon Bone of the first stage Qi refinement realm, flying toward the abyss. His strength was also above the first stage Qi refinement realm, and the Blood Crow Divine Sect was just a force on par with the Baigu group. Even if he didn't do it himself, he could easily destroy the Blood Crow Divine Sect. It took him 2 days to fly back to the abyss. Then, he first went to the 100 Venom sect and killed Steward Shio in an instant with lightning speed. Steward Shio was still doing some kind of exercise on a female disciple when his head suddenly fell off, and blood spurted all over the female disciple. The entire 100 Venom sect was in an uproar. Someone sneaked into the 100 Venom sect and killed someone. Did they have a death wish? However, there was a more important news that spread outside at this time. A mysterious group of assassins suddenly appeared in the abyss, and they had already slaughtered dozens of cities and sections. If the dead were to be added up, the number was calculated in hundreds of millions. Not only that, many of the dead people in these sects and cities had turned into resentful spirits. The so-called resentful spirits were mutated after death after suffering unbearable torture in their lives. These resentful spirits would actively attack the living things around them. Moreover, they were difficult to injure with swords and could penetrate buildings. Only true Qi could destroy them. This mysterious group of assassins came from the land of ghosts in the Ghost Tomb region. This was the land of ghosts, and they captured people's souls to cultivate. They were extremely bloodthirsty. At this time, Yi Xian was heading toward the Blood Crow Divine Sect. Soon, he arrived at the Blood Crow Divine Sect. However, the situation here was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. The Blood Crow Divine Sect had been reduced to ruins. All of the disciples in the sect were dead, and no one survived. When Yi Xian arrived, there were still many wailing sounds coming from the sect. Who is it that is slaughtering the Blood Crow Divine Sect? Yi Xian was shocked. The Blood Crow Divine Sect was similar to the Baigu group in the burial grounds. If one wanted to slaughter them, one would need to have at least the combat strength of level 9 Imperial Qi. However, there was no news of any level 9 Imperial Qi powerhouse in this area. Yi Xian sat on the back of the Sky Dragon skeleton and watched in the air. At this time, a figure suddenly swept into the sky. "Tsk tisk. There's someone from the burial grounds." A sinister voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian was shocked. He turned around and saw a young man in white. The young man had a wicked smile on his face. He was dragging a strange black bead in his hand. The way he looked at Yi Xian was a bit like looking at a prey. When Yi Xian noticed the young man's level, his body trembled. This young man was level 1 Qi Refinement Realm. To be exact, it was 1050 dragons. There was a level 1 Qi Refinement Realm powerhouse here. How was this possible? "Who are you?" Yi Xian frowned and asked. "The Thousand Wraith Sect." The young man with the sinister smile answered simply, "The Thousand Wraith Sect." When Yi Xian heard that, he immediately reacted. This was because he saw vengeful spirits in the Blood Crow Divine Sect. This Thousand Wraith Sect should be a force in the Land of Ghosts. In the Land of Ghosts was the strongest of the 3 territories in the Land of Ghosts. This was because they were only vengeful spirits. Vengeful spirits were not afraid of poison, nor were they afraid of white-bone battle hounds. Therefore, they were the most difficult to deal with. He did not expect to see a powerhouse from the Land of Ghosts today. "Aren't you afraid that the Poison King sect would send people here to kill a sect at level 1 Qi Refinement Realm?" Yi Xian asked. Chapter 456. Great changes in the 9 serenities. With that, the young man waved his hand. The black pearl in his hand lit up, and a vengeful spirit flew out. This vengeful spirit was a middle-aged man. He had an ordinary face, but his eyes were red. His entire body was translucent, and his fingernails were long and sharp. It was unknown what level this vengeful spirit was at. "Go!" With the young man's shout, the vengeful spirit pounced towards Yi Xian like a fierce tiger. So fast! Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he activated Beast King's Rampage. 760 dragons' power increased to 990 dragons, almost reaching the peak of the Qi controlling stage. "Oh, you're quite capable." The young man was surprised. He had only released this vengeful spirit to test Yi Xian's strength. It only had 800 dragons' power. Vengeful spirits were different from when they were alive. Their entire body was full of weak points. Once they received a certain amount of damage, they would die. However, the most effective way to kill them was to cut them in half. Although Yi Xian only had 760 dragons' power, he still had the Bahuang sword and the underworld swordsmanship. It was extremely easy for him to kill a vengeful spirit that only knew how to attack with its fingernails. However, after Yi Xian killed the vengeful spirit, the young man released 2 more vengeful spirits. This time, they were chi-refining vengeful spirits. Humph, if you're dead, go reincarnate. Why are you scaring people? Yi Xian didn't care at all. In an instant, he burst forth with a speed that made the young man's heart palpitate. He killed the 2 vengeful spirits of the first-level chi-refining vengeful spirits. Looks like I've kicked an iron plate. How dare you kill 2 of my first-level chi-refining vengeful spirits? I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons. The young man thought to himself. He raised the black pearl in his hand. In an instant, a large number of vengeful spirits appeared around him. There were at least 100 of them, and among them there were even 4 first-level chi-refining vengeful spirits. Humph! How can this kind of thing do anything to me? Yi Xian snorted coldly. He charged forward and ordered Wei Jintian to attack the young man. To be honest, Yi Xian hated wraiths because there was no benefit to killing them. In order to capture bandits, one must first capture the leader. Charge! Yi Xian instantly increased his speed and charged towards the young man with Wei Jintian. Not good! The young man's expression changed. Yi Xian's strength had exceeded his expectations. The people from the land of wandering souls were not as strong as the people from the land of 9 serenities and the land of buried bones. If Yi Xian got close to him, he would be dead for sure. Humph! You think you can kill me? The young man snorted and released another vengeful spirit from the 100 spirits pearl. This spirit was given to him by his master. It was at the 2nd level of the refinement chi realm, but he could only control it with some effort. So what if you're in the 2nd level of chi refining? Yi Xian's eyes glowed brightly. His sword gleamed like a gust of wind and swept out, clearing away the surrounding resentful spirits. Although the attack power of a 2nd-rank chi-refining vengeful spirit was astonishing, its speed was still inferior to that of Yi Xian. Die! Yi Xian directly passed by the 2nd-rank chi-refining vengeful spirit and arrived in front of the young man. Just as the young man was about to retreat, he was caught by a giant claw. Immediately, Yi Xian chopped off his head. Although the people from the land of wandering souls were strong, they usually moved in groups and used the vengeful spirits to kill their opponents. However, the people from the land of wandering souls neglected their own strength in order to master the control of the vengeful spirits. If the vengeful spirits could not do anything to their enemies, they would be easily killed unless they could suppress their enemies in terms of level. This young man obviously specialized in controlling vengeful spirits. Unexpectedly, he encountered Yi Xian, who relied on his speed and was easily killed. Once the young man died, the released vengeful spirits broke free from his control. However, after Yi Xian obtained the 100 spirits pearl, they instantly calmed down, including the 2nd-rank chi-refining vengeful spirit. Controlling vengeful spirits really requires a lot of mental strength. Come in, all of you, Yi Xian thought to himself. When he obtained the young man's interspatial ring, he had already learned the secret tome of wandering souls of the Thousand Wraith sect and learned how to control vengeful spirits. However, he could only control them temporarily. In less than 2 seconds, the vengeful spirits around him were sucked into the 100 spirits pearl. At this time, Yi Xian felt a slight swelling pain in his head. This was the aftereffect of using too much mental strength. After all, he had just learned about controlling vengeful spirits and had not cultivated his mental strength before. Then, he began to check the contents of the young man's interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 800 dragon power. It was another qualitative leap. From 760 dragon power to 800 dragon power, he had reached the 8th level of the royal chi realm. Before Yi Xian could get excited, he found something in the interspatial ring. It was a list. The names on the list were all sects and cities in the region, and even families that were established outside the region. This is a planned cleanup. Are they trying to turn this area into a wasteland? Yi Xian casually threw the list into the devouring system. He did not pay much attention to it. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. However, he still felt that it was better to inform the 100 Poisons sect. After all, the 100 Poisons sect was once a springboard for him to become stronger. However, just as Yi Xian arrived at the 100 Poisons sect on the heavenly dragon bone, he saw a figure laughing coldly in the air above the 100 Poisons sect. Inside the 100 Poisons sect, there were cries of anguish. "I'm too late." "No, it's not too late." Feng Yaqing. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He saw that the 100 Poisons Princess Feng Yaqing was fighting a vengeful spirit. Not far away, Feng Shan was also fighting a vengeful spirit. There was actually such a low-level vengeful spirit. It seemed that the person who massacred the 100 Poisons sect was not very strong. Ha ha ha, despair. I like to see people in despair. That woman, yes, that woman. I want to see her in despair. The person in the air was laughing loudly. However, what he did not know was that a figure was already flying toward him. Rip! A head flew into the air. This person was instantly killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not even know his realm, so he estimated that he was not higher than Imperial Qi Tier 8. After the man was killed, the vengeful spirits below paused for a moment before continuing their attack. Now they were all out of control. Go, vengeful spirits. Yi Xian took out the 100 Ghost Pearl and released some vengeful spirits. These vengeful spirits were all of high realms. Just a few of them would be enough. What? Feng Shan was a little surprised. He watched as the vengeful spirits killed the vengeful spirits. In a short while, the vengeful spirits attacking the 100 Poisons sect were killed and dissipated. Then, another figure descended from the sky. "It's you?" Feng Shan and Feng Yaqing recognized Yi Xian. "Are you okay?" Yi Xian stood in the air and asked tentatively, "Little brother, you saved our lives again." Chapter 457. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Conspiracy. Why are you here? Feng Yaqing looked at the heavenly dragon bone behind Yi Xian and the 100 Ghost Pearl in Yi Xian's hand that absorbed the vengeful spirit. "I was just passing by and saw the people from the land of ghosts massacring the sections. So I came to take a look. You guys better find a mountain to hide in," Yi Xian said casually. Is there a huge commotion?" Feng Shan gulped. "All the sects in this area are targeted by the land of ghosts. I don't know if it's the same in other areas. Anyway, I saw the Blood Crow Divine Sect destroyed," Yi Xian said. "The Blood Crow Divine Sect." Everyone in the 100 Poisons sect was stunned when they heard the name. The Blood Crow Divine Sect was the overlord of this area. It was a 5th-grade sect in the Ghost Tomb region. The 100 Poisons sect was only a 6th-grade sect. "I have a feeling that something big is going to happen. You guys better find a place to hide." After Yi Xian said that, he left immediately. In the Ghost Tomb region, the sects were divided into 6 grades. The Poison King sect was the 1st-grade sect in the land of ghosts. There were a few 2nd-grade sects under it. These 2nd-grade sects were in charge of 3rd-grade sects. 3rd-grade sects were in charge of 4th-grade sects, and 4th-grade sects were in charge of 5th-grade sections. The Blood Crow Divine Sect was a 5th-grade sect. The Blood Crow Divine Sect was in charge of 6th-grade sects like the 100 Poisons sect and the 5 Poisons sect. It was a gradual progression. Yi Xian suspected that this matter was not as simple as it seemed, so he decided to check out the other areas. In the 100 Poisons sect, many of them looked at the direction Yi Xian left in puzzlement. A person who came riding on a heavenly dragon bone was holding a 100 Ghost Pearl. What was going on? If they knew that Yi Xian was once captured to be tested for poison, what would their expressions be? Feng Yaqing was also looking at Yi Xian's back and fell into deep thought. She was extremely curious about Yi Xian's identity. After leaving the 100 Poisons sect, Yi Xian headed for the hinterland of the 9 Serenities. The Baidu branch that old Monster Hong had taken him to that day was actually at the border of the Ghost Tomb region. In fact, it was also at the border of the 9 Serenities, which was the border of the land of buried bones. However, the land of wandering souls was very far away. For their people to be able to kill their way here, they had to travel a lot of distance. Therefore, this must be premeditated. Yi Xian headed straight for the center of the 9th Serenity. Along the way, he saw many cities that had been reduced to ruins, as well as many low-level wraiths. Other than that, he also saw many people from the land of drifting souls. Naturally, these people were all killed by him. However, after Yi Xian stepped into the territory of the Blue Feather sect, a fourth-grade sect in the Nine Serenities, he had to treat him with caution. This was because there might be quite a few qi refining experts here. The Blue Feather sect could be considered a relatively orthodox sect in the Nine Serenities. They relied on normal cultivation. However, when Yi Xian arrived at the Blue Feather sect, he found that the Blue Feather sect had also been massacred. There were no survivors in the entire sect. Corpses were everywhere, all cut to death by sharp blades. These wounds were caused by the claws of the wraiths. How terrifying! Even the Blue Feather sect, which had a third-stage qi refining cultivator, was destroyed. Could it be that the land of wandering souls has declared war on the Nine Serenities? Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. A war between two great forces would be on a very large scale. Moreover, they were all first-class ruthless people in the Ghost Tomb region. If a war broke out, the casualties would definitely be unimaginable. At this moment, a person suddenly rushed over. Whitebone War Puppet, are the people from the land of buried bones also here? Die! A man's voice sounded. Yi Xian glanced out of the corner of his eye and found that the person was a second-stage qi refinement cultivator. This second-stage qi refinement cultivator didn't waste any time and directly released a second-stage qi refinement cultivator's wraiths to attack Yi Xian. On the way here, Yi Xian killed many first-stage qi refinement cultivators and raised his realm a little. Now, he had reached 820 dragon power. If he unleashed his full power, he would be able to reach the first-stage qi refinement realm. Coupled with the enhancement of his various bloodlines, it would be nothing to fight against a second-stage qi refinement realm cultivator. However, to be safe, Yi Xian also let the heavenly dragon bone that had been refined to the second-stage qi refinement realm and the wraiths of the second-stage qi refinement realm to help. What? This powerhouse was shocked. He was blind this time to provoke such a powerhouse. The second-stage qi refinement realm heavenly dragon bone and the wraiths of the second-stage qi refinement realm coupled with Yi Xian, who was known for his speed, he was instantly defeated and fell in less than 5 rounds. You overestimate yourself. Yi Xian cursed. Although he didn't know which force this person was from, killing on sight had angered Yi Xian. Ding! The host has broken through to 840 dragon power. This time, the increase of 20 dragon power made Yi Xian very satisfied. Although I don't know what happened, I finally found a way to improve quickly, Yi Xian thought to himself. It seemed that he would soon reach the qi refinement realm. At that time, his true qi would have a qualitative leap and it shouldn't be a problem for him to jump a few levels. This person had a lot of ores in his yin and yang ring, which could help Wei Jintian increase his realm by a lot. Little Tian, this heavenly dragon bone might not be useful anymore. Refining it takes too much time. You should just devour it. Yi Xian said to Wei Jintian. Although Wei Jintian was very unwilling, he could only accept his fate. Although he could transform, he couldn't transform into such a huge creature. Wei Jintian's current growth rate was extremely fast, almost catching up to the devouring system. If he ate the ores, he would grow in less than an hour. An hour later, Wei Jintian reached the qi refinement realm before Yi Xian. After that, Yi Xian also put away the heavenly dragon bone. He didn't even want to use the 100 ghost pearl. He was afraid that he would encounter a third or fourth qi refinement realm expert. He wandered around the Blue Feather sect and found a few experts from the land of ghosts who were still slaughtering the city. Moreover, their realms were between the first and second qi refinement realm. Because of that, he directly killed those people. His cultivation also continued to increase. Ding! The host has broken through to the first qi refinement realm. After he killed more than 10 people, he finally broke through to the first dragon realm. He couldn't accept the speed of the breakthrough. Just as he broke through and was waiting for Wei Jintian to grow, a person suddenly rushed over from afar. This person was actually a third qi refinement realm expert. Everyone has gathered. Why are you still here? The man asked in surprise. Gathered? Yi Xian frowned. Now that he had cultivated the Land of Ghosts' secret manual of ghosts, he could sense that the person in front of him was an expert from the Land of Ghosts. Therefore, the man must have thought that he was from the land of ghosts. You don't know how to gather? The man also frowned and said in a commanding tone, Release a vengeful spirit. Yishen quickly thought in his heart. Then, he took out 100 ghost pearl and released a second chi refinement realm vengeful spirit. After the man saw it, he lowered his guard and said, That means I didn't inform you. Follow me. Chapter 458. Betrayal? This was the first third-level chi refinement realm cultivator that Yishen had seen since he entered the 9 serenities. From the man's tone, it seemed that the land of ghosts was gathering experts for a big operation. If Yishen were to unleash his full power, he might be able to fight the man. However, he was more interested in seeing what the land of ghosts was up to, so he followed the man. Along the way, they encountered many people from the land of ghosts. However, this time he could not attack them. The gathering point of the land of ghosts was in a valley. When Yishen arrived with the man, there were already dozens of people gathered there. Wow, so many experts. Which sect are they attacking? Yishen was shocked. He landed with the man. Immediately after, the man turned around and asked, How many resentful spirits have you collected? How many resentful spirits have you collected? Yishen was shocked again, but he controlled his expression and maintained a calm expression to avoid being seen through again. Immediately after, the people who came with Yishen each took out a few hundred ghost pearls. The 100 ghost pearls could absorb resentful spirits. The limit was 999 resentful spirits, while the 1,000 ghost pearls could absorb 9,999 resentful spirits. Yishen glanced at them and realized that one of them had taken out 1,000 ghost pearl. How many people did he have to kill? The probability of resentful spirits being born was not high, and those with high cultivation levels were even rarer. Yishen quickly thought for a moment, then took out a few hundred ghost pearls. Not bad. The man kept the 100 ghost pearls, then walked to the front of the crowd and handed them to an old man. It seems that the old man is the leader. Perhaps he has reached the 4th level chi refinement realm. Yishen thought to himself. At the same time, he guessed that the Blue Feather sect might have been destroyed by this old man. However, he did not know why he handed over so many resentful spirits. He waited for a while. Although he stood in place, he was eavesdropping on the conversations of the people around him. However, he did not hear anything. He only knew that they were going to attack a faction called the Earth Fiend Sword Sect. The Earth Fiend Sword Sect had a 4th rank chi refining expert, which was why they needed to gather so many people. The Ghost Land relied on the human wave tactic. Even if there were only 100 of them, if each of them released 100 wraiths, that would be more than 10,000 wraiths, not to mention a 4th stage chi refinement cultivator who could control hundreds of wraiths at the same time. During this period of time, more experts from the land of ghosts arrived one after another. When the old man saw that almost everyone had arrived, he shouted, All right, almost everyone is here. Let's move out. Then he flew up with a group of people. Yishen glanced at it. Sure enough, this old man was in the 4th rank of chi refining. There were 6 3rd-rank chi refining cultivators, and the rest were either in the 2nd rank or the 1st rank. Yishen mixed in with the group and followed the elder as they flew in a certain direction. After flying for about half a day, they finally arrived at the Earth Emanation Sword Sect. All right, let's go. The old man didn't waste any more time and directly shouted. At the same time, he took out 1,000 ghost pearl and released 2 4th stage chi refining vengeful spirits, as well as many 1st to 3rd stage chi refining vengeful spirits. The others did the same. In an instant, a huge group of vengeful spirits appeared in the sky. There were more than 5,000 vengeful spirits, and some even reached 7,000 to 8,000. This huge group of vengeful spirits covered the sky and pounced towards the Earth Emanation's Sword Sect, scaring the disciples of the Earth Emanation's Sword Sect half to death. Quickly inform the sect leader that the land of ghosts is attacking. The entire Earth Emanation Sword Sect was in chaos. Fortunately, the Earth Emanation Sword Sect had a protective mountain array. However, this protective mountain array couldn't hold for long. In less than 5 seconds, the protective mountain array was broken, and thousands of vengeful spirits attacked. The sound was so loud that the experts of the Earth Emanation Sword Sect came out. They had already heard the news and were prepared. They immediately split into two groups. One group resisted the vengeful spirits while the other rushed towards the dozens of people in the land of ghosts. The land of ghosts was prepared as well. They released more vengeful spirits in an attempt to resist. Yi Xian, who was mixed in with the crowd, only released a few first-rank qi refining vengeful spirits. He was hiding his strength. When he saw the people of the Earth Emanations sword sect fighting with the vengeful spirits, his eyes flashed. Now it was time for him to strike. Beast King Rampage. Boom! A surge of energy appeared spontaneously. Yi Xian's heavenly dragon strength instantly soared to more than 1,300 dragons. The speed of 1,600 dragons burst forth. The land of ghosts relied on the tactic of using numbers. Their own strength was very weak. Yi Xian's burst of energy instantly killed the people around him, including 2 third-rank qi refining experts. His cultivation level increased again. What? The 4th-rank qi refining elder widened his eyes in disbelief. He had personally checked this group of people. They were all people who had cultivated the secret manual of ghosts. But now, why were they killing his own people? However, he didn't have time to think about this because Yi Xian had already charged over. Do you think I didn't have a backup plan? The 1,000 ghost pearl in the elder's left hand emitted a demonic glow. He released another 4th-rank qi refining vengeful spirit. However, it was useless. Yi Xian was as fast as lightning. He passed by the vengeful spirit and chopped off the elder's head. In an instant, hundreds of vengeful spirits went out of control. Yi Xian quickly kept the elder's interspatial ring. His cultivation level increased again, and he continued his slaughter. Even a 4th-rank qi refining expert was instantly killed by him, not to mention the rest. In less than 5 seconds, the people of the land of ghosts were all dead. Yi Xian also used this opportunity to break through to the 3rd-rank qi refining. His cultivation level increased very quickly indeed. After all, these people were ruthless people who had massacred many sects and cities. There were many things in their interspatial rings. Vengeful spirits. Come back. Yi Xian used his vital energy to hold up the 100 ghost pearl and 1,000 ghost pearl. In the next instant, the vengeful spirits attacking the Earth Emanations sword sect suddenly turned around and returned to the pearls. The people of the Earth Emanations sword sect were all stunned. They hadn't even broken through the vengeful spirits and everyone in the land of ghosts was dead. They couldn't understand why Yi Xian, who was from the land of ghosts, would suddenly kill everyone. Your Excellency, you are... The sect leader of the Earth Emanations sword sect asked in surprise. Yi Xian looked at the disciples and elders of the Earth Emanations sword sect and said coldly, I am not from the land of ghosts. I am just here to blend in. This was an explanation that everyone could understand. So you are an expert sent by the higher-ups. Thank you for your help. I thank you on behalf of the entire Earth Emanations sword sect. The sect leader of the Earth Emanations sword sect bowed in gratitude. Chapter 459. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation killing an Aura Chi tier expert. It's fine. However, do you know why the land of ghosts is attacking us? Yi Xian asked. The Earth Fiend sword sect leader paused and shook his head. We don't know either. However, with such a large number of people, they must have been hiding in the 9th Serenity for a long time. They must be up to something big. Nonsense. Of course I know there's a big conspiracy. Yi Xian rolled his eyes, feeling helpless in his heart. Then, he asked again, do you know which sects haven't been attacked yet? I'm not very sure either. We've been staying in the sect for the past few days, and no one brought us any news. The Earth Fiend sword sect leader shook his head. Forget it. Yi Xian sighed and left. Although he did not get any useful information, he still managed to advance from level 1 to level 3 Qi refinement. If he did it again, he might be able to advance to level 4 Qi refinement. Therefore, he followed the map and went to another sect to take a look. The land of ghosts was purging the forces of the 9th Serenity to collect vengeful spirits. Now, Yi Xian had more than 10,000 Qi refinement vengeful spirits in his interspatial ring. If he added the Qi refinement vengeful spirits, the total number would exceed 50,000. This time, his target was a sect called the Silver Snake Sect. Like the Earth Fiend Sword Sect, the Silver Snake Sect had level 4 Chi refinement experts. He traveled at full speed for a day and found the Silver Snake Sect. At this time, the Silver Snake Sect was under attack by a group of experts from the Land of Ghosts. What a coincidence! Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Looking at the group of experts from the Land of Ghosts above the Silver Snake Sect, he released several level 3 Chi refinement vengeful spirits. There were 2 level 4 Chi refinement experts in this group. Their vengeful spirits also attacked the Silver Snake Sect. Yi Xian approached quickly. Someone noticed him. "Why are you only here now? Hurry up!" A level 3 Chi refinement martial artist shouted at Yi Xian. Yi Xian had cultivated the Ghost Secret Manual and had a few vengeful spirits at the 3rd level of Chi refinement. This caused this martial artist to naturally mistake him for someone from the Ghost Lands. Yes. Yi Xian leaned over with a smile on his face. Then, his smile abruptly disappeared as his eyes shot out 2 rays of murderous intent. Beast King Rampage. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd level of Chi refinement had risen to the 7th level of Chi refinement. His speed had already surpassed the 10th level of Chi refinement and reached the 1st level of Chi refinement. There were 3 stages in the spirit realm: controlling Chi, refining Chi, and aura Chi. Among them, controlling Chi only had 9 stages, while refining Chi and aura Chi had 10 stages. In any case, Yi Xian's current speed had already exceeded everyone's reaction time. Swish! 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 Yi Xian rushed into the crowd and started a massacre. In less than 3 seconds, the dozens of people were all dead, and because of this, he broke through to the 4th rank of Chi refinement. Then, he recalled everyone's wraiths and left quickly. The people from the Silver Snake Sect did not understand what was going on. They stood there in a daze for a full 10 seconds. Was there a traitor in the Land of Wandering Souls? After that, Yi Xian kept wandering around these sections. If he saw anyone from the Land of Wandering Souls, he would immediately kill them. His cultivation level also increased rapidly as if he was sitting on a rocket. He went deeper into the Land of 9 Serenities, and the people he encountered had higher cultivation levels. There was indeed a huge conspiracy in the Land of Wandering Souls. These experts could not have arrived recently. They had been hiding in the Land of 9 Serenities for a long time. Out of curiosity, Yi Xian also captured a few experts from the Land of Wandering Souls. However, these people were only following orders. They were in charge of collecting the wraiths and handing them over to their superiors. Moreover, the Land of Wandering Souls plan was very meticulous. They first investigated the backgrounds of these forces, then sent experts to destroy them. At this time, Yi Xian had already destroyed nearly 10 waves of experts from the Land of Wandering Souls. His cultivation level had already reached the 8th rank of Chi refinement. Now, he encountered a group led by an aura Chi expert. At the same time, he also infiltrated them. This time, the sect they were going to destroy was a level 3 force. They also had an aura Chi expert. "Everyone listen to my order. Kill!" The level 1 aura Chi expert shouted. Hundreds of experts from the Land of Wandering Souls instantly released countless wraiths. There were already more than 20,000 of them. A large group of wraiths covered the sky and rushed toward the sect. Yi Xian hid among them like before. Just as the wraiths rushed over, he suddenly activated Beast King's Rampage. More than 1,700 dragons. His strength increased to 2,300 dragons, and he reached the 4th rank of Aura Chi. The leader of the group was only at the 1st rank of Aura Chi. However, this was only an increase in strength. From the 9th rank of Chi refinement to the 1st rank of Chi refinement, there would be a qualitative leap in one's true energy. From the 10th rank of Chi refinement to the 1st rank of Aura Chi, a new technique would appear. It was called the Aura Defense. This Aura Defense could greatly weaken true energy attacks. Yi Xian might not be able to kill this 1st rank of Aura Chi expert with the strength of his 8th rank Chi refinement and Bahuang sword. However, he could find trouble with others first. Rip! 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 Crisp sounds rang out as heads and corpses fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 100 experts from the Land of Ghosts were dead. At least 30 of them had fallen. Yi Xian's strength was still rising rapidly. What? The first rank of Aura Qi expert was shocked. What a bastard! You actually dared to infiltrate our Land of Wandering Souls team. The first rank of Aura Qi expert was furious. He charged at Yi Xian with his sword. However, at this moment Yi Xian had just broken through to the 9th rank of Aura Qi refinement with 1,800 dragons of power. After breaking through, Yi Xian ignored him and continued to slaughter the people around him. By the time this expert caught up to him, most of the people in the Land of Ghosts were already dead. Whoosh! The expert with the first level of astral energy flashed in front of Yi Xian. His sword descended, but it landed on the afterimage. Yi Xian had already circled behind him and swung his sword. Bang! Yi Xian's true qi was weakened by the first rank of Aura Qi. When the Bahuang sword landed on the first rank of Aura Qi defense, his wrist trembled. Clang! The martial artist hurriedly blocked with his long sword and growled, "You think you can kill me?" He could tell that Yi Xian only had strength. His true qi was very weak. If he was really a 3rd rank of Aura Qi expert, he would have been killed instantly. Haha! I think I can kill you. Yi Xian sneered and swung his sword again. This time he used martial arts. Underworld swordsmanship. Sword descends to the underworld. Rip! A head flew up. Yi Xian only wanted to see the effect of the first rank of Aura Qi. He did not use martial arts. The first rank of Aura Qi defense is really good. It weakened my true qi greatly. If Beast King's rampage could increase my realm instead of my strength, that would be great. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. If Beast King's rampage could increase his realm, he would be able to fight against a 4th or 5th rank of Aura Qi expert. Chapter 460. Meet the Devourer again. Ding! The host has broken through to the 9th level of Qi refining. 9th level of Qi refining, 1800 dragon power. The disciple of the 3rd grade power was also stunned as he watched these powerful wraiths being taken away by Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to ask a few more questions when a large group of black figures suddenly appeared in the distance. No, it was a large group of white figures. When he turned around, he discovered that it was not the experts from the Land of Wandering Souls, but the experts from the Land of Buried Bones. Those white figures were all white bone war puppets. The people from the boneyard are finally here. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. With such a huge matter happening in the Nine Netherland, the boneyard would definitely not be able to sit still and come to get a share of the loot. He estimated that those who were able to come here wouldn't be very strong. He immediately rushed out. The strongest person in this group from the boneyard was only at Tier 2 astral energy. They could not stop Yi Xian at all. In just a short while, this group from the boneyard was completely annihilated. It was because of this that Yi Xian broke through to the 10th rank of Qi refining. He was only 1 step away from attaining the Aura Qi rank. Now, the Nine Netherland could be considered to be riddled with holes. None of the sects on the periphery could survive the crisis unscathed. Even the Poison King sect and the 6 second-class sects were the same. Although Yi Xian still didn't understand why the Corpse Master sect and the Fallen Spirits sect wanted to attack the 9 Serenities. He knew that as long as he ventured deeper, he would understand. Therefore, he continued to advance toward the center of the 9 Serenities. However, just as he entered the territory of a second-class sect, he witnessed an unprecedented battle. At this moment, there were 2 groups of people fighting in front of him. The commotion was extremely great, and it resounded through the clouds. When Yi Xian saw the realms of these people, he was completely dumbfounded. The strongest among the 20 or so people had actually reached the 3,000 dragons, which was the 3 heavenly dragons. Level 10 gang energy. Heavens, what am I seeing? Peak of the Aura Qi realm. He's only 1 step away from the Soul Essence realm. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Rank 10 gang Qi was already the pinnacle of the ghost tomb. He took a quick look around and could tell that this was a battle between the Poison King sect and the Fallen Spirits sect. The Poison King sect naturally used poison while the Fallen Spirits sect controlled vengeful spirits in battle. Although Yi Xian's cultivation base wasn't high, he could tell that the Poison King sect wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Little Tong, let's go. A loud roar reverberated between heaven and earth. Then Yixin saw a petite figure rushing towards him. Seeing this, the leader of the Poison King sect reminded, "Not this way." Hearing this, Yixin's eyes narrowed. He discovered that this petite figure was actually a 6 or 7-year-old girl. The reason the middle-aged man reminded him was because he saw Yixin. However, the little girl continued to charge towards Yixin. "Big brother, please help me." The little girl cried out to Yixin. Yixin's body trembled again. F***CK. This little girl is actually a rank 1 Gang Chi expert. She's a rank higher than me. He could only watch as the little girl rushed over. Then, the little girl took off the interspatial ring around her neck and cried, "Big brother, this is for you. Please help us." Yixin looked at the little girl who didn't even reach his waist and shook his head helplessly. "Little girl, aren't you afraid that I'm a bad guy?" The little girl blinked her big eyes and said with 2 streaks of tears, "I believe you." Yixin was stunned by this sentence. In fact, he had wanted to run for his life. He was afraid that he would be implicated. How could he possibly help? "Brat, if you dare touch her, I'll take your life." The middle-aged man from the Poison King sect shouted angrily. Clearly, this little girl's identity was not ordinary. Yixin glanced at the battle in the distance and silently took the interspatial ring. But in the next moment he couldn't help but gasp. There were too many things in this interspatial ring to count. Not only that, there was something in the interspatial ring that made him almost want to devour everything. "You want to use this interspatial ring as a reward for my help?" Yixin asked. "Yes." The little girl nodded. "Okay, I agree." Yixin nodded solemnly. Now he didn't care about anything else. He directly devoured everything in this exquisite interspatial ring. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 1 Gang Chi. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 2 Gang Chi. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 3 Gang Chi. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 4 Gang Chi. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 5 Gang Chi. The little girl didn't have many natural treasures, and there weren't many sacred beast souls, but it was still enough for Yixin to rise by 6 ranks. But that was not the point. The point was that there was a devourer's corpse in the interspatial ring. The devourer's corpse was a black rabbit. Ding! Host has obtained 1 advancement point. Finally, he obtained the 3rd advancement point. Then, he chose agility advancement point without hesitation. Ding! Beast King Bloodline Agility Advancement successful. Current advancement point 3. After advancing agility advancement point 3 times, Yixin's speed increased again. Now, he was more than 2,400 dragons. Even if he didn't use Beast King's Rage, he was still beyond the spirit realm. But he didn't dare to be careless. This group of people were the elites of the elites. They definitely had high-grade heaven-level martial arts. The little girl's interspatial ring also had high-grade heaven-level martial arts, which made things easier for Yixin. Ding! Host has learned the hidden dragon swordsmanship. Current proficiency 10%. Ding! Host has learned the black dragon swordsmanship. Current proficiency 10%. These 2 martial arts were both high-grade heaven-level martial arts. But because he had just learned them, he only had 10% proficiency. "Big brother, hurry up and help Uncle Hua." At this moment, the little girl's words pulled Yixin back to reality. "Okay, you stay here." Yixin regained his senses and immediately rushed out. Now, he was using the black dragon steps that he had just learned. However, there was not a single flying dragon around him. This was because his spirit realm had exceeded the spirit realm. He had more than 3,100 dragons. In the spirit realm, even if one was at the 10th level of astral energy, they would at most be able to cultivate to the strength of 3 heavens dragons. However, Yixin had 100 more dragons than them. At this time, his speed had reached the extreme. There was no one in the ghost tomb who could compare with him. If it was calculated in terms of dragons, it would be 4,100 dragons. Ding! Black Dragon Steps proficiency has increased. Current proficiency 20%. Chapter 461. Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tails Ghost Tomba's Yi Xian charged into the fray. His high-grade heaven-class movement technique was enhanced by 20%. His speed had already surpassed the ghostly steps of the netherworld. His speed sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. Their faces were filled with shock as they realized that there was not a single flying dragon around Yi Xian. This meant that his strength had exceeded 3,000 dragons. Both parties were frightened to death. The middle-aged man from the Poison King sect glanced over and realized that the young lady was staring at him from afar. The middle-aged man immediately understood that Yi Xian was here to help them. At that moment his morale soared. "Kill!" the middle-aged man bellowed. The Poison King sect members were not fools. They could tell what was going on. As for the Fallen Spirits sect members, their faces darkened. They had already released all of their vengeful spirits and could barely suppress the Poison King sect members. When they had attacked the Poison King sect members with all their might, they could not even release a single vengeful spirit. They could only watch as the young lady ran away. At that moment, Yi Xian had already traversed a few thousand meters and charged into the midst of the Fallen Spirits sect members. Essence Soul Stage, here I come. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he began his massacre. Everyone in the land of wandering spirits was the same. They specialized in controlling vengeful spirits and were weak in terms of strength. As such, the moment Yi Xian charged into the midst of the Fallen Spirits sect members, he began his massacre. In the blink of an eye, 3 of them had fallen. Ding! Host has broken through to level 6 of Earth Energy. Ding! Host has broken through to level 7 of Earth Energy. When Yi Xian broke through the Earth Energy defense of the Fallen Spirits sect member who had the strength of 3 dragons and chopped off his head, everyone from the Poison King sect was stunned. This group of Fallen Spirits sect members who had almost killed them had died at the hands of the same person in less than 3 seconds. This was hard for them to accept. Ding! Host has broken through to level 8 of Earth Energy. After Yi Xian devoured the last universe ring, he broke through to level 8 of Earth Energy. Following which, the vengeful spirits were summoned back by him. The Poison King sect's people all stopped and looked at each other in dismay. At this moment, even if Yi Xian didn't go into Beast King Rampage, he would still be able to kill all of the Poison King sect's members. But he didn't want to. Big brother. At this moment the little girl ran over. I have completed the task you entrusted to me. Yi Xian smiled at the little girl. Big brother, thank you. The little girl was so emotional that she started crying. The Poison King sect's group had a total of 10 people, led by the middle-aged man. After a while, the middle-aged man landed on the ground and knelt on one knee. He cupped his fist and said, "Thank you for saving my life." In response, Yi Xian also hurriedly descended and said, "Senior, please rise. I was only entrusted by her." The middle-aged man stood up, took the little girl's hand, and wiped the tears off her face. "You're from the Poison King sect, right? What happened in the 9 Serenities?" Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. The Poison King sect was the overlord sect of the 9 Serenities in the Ghost Tomb region. They definitely knew what happened here. The middle-aged man was stunned and asked, "You don't know?" "I just came from another territory and happened to pass by." Yi Xian casually replied, "That's true." The middle-aged man thought about it and agreed. There were only 3 Soul Essence Realm experts in the Ghost Tomb region. Yi Xian was so young, how could he be from the Ghost Tomb region? He hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, my Poison King sect has been destroyed by the Fallen Spirit sect and Corpse Master sect. There are only 11 of us left in the Poison King sect." "What? Destroyed?" Yi Xian exclaimed. The Poison King sect was one of the 3 overlord sects in the Ghost Tomb region. How could it be destroyed just like that? Yes, it has been destroyed. Even the Soul Essence Realm Old Sect Master has fallen. As the middle-aged man spoke, he glanced at the little girl beside him and said, "Little Tong is the Old Sect Master's granddaughter. We just escaped from the Poison King sect and are preparing to leave the Ghost Tomb region to find her aunt in the Eastern Mountain region. So all the Soul Essence Realm experts have fallen." Yi Xian's heart froze. The old sect master of the Poison King sect should have been killed by the two great experts of the Fallen Spirit sect and Corpse Master sect. At this moment, Little Tong cried again. Big brother, my father, mother, and grandparents were all killed by them. Can you help me take revenge? Yi Xian scratched his head. He was most afraid of people crying. But now, he didn't even know why the Poison King sect was destroyed. Thus, he turned his head and asked, Then why was the Poison King sect destroyed? Little brother, there is a legend in the Ghost Tomb region. It is rumored that there is a ghost tomb in the Ghost Tomb region that was built by a spirit realm expert after his death. There were originally two entrances to the Ghost Tomb. One was originally the burial ground, but that entrance was destroyed. As for the other entrance, although the middle-aged man did not finish his sentence, Yi Xian understood. The second entrance was in the Poison King sect. The second entrance is indeed in the Poison King sect. Originally, no one knew about this, not even me. However, half a year ago, a strange phenomenon appeared in our Poison King sect. The howling of 10,000 ghosts lasted for an entire 3 days. It was seen by the people from the burial ground and the land of ghosts, so they used it to kill their way over. The middle-aged man explained. Now Yi Xian was confused. Since they were exposed, why didn't they give up the Poison King sect's foundation and move? Could it be that the Poison King sect wants to monopolize the Ghost Tomb? Yi Xian asked with a frown. No, little brother, you misunderstood. Although the Ghost Tomb is under the Poison King sect, there is a seal. The Poison King sect was destroyed in order to protect the Ghost Tomb and prevent the Fallen Spirit sect and Corpse Master sect from entering. The middle-aged man shook his head. What do you mean? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. Since the Poison King sect knew about the tomb of a spirit realm senior, why didn't they send people to explore it? Was it because it was too dangerous? The seal of the Ghost Tomb requires 9,999,999 vengeful spirits to break through. Moreover, there is a powerful Ghost King in the Ghost Tomb. If it is accidentally released, the entire Ghost Tomb will be destroyed. The old sect master was afraid that the Ghost King would appear, so he guarded the entrance to the Ghost Tomb. The middle-aged man said, So that's how it is. Now, Yi Xian's doubts were finally solved. Simply speaking, the Fallen Spirit sect and Corpse Master sect discovered that the entrance to the Ghost Tomb was in the Poison King sect. Thus, they killed their way in. However, the Poison King sect swore to protect the entrance, which led to their destruction. Due to the seal on the entrance, it required 10 million vengeful spirits to break through. Thus, the Fallen Spirit sect began to kill and capture vengeful spirits. Then, did the Fallen Spirit sect and Corpse Master sect enter the Ghost Tomb? Yi Xian asked again. Chapter 462. Entering the Ghost Tomb when they attacked my Poison King sect, they gathered nearly 10 million wraiths. I'm afraid that they have already entered the Ghost Tomb. The middle-aged man replied. After he finished speaking, his eyes flashed and he continued. Little brother, your strength is enough to enter the Ghost Tomb. If you are interested, you can compete with the Fallen Ghost sect and Corpse Master sect. Yi Xian immediately saw through his intentions. The middle-aged man saw that he was strong, so he wanted to let him enter the Ghost Tomb. Firstly, it was a favor, and secondly, it was possible that he could help the Poison King sect take revenge. This Ghost Tomb was built by a spirit stage expert. It must be very dangerous inside, right? Yi Xian's gaze fell on the middle-aged man. I'm not too sure about this. The legend of the founder being a spirit stage expert has yet to be confirmed. However, it is said that this Ghost King can fight with experts who have opened 3 earth veins in the spirit stage. The middle-aged man shook his head. Now, Yi Xian also understood the specific levels in the spirit stage. The spirit stage was divided into the Royal Qi, Refinement Qi, and Aura Qi realms. The spirit stage was to open the meridians. There were a total of 108 meridians. First, it was the 72 earth veins, then the 36 heaven veins. Opening 3 earth veins was just the beginning of the spirit stage. At the spirit stage, the physique was not very useful. After all, the experts of the spirit stage could communicate with the world's origin Qi and borrow it to increase the power of their martial arts. Yi Xian was still a bit worried because the last time he entered the Red Refining Cave, he encountered a resurrected boss. How long has this ghost tomb been? He asked again. At least 1,000 years. My Poison King sect has a history of 800 years. The middle-aged man replied. Yixin was a bit hesitant. He had not reached the spirit stage yet, but he was almost there. This was a rare opportunity. With his current strength, he should be considered the strongest person in the ghost tomb territory. To be on the safe side, he asked a few more questions about the ghost tomb. At the same time, he felt that the middle-aged man was not lying. After that, Yixin left and rushed towards the Poison King sect. The ghost tomb had been opened a few times. Many people had explored it, and there were many opportunities. Therefore, Yixin could not fall behind. Otherwise, everything would be snatched away. By the time Yixin arrived at the Poison King sect, he discovered that the sect's protective array was in shambles. The Poison King sect had also been reduced to ruins, but there was not a single corpse. Presumably, they had all been taken away. However, at this moment, a group of people suddenly rushed over from not far away. That's strange. Both the Fallen Spirits sect and the Corpse Master sect should have already entered. Yixin hid in surprise. He focused his eyes and realized that the leader did not have wyvern strength. It was obvious that he was a soul essence realm expert. He realized that these people should be from the forces in the territories around Ghost Tomb. It seemed that he had quite a few opponents. At this moment, Yixin suddenly descended from the clouds and was exposed to the group of people. Huh? There are still survivors? A martial artist with Stage 9 Supreme Force said in surprise. Then, he turned his head to look at the leading Soul Essence Stage expert. The Soul Essence Stage expert shook his head and said, "He should be here to fish in troubled waters. Let him go in and die." After all, they were a large force. It was too degrading for so many people to bully a Stage 8 Supreme Force. These 20 people flew above the Poison King sect and searched for a while. After a while, they found the entrance. The entrance to the Ghost Tomb was under the Poison King sect's Poison King Pagoda. Yixin followed behind this group of people and saw all of them enter the Poison King Pagoda. Not long after, he saw another team flying over. This time, there were actually 2 Soul Essence Stage experts. Soul Essence Stage. I can't see the realm. I wonder if I can fight with a Soul Essence Stage expert now. Yixin thought in his heart. From the Spirit Stage to the Soul Essence Stage was a huge breakthrough. His strength would also undergo a qualitative leap. At this moment, although he could increase his strength to more than 3,000 dragon power, the Soul Essence Stage allowed him to mobilize the Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi. Whether it was attack or speed, it was much stronger than a Stage 10 Supreme Force. Therefore, he was still relatively careful. After this team entered the Poison King Pagoda, Yixin couldn't sit still and dive down. At this moment, he was at Stage 8 Supreme Force. Next was Stage 9, Stage 10, and then Soul Essence Stage. According to the middle-aged man, there was a great treasure in the Ghost Tomb. It was the Ghost King Pearl that was used to seal the Ghost King. If someone could obtain it and refine it, then they would have an additional Soul Essence Stage combat power. Yixin went down a secret passage in the Poison King Pagoda. After a while, he saw a gloomy door. The door was inlaid with human skulls. They're real skulls. I'm afraid they were all high-stage Supreme Force when they were alive. Yixin was a little surprised. The gloomy door had been pushed open, but Yixin couldn't see what was inside. There was no doubt that there was a formation here. This was the 3rd seal used to restrict the Ghost King. This seal was only effective against dead creatures. It was useless against living creatures. Yixin directly passed through. Immediately, he saw a gloomy graveyard. Damn! These graves have all been dug up? Yixin was shocked. He walked in front of a tombstone and took a look. Nalan Yuan, an expert with 16 earth veins in the Soul Essence Stage. In the Soul Essence Stage, one must first open 72 earth veins, then 36 heaven veins. The owner of this graveyard only had 16 earth veins when he was alive. It wasn't very strong. Yixin walked around a few more times and found that their strength was about the same. The highest was only 20 earth veins. These graves were built by the owner of this Ghost Tomb. He buried the corpses of the experts he killed when he was alive. What spirit stage? At most, It's the soul essence stage who has opened 30 earth veins. Yi Xian felt helpless. However, this graveyard was quite large. He couldn't see the end of it. In addition, the environment was a little dark, causing the atmosphere here to be very strange. Yi Xian didn't have a map of this ghost tomb, so he could only walk forward. However, he had only taken a few steps when a crisp sound entered his ears. He turned his head and found that a white bone arm suddenly stretched out in front of a grave 1,000 meters away. Yi Xian was shocked. He watched as a skeleton climbed out of the grave. No one is controlling it. It actually climbed out by itself? Yi Xian was a little confused. He glanced over and found that the owner of this grave was an expert who had opened 5 earth veins. Of course, this referred to when he was alive. I'm not afraid when you're alive. Why would I be afraid when you're dead? Yi Xian tightened his grip on the Bahuang sword in his hand and rushed over. In an instant, he tore apart the skeleton. If the skeleton of a soul essence stage expert could be refined into a white bone battle puppet, its strength would be quite good. Chapter 463. Ghost Tomb's 4th floor. Following that, Yi Xian continued to walk forward. As expected, he encountered skeletons again. However, they were not strong and were easily killed by him. 10 minutes after he entered the ghost tomb, he suddenly discovered a passage that led downwards. It was obvious that there was a 2nd floor to the ghost tomb. Yi Xian continued to walk downwards and arrived at the 2nd floor of the ghost tomb. This floor was still a graveyard. However, Yi Xian was shocked. This was because the tombstones on the 2nd floor were all experts who had opened more than 30 earth veins. The highest one was an expert who had opened 72 earth veins. Could it be that the owner of this ghost tomb was really a spirit stage expert? Yi Xian was somewhat suspicious. He walked around the 2nd floor and discovered that the tombstones were all empty. Furthermore, there were some traces of battle. The skeletons should have been taken away by the corpse master sect. Immediately, Yi Xian entered the 3rd floor of the ghost tomb. As expected, the spirit stage experts who had opened their heaven veins were all buried here. Although they were spirit stage experts when they were alive, the skeletons were not that strong after they died. They could even deal with a martial artist of the aura stage. Yi Xian walked around the 3rd floor of the ghost tomb and discovered the tombstones of experts who had opened 36 heaven veins. If what was written on the tombstones was true, then the owner of the ghost tomb was indeed a spirit stage expert. At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived at the entrance to the 4th floor. Before he entered, he heard a rumbling sound. There were people fighting below. He walked in without hesitation and gripped the Bahuang sword tightly in his hand. This time, it was not only the Corpse Master sect and the Fallen Spirit sect. These 2 sects were considered the strongest in the ghost tomb. However, people from other territories had also come. The last force that Yi Xian saw had 2 spirit stage experts. Therefore, the Corpse Master sect and the Fallen Spirit sect were nothing. He had to be careful. He entered the passage and carefully walked to the exit. Sure enough, there was a group of people fighting in front of him. However, their opponents were not humans but a large group of skeletons. No, it was a sea of skeletons. Not only that, but there were also some corpses mixed in with the skeletons. Yi Xian looked from afar. Undead creatures were everywhere thousands of meters away. The danger level of the 4th level was truly terrifying. Charge, we have to charge through. 2,000 meters away, the team was madly attacking the surrounding undead creatures and slowly advancing, continuously roaring. Yi Xian stood at the exit and looked up. He saw that there were still many bone spikes flying in the air. If anyone dared to fly up, they would probably be turned into a sieve in an instant. There are even bone spikes flying in the air. The danger level is even higher. It seems that we can only break through the sea of undead creatures. Yi Xian pondered for a moment before Yi Xian jumped into the sea of skeletons. Now that he was at the 8th level of astral energy, the strength of his true qi was not weak. Therefore, he directly shattered the Bahuang sword and used the heaven break that he had not used for a long time. Kacha! 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 In an instant, the skeletons that were blocking Yi Xian's path were directly swept away. Yi Xian was like a bulldozer as he quickly moved forward. His speed was much faster than the team that had 2 Soul Essence Realm experts in front of him. Not long after, Yi Xian caught up with this team. Due to the large number of skeletons, they did not notice Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian passed by them. F***CK. How many experts did they have to kill to form such an army of undead? Yi Xian thought as he moved forward. Although these skeletons were not strong, there were too many of them. Yi Xian destroyed at least 1,000 skeletons along the way. However, these 1,000 skeletons and corpses were like a drop of water in the sea to the entire undead army. Yi Xian was very calm. After all, this was just a large number of skeletons. Moreover, his true chi was almost inexhaustible. Even if he used Heaven Break while using the Hidden Dragon Sword art, his true chi would recover faster than it was consumed. He rushed forward for about 100,000 meters before he saw a stone wall. What? The passage isn't here? Yi Xian looked around in surprise. Previously, when he went all the way to the 4th floor, the passage was right in front of the entrance. However, this time it was not. It seemed that the passage to the 5th floor should be somewhere. He immediately began to search around again. It had to be said that the 4th floor of the ghost tomb was really huge. He ran around the stone wall for 10 minutes, but he still could not see the corner. At this moment, roar! Suddenly, a deafening sound entered Yi Xian's ears. His body trembled as he turned his head to look. He saw a huge figure mixed in with the undead army in the distance. What a big guy! Yi Xian's eyes immediately lit up. These skeletons and corpses that were blocking him were all humans when they were alive. As for that big guy, it should be a holy beast. Moreover, it was very likely that it was a holy beast that was comparable to the soul essence realm. For Yi Xian, this was a huge amount of experience. Yi Xian immediately moved in the direction of the big guy. When he got closer, he saw that this big guy was an ape corpse that was dozens of meters tall. It stood there quietly with its back facing Yi Xian. At this moment, roar! The ape corpse suddenly turned around and saw Yi Xian. It immediately opened its mouth and roared. Then it raised its big foot and crushed the skeletons below it. It's a soul essence realm giant mountain splitting ape. Yi Xian recognized it. The giant mountain splitting ape was extremely strong. Could split mountains and split the earth with a single punch. It's targeting me. Yi Xian's face darkened. The giant mountain-splitting ape was a few thousand meters away from Yi Xian. It stomped its foot down and forcefully stomped on the ground, leaping towards Yi Xian. 8 desolate wind-killing array. Charge. Yi Xian immediately used Skybreak to open a path and dodged the attack. Bang! The giant mountain-splitting ape landed on the ground, and the entire ghost tomb shook. Yi Xian condensed the 8 desolate sword and used Dragon's Judgment on the giant mountain-splitting ape's foot. This slash pierced through the air and landed on the giant mountain-splitting ape's calf. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, this attack did not break through the giant mountain-splitting ape's defense. It's so strong. If I get this corpse, I can at least break through to rank 9-star energy. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he charged over. Although the giant mountain-splitting ape was strong and had a strong defense, Yi Xian's speed was twice as fast as it. Hidden Dragon Sword Art. Hidden Dragon Stab. Yi Xian charged all the way to the giant mountain-splitting ape's foot and then stabbed with his sword. This time, he finally broke through the ape's defense. Although it was only half an inch, it was still very good. It's a pity that I haven't reached the Soul Essence realm. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. The Soul Essence realm could use the Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi. Whether it was sword techniques or movement techniques, they had far surpassed the Spirit realm. If Yi Xian was at the Soul Essence realm, he could instantly kill this giant mountain-splitting ape even if he only opened one earth vein. However, Yi Xian's Hidden Dragon Sword Art was only at 30%. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Chapter 464. Fallen Spirits Sect. Ding. Hidden Dragon Sword Art's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 40%. Ding! Hidden Dragon Sword Art's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 50%. Ding! Hidden Dragon Sword Art's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 60%. Yi Xian fought with the giant mountain-splitting ape for a full 5 minutes, before he finally raised the Hidden Dragon Sword Art's proficiency level to 60%. He was still in the spirit realm, so he was unable to raise the heaven-tier martial arts proficiency level to 70%. The highest he could reach was 60%. Right now, Yi Xian was already able to cause quite a bit of damage to the giant mountain-splitting ape. Since the giant mountain-splitting ape was a corpse, its blood had already been drained dry. Yi Xian chopped at its right leg, and in a short while the giant mountain-splitting ape's leg was chopped off. Then, its huge body fell to the ground, smashing into a pile of skeletons and corpses. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian jumped onto the giant mountain-splitting ape's body. Then he ran to its neck and attacked crazily. After a short while, the giant mountain-splitting ape's head was chopped off by Yi Xian. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 9. Although the giant mountain-splitting ape's corpse did not contain the soul of a sacred beast, it allowed Yi Xian to break through to rank 9. Now, Yi Xian was only 2 steps away from the spirit realm. If it was someone from the Fallen Spirit sect or the Corpse Master sect, it would be troublesome. However, it is not a threat to me at all. Yi Xian shook his head and started to kill the surrounding skeletons again. Since there was a spirit realm sacred beast's corpse here, there should be a second one. Yi Xian searched for the entrance to the 5th floor while looking for more giant mountain-splitting apes. He searched along the walls and found a second giant mountain-splitting ape. However, this giant mountain-splitting ape was currently fighting with a group of people. Vengeful spirits? Yi Xian looked from afar and saw many translucent vengeful spirits flying in the air. These vengeful spirits ignored the bone spikes in the air and attacked the skeletons around them. Vengeful spirits were special creatures. Weapons could not hurt them. Hence, these skeletons were not a threat to them. However, when a vengeful spirit attacked, its fingernails would condense into a physical form, so it was very difficult to deal with. This was the first time Yi Xian had seen a vengeful spirit since he entered the ghost tomb. Thus, he reckoned that this group should be from the Fallen Ghost sect. Although the Poison King sect has nothing to do with me, the fact that I was able to devour another devouring beast and increase my strength by leaps and bounds has a lot to do with Little Tong. Since we've met, I'll help you take revenge. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he held the Bahuang sword and directly charged over. This time, Fallen Spirit sect had sent over 20 people. All of them were at least level 9, and there were even 5 who were at level 10. As for the elder leading the group, he was naturally the sect leader of the Fallen Spirit sect, Dali of the Essence Soul Realm. At this point, he was holding back the giant mountain-cleaving ape alone. The rest of the Fallen Spirits sect disciples had formed a circle to fend off the skeleton army. The sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect was defending against the flying bone spikes and attacking the giant mountain-splitting ape. All of a sudden, he felt something. He turned around and saw Yi Xian charging towards him. However, he did not pay much attention to him. After all, Yi Xian was only a 9th order Earth Force cultivator. However, what happened next was beyond his expectations. After Yi Xian charged over, the elders under him began to die one by one. The vengeful spirits he controlled also lost control and launched a counterattack. How is this possible? The sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The people he brought were all elites, but they were all slaughtered by a rank 9 astral energy warrior. He even suspected that he was dreaming. You broke through? The sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect trembled once more as he saw the number of dragons in Yi Xian's flying dragon count increasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the number of dragons had increased to 2,900. Level 10 gang energy. Fallen Spirits sect leader's face fell as he turned around and charged towards Yi Xian. Golden Platform Demon Vanquishing Palm. The sect leader of Fallen Spirit sect made use of his own vital energy to control the surrounding Yuan Qi. He gathered the Yuan Qi in his palm and blasted it out. Yi Xian, who was in the midst of killing the elders of Fallen Spirit sect, turned around and saw a gigantic golden palm coming towards him. What the F***ck? Is this the Buddha's palm? Yi Xian felt a strong sense of pressure as he hurriedly activated his Beast King's rampage. With the speed of nearly 5,000 dragons, he managed to evade the gigantic palm attack. You wasted one of my Beast King's rampage. See if I don't kill you. Yi Xian was enraged as he swiftly dealt with the remaining elders of Fallen Spirits sect before charging towards Yi Xian. What incredible speed! I can't fight him head-on. To be able to become the leader of an intermediate-level territory, the sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect was not to be trifled with. When he saw Yi Xian's strength, he immediately turned around and fled. Although the bone spikes in the air were fast and there were many of them, they could not do anything to a spirit refinement stage cultivator who had already unblocked 2 earth veins. Trying to escape, Yi Xian did not fly up into the air. Instead, he was like a sharp blade as he broke through the waves of bone spikes and chased after the sect leader. Hidden Dragon Swordplay. Hidden Dragon Pierce. A ray of cold light flashed past and penetrated the sect leader's shoulder in the blink of an eye. What? The sect leader of Fallen Spirit sect was shocked. This time, if not for the fact that Yi Xian had miscalculated, his head would have been pierced through. Xiao! Another ray of cold light shot towards him. The sect leader of Fallen Spirit sect was forced to throw out a punch. However, he did not expect that his punch would be destroyed by this ray of cold light. Pooh! The ray of cold light penetrated his palm and pierced through his entire arm before exiting from his back. This arm of his would be crippled in a short period of time. If it was only his arm that was pierced through, it would still be all right. However, his bones had been pierced through as well. His arm was now limp as it rested weakly on his thigh. You deserve to die. The sect leader of Fallen Spirit sect was enraged as he charged towards Yi Xian. Just in time, Yi Xian shouted out. If he could kill this sect leader of Fallen Spirit sect, he might be able to break through to the Spirit Essence stage. Fight! In an instant, the two of them started exchanging blows, completely ignoring the skeleton army around them. The Spirit Essence stage already possessed the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The skeleton army around them was instantly cleared out and retreated by more than 10 meters. This was the first time Yi Xian was fighting against a Spirit Essence stage expert. Luckily, he was prepared and activated the Beast King's Rampage. If not, based on his speed, he might not be able to catch up with the sect leader of Fallen Spirit sect. However, after activating the Beast King's Rampage, the sect leader of Fallen Spirit sect was no longer able to do anything to him. A high-grade heaven-tier martial art. At most, you should be at 50% completion. Since that's the case, you can go and die. Yi Xian was filled with killing intent. At this point, he had already broken through to 60% completion in his Azure Dragon steps. His speed increased tremendously once again. This person is so strong. Where did he come from? Not only did he kill all the elders of Fallen Spirit sect, even I won't be able to escape death. The sect leader of Fallen Spirit sect was in despair. All of his attacks had been dodged by Yi Xian. This meant that he would not be able to kill Yi Xian. Chapter 465. Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales Vengeful Spirit. However, before the Fallen Spirit's sect leader could finish his thoughts, a long sword pierced through his head and came out from his forehead. The Fallen Spirit's sect leader was dead. At that moment, Yi Xian kept the Fallen Spirit's sect leader's Chen Kuan ring and devoured it. Unexpectedly, the Fallen Spirit's sect leader's Chen Kuan ring did not contain many items. He only managed to break through to the Spirit Essence realm with 2,997 dragons. He was just a little bit away from breaking through to the Spirit Essence realm. However, Yi Xian did not mind at all. At that moment, a huge figure was charging towards him. The giant mountain splitter ape. Pong! The giant mountain splitter ape stepped on Yi Xian's previous position. Just as it landed on the ground, Yi Xian was already behind it. Golden Platform Demon Exterminating Palm. Yi Xian struck out with his left palm. The golden palm landed on the giant mountain splitter ape's back, causing it to fall to the ground before it could even stand up. Many skeletons were crushed to death. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian dashed forward and attacked crazily. Under the Beast King's rage, Yi Xian's attacks were extremely powerful. In less than 3 seconds, the giant mountain splitter ape's head was chopped off. Ding! Host has broken through to 3,000 dragons of power. Ding! Host has broken through to the Spirit Essence realm. Ding! Host has opened up one Earth vein. After hearing the 3 consecutive notifications, Yixian could not help but howl towards the sky. Spirit Essence Realm. He had finally broken through to the Spirit Essence Realm. At the moment of breaking through, the aura in his golden dantian had also turned into a spirit essence. Now, he could use the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth to attack. Let me try the power of the Spirit Essence Realm. Yixian leaped into the air and struck down with his palm. In an instant, thousands of skeletons were turned into dust. He had just started learning the golden platform demon exterminating palm and had only opened up one earth vein. However, the power of his martial arts was already so strong. He was indeed worthy of being in the Spirit Essence Realm. Hoo-hoo! Just as Yixian nodded his head satisfactorily, a gust of wind blew into his ears. Kacha-kacha! The Bahuang's sword instantly shattered, cutting off the bone spurs that were shooting towards him. Originally, his cultivation level was his weakness. Regardless of whether it was kinesis flight or anything else, he was always inferior to others. But now he was no longer afraid. However, royal air flight had nothing to do with strength, so his agility advancement had no effect. Yixian felt a lot more relaxed now that he could fly. After all, the skeleton army below did not have wings. He returned to his original position and searched along the stone wall. Fallen Spirit Sect had been in the ghost tomb for at least a day. Yixian had entered so late, yet he had encountered Fallen Spirit Sect. It seemed like the entrance to the 5th level was difficult to find. Yixian searched along the stone walls to see if there were any more giant mountain-splitting apes. However, right at that moment, he suddenly felt that something was strange. He turned around to take a look. What he saw almost scared him to the point of peeing his pants. No wonder Yixian felt so creepy behind him. It turned out that there was a vengeful spirit following behind him. If this were any other time, Yixian would definitely have slain this vengeful spirit. However, this time he did not do so. This vengeful spirit was very small. She looked to be about 5 or 6 years old, and was even a little girl. This little vengeful spirit looked at Yixian with her large, scarlet eyes. She floated in the air, motionless. Yixian had killed at least 8,000 people, if not 10,000. However, he had never killed a child before. Fallen Spirit Sect is really cruel. They won't even let the vengeful spirit of a child go. Yixian shook his head helplessly. Then he turned around and left. He still could not bring himself to do it, even though this was just a vengeful spirit. However, after flying for a while, he turned around again. He realized that this little vengeful spirit was still following him, maintaining a distance of 1,000 meters. "Why are you following me?" Yixian asked with a frown. He did not know if a vengeful spirit retained their memories after death. However, the vengeful spirits he had seen before would pounce on a living person the moment they saw one. This little vengeful spirit did not. It was a little strange. At that moment, this little vengeful spirit suddenly stretched out her hand. Her fingers curled, making a circle. Circle! Yixian raised his eyebrows. This little vengeful spirit could actually understand his words. This meant that this little vengeful spirit had consciousness. In the next moment, he understood. He immediately said, "100 Ghost Pearl?" After hearing this, the little vengeful spirit nodded. It turned out that this little vengeful spirit wanted to be kept in the 100 Ghost Pearl. Fine. Yixian casually took out 100 Ghost Pearl. Then, he activated the secret tome of ghosts and kept the little vengeful spirit in it. People in the land of ghosts could refine vengeful spirits to cultivate. Yixian also cultivated the secret tome of ghosts, but he did not do so. Besides, instead of spending a lot of time refining a vengeful spirit, he might as well go out and kill some sacred beasts. After that, Yixian continued to look for the entrance to the 5th level. However, what he had forgotten was that the little vengeful spirit was able to keep up with his soul essence realm speed. At this time, it had been an hour since Yixian entered the 4th level of the ghost tomb. During this hour, he kept looking for the entrance to the 5th level in the sky. It had to be said that he was unlucky this time. He went around in a big circle before he found the entrance to the 5th level. There was also a seal at the entrance to the 5th level. It was the second seal of the ghost tomb. After finding the entrance, Yi Xian directly rushed in and arrived at the 5th level in the blink of an eye. The 5th level of the ghost tomb was completely different from the 4th level. The 5th level was not big, and the surrounding stone walls were built into a palace. At this time, in front of Yi Xian, there were 8 huge pillars. After Yi Xian arrived, he heard a series of rumbling sounds. In front of him, there was a huge chaotic battle. He looked around and saw another passage not far away. It seemed that that was the other entrance to the ghost tomb. However, none of this mattered anymore. He went over and found that the 100 people were not fighting each other, but 2 vengeful spirits. So strong. 12 Soul Essence Realm experts can only fight to a draw with these 2 vengeful spirits. Yi Xian frowned. At this time, someone suddenly shouted, "Another Soul Essence Realm expert is here. Come and help." The Soul Essence Realm expert that this person was talking about was none other than Yi Xian. The 12 people who were fighting with the 2 vengeful spirits turned their heads and saw Yi Xian running towards them. There was no flying dragon trash. This meant that he was at the Soul Essence Realm. "Little brother, come and help," a strong man shouted. Yi Xian was puzzled. He had just come down. It was good enough that he did not cause trouble. These people were calling for him to help. Was this a joke? He roughly observed them. Among the 12 people, even the weakest 4 were on par with the Fallen Spirits sect leader. The other 8 were much stronger. He estimated that he could at most fight with 4 of them. If 8 of them came, his life would be in danger. Chapter 466. Ghost King Palace, the Ghost King's Pearl? Yi Xian was stunned. The most precious item in the ghost tomb was the Ghost King's Pearl. No one knew the exact realm of the Ghost King, but if the 3rd row of wraiths guarding the Ghost King's Pearl were so powerful, the 4th row of wraiths would be even more so. The Ghost King must be stronger than them, right? Yi Xian suddenly remembered that the ghost tomb had been explored several times. The 1st to 3rd rows of the ghost tomb must have been in good condition before, but after people entered, they all woke up. However, after several explorations, the Ghost King's Pearl was still there. He could try to guess. First, the previous explorers were too weak and died. Second, they saw that the Ghost King's Pearl was too powerful and retreated. Yi Xian felt that the first possibility was more likely because he felt that the Ghost King Palace was a little eerie. Moreover, the group in front was still fighting 2 wraiths. After those 2 wraiths, there were 2 more powerful ones. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian didn't make a move and snatched all of their universe rings. However, if he did not take action, the group would not be able to kill the 2 wraiths. He immediately rushed over and joined the battle. Although his realm was the lowest, his strength was above everyone else. As soon as he joined the battle, the 2 wraiths were pierced through by his sword. Their spiritual bodies shook violently. So strong. That was what everyone thought. The score was originally 6-6, but now that Yi Xian had joined the battle, it became 6-7. In less than 5 seconds, the wraiths that Yi Xian was in charge of were killed and dissipated. Not long after, the 2nd wraith died. Phew, we finally killed the 3rd column's wraiths. The group heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Xian looked around. There were at least 8 factions in the 100. Even if they killed the 4th column's wraiths, there was only 1 Ghost King's Pearl. How would they split it? He was afraid that he could only fight to the death. However, with Yi Xian's participation, there were 9 factions. "Little brother, where are you from?" An old man stepped forward. "Everywhere is my home. I just happened to pass by," Yi Xian replied casually. "Oh." When the old man heard this, his eyes immediately lit up as he said, "I wonder if little brother has heard of the legend of this ghost tomb?" "I know." Yi Xian nodded. "Haha, good. I am the sect master of the Eastern Mountain Territory's Heaven's Peak sect. I earnestly request little brother to lend us a helping hand. After this matter is completed, there will definitely be generous rewards." The old man got straight to the point. Sure enough, this was exactly as Yi Xian had guessed. When these people saw that he was alone, they began to rope him in. The other powers also had the same idea. However, Yi Xian shook his head and said, "Sorry. I'm also interested in this Ghost King Pearl." "You overestimate yourself. As soon as he said this, someone released a cold snort. It was a robust man. Yi Xian had taken a look just now. This brawny man's strength was about the same as the old man in front of him. These two were the top experts among the 12 people. "Little brother, are you not going to consider it?" The old man narrowed his eyes and asked. "Nope." Yi Xian directly shook his head. The old man did not say anything else. After all, those who could cultivate to this level were not fools. Furthermore, they were all ambitious. The Ghost King in the Ghost King Pearl was at the Soul Essence realm at the very least. If an expert comparable to the 72 ley veins appeared, then they would have struck gold. Alright, since that's the case, then let's discuss how to deal with the vengeful spirits of the fourth pillar. The old man said loudly. Everyone gathered around. These 8 powers were led by the old man and the robust man. The last 2 pillars had 2 vengeful spirits, so naturally, they were divided into 2 teams. The configuration was actually the same as before, but Yi Xian, who had just arrived, had to choose a side to fight on. This side. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. After all, the robust man had just slandered him. If he did not teach him a lesson, he would really think that Yi Xian was a sick cat. Yi Xian's position was very important. After all, there were 9 powers here. If one of the vengeful spirits died, no one could guarantee that those people would not help. Humph! The robust man also snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. Alright, since that's the case, then it's settled. The 7 of us will be on the left, and the 6 of you will be on the right, the old man said with a satisfied smile. The robust man did not refute and snorted again. Soon, the 100 people were divided into 2 teams. Under the old man's order, they approached the 4th pillar. Sure enough, when they got closer, 2 figures appeared on the pillars. Kill! Whoever dares to go first, everyone will attack together. The old man shouted. In an instant, the group of people attacked the 2 female vengeful spirits with disheveled hair. The 2 female vengeful spirits had crazily long fingernails and defeated all the attacks. However, they did not dare to take the attacks of Soul Essence Realm experts head-on. Yi Xian had also found a good position and started attacking. As for the bait, the old man would be the bait. The strength of these 2 female vengeful spirits was indeed stronger than the 3rd pillar. If Yi Xian had not joined in, the left side would not have been able to hold on. Before Yi Xian joined in, the strength of the right side was about the same as the left side. Therefore, the right side was instantly breached, and a Soul Essence Realm expert died. Not good. The old man's face sank. He did not care about the vengeful spirits anymore and directly rushed towards the Ghost King Pearl. Not only him, but the others also did the same. In an instant, the 2 vengeful spirits began their massacre. As for Yi Xian, he did not rush over. Instead, he began to collect the universe rings. After all, the Ghost King Pearl would not run away, and these people could not immediately control the Ghost King. Besides, there was only one entrance, so he was not in a hurry. Yi Xian shuttled through the crowd. Everywhere he passed, there would be a series of intense screams. Those who were targeted by Yi Xian would naturally have one of their wrists broken. At this moment, a person had already climbed up the platform where the Ghost King Pearl was placed. It was the old man. However, in the next moment, countless attacks swept towards him. A battle instantly broke out in front of him. A group of people were fighting for the Ghost King Pearl. 2 battles broke out in the Ghost King Palace. Yi Xian was fishing in troubled waters. He took all the universe rings of those warriors who had not even reached the Soul Essence Realm. However, he did not kill these people. He just let them attract the vengeful spirit's attention. He devoured all the things in the universe rings, but unfortunately, even with so many things, it was still not enough for him to break through. At this moment, he placed his attention on the platform again. No one had obtained the Black Ghost King Pearl. The old man and the brawny man were also fighting. It had to be said that greedy people were too terrifying. In order to fight for the Ghost King Pearl, these 11 people did not even care about their own team. Suddenly, a Soul Essence Realm expert touched the Ghost King Pearl. However, in the next moment, his hand was directly chopped off, followed by his head. The Soul Essence Realm experts were instantly reduced to 10 people. Chapter 467. A A chaotic battle, however. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, "The Ghost King Pearl is cracked! The Ghost King Pearl is cracked!" What? Everyone present was stunned and turned their heads to look. Indeed, there was a crack on the Black Ghost King Pearl. This meant that the Ghost King was no longer in the Ghost King Pearl. How is this possible? Everyone's eyes widened. It was a waste of energy for them to fight over such a useless pearl. On the other side, the two wraiths were also slaughtered by those who had not reached the Soul Essence realm. Not a single one was left. Then they pounced over. Not good. Let's get rid of these two wraiths first. The old man's expression changed as he exchanged glances with the brawny man. The 10 of them were still attacking each other earlier, but now they had reached a consensus to kill the wraiths first. Yi Xian also took the unlucky guy's universe ring and joined the battle. "I'll hold this one back first. You guys quickly kill it." The old man volunteered. He had already opened 3 earth veins, so it was not a problem for him to hold it back for a short period of time. The other 9 people and Yi Xian paused for a moment, then instantly attacked the other one. The 10 Soul Essence Realm experts attacked together, and the damage was off the charts. In less than 10 seconds, the wraiths were killed. Although these two wraiths are not strong, their vitality is much higher than ordinary wraiths. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Soon, the second wraiths also fell. The reason why they were divided into 2 teams instead of holding back one while the others quickly dealt with the other was because they belonged to different factions. Now, other than the 11 of them, there were no other living people in the Ghost King Palace. Sigh, what a blunder. The Ghost King has already broken the seal. The old man looked at the group of corpses on the 4th pillar and shook his head helplessly. This ghost tomb has 3 seals. The Ghost King has already broken the first seal, and there is a second seal at the entrance of the Ghost King Palace. I wonder where the Ghost King is now. Someone asked. Maybe it's nearby. Be careful. The 10 of them looked around vigilantly. They had a common enemy now, and that was the Ghost King. If they were not careful, all of them might very well die here. At this moment, they could only pray in their hearts that this Ghost King was not too strong. They looked around for a few minutes but found nothing. This Ghost King might have already broken the 2nd seal, or even the 3rd seal. That's right. If it was still here, it would definitely have attacked. Then At this moment, the group of people suddenly turned their gazes to Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian sensed their gazes and immediately dashed out. He asked in shock, "What are you guys trying to do?" He found it very strange. These people were still fighting with their lives on the line, but now all their attention was on him. Their eyes were full of killing intent. However, in the next moment, this group of people dispersed into 7 groups. There were 2 people on the old man's side and 2 people on the brawny man's side. The remaining 6 people formed a team. Since the Ghost King's Pearl is useless, what are these people doing? Are they eyeing other people's cosmos rings? Yi Xian silently said in his heart. This way it was to his liking. After all, he was doing this for the universe ring. At this moment, the old man said loudly, "Everyone, since the Ghost King's Pearl is useless, shouldn't you be leaving?" As soon as he said this, the brawny man immediately retorted, "Old man, do you think I don't know? If we leave, you'll keep it all to yourself?" Hearing their words, Yi Xian was deeply surprised. Could it be that there were other good things in the Ghost King Palace? "Little brother, from the looks of it, you probably don't know. I beg you to help me again. After this is done, I'll definitely reward you handsomely." The old man tried to rope him in again. This was because he could see that Yi Xian was much stronger than the others. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Yi Xian sneered. In fact, he did not know anything. He was just acting. "So you've heard." The old man narrowed his eyes. He originally thought that Yi Xian was just passing by like what he said. He did not expect Yi Xian to know. "Old man, we haven't found the item yet. Are we going to start a fight?" A Soul Essence Realm expert asked. "All right, if that's the case, let's find the item first." The old man nodded. Sure enough, there are other things in the Ghost King Palace that are more precious than the Ghost King's Pearl. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Previously, the middle-aged man from the Poison King sect only talked about the Ghost King's Pearl. However, these experts from other territories knew more. This was a little inconceivable. Alright, then let's rely on our own abilities. The brawny man also agreed. At this moment, they dispersed in a hubbub, looking for something in the Ghost King Palace. Yi Xian also followed their example and wandered around the Ghost King Palace. However, he did not know what these people were looking for. The 11 of them wandered around the Ghost King Palace. At the same time, they were also observing the others to see if they had found anything. At this moment, suddenly, a scream rang out. Everyone turned their heads and saw that a Soul Essence Realm expert's head had been chopped off. And the one who chopped off his head was that old man. Found it? Everyone thought so in their hearts. The atmosphere in the Ghost King Palace instantly became oppressive. Immediately after, the battle broke out again. Brat, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Go to hell. A Soul Essence Realm expert shouted and charged towards Yi Xian. You're courting death. Yi Xian's eyes shot out 2 rays of light as he directly activated Beast King Rampage. Although power was not very useful in the Soul Essence Realm, it was still useful to increase one's strength. Although this Soul Essence Realm expert had only opened 1 earth vein, he was already trying to open the second one. His strength was not bad. Unfortunately, he encountered Yi Xian. Hidden Dragon Sword Art. Hidden Dragon Thrust. A cold gleam entered the Soul Essence Realm expert's head, instantly killing him. He would never have thought that Yi Xian's Hidden Dragon Sword Art had already reached 90% mastery. Although they had both opened 1 earth vein, Yi Xian's strength was not something he could compare to. Humph! Yi Xian snorted coldly and went over to take the universe ring. Ding! The host has opened 2 earth veins. A notification sound rang out. In the Soul Essence Realm, every time one opened an earth vein, they would be able to use more Yuan Qi. This time, Yi Xian's strength had a huge leap. After he killed this person, he turned his head and saw that Zhou had already started fighting on the other side. That old man had already become everyone's target and was being attacked by a group of people. No, the bloodline seed is not with me. Chapter 468. All of them fell. At this moment, excluding Yi Xian, there were only 9 people left in the Ghost King Palace. The old man had a companion, so the 2 of them were defending against the attacks of the other 7 people. Even though the old man was an expert with 3 earth veins, he couldn't withstand such a torment. However, he revealed the secret of the Ghost King Palace. Bloodline Seed. When Yi Xian heard this, he was a little surprised. It turned out that there was a bloodline seed in the Ghost King Palace. It was most likely left behind by the owner of the Ghost Tomb. No wonder. This bloodline seed should be a heaven-level martial art. It's definitely more precious than the Ghost King Pearl. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Right now, he was learning an upper-level heaven-level martial art. Heaven-level martial arts could only be learned by those in the spirit realm. Even if he couldn't use it, he could still take it. At this moment, he also charged over. It's not mine. Take this interspatial ring if you want it. The old man threw the interspatial ring that he had just obtained at a random person. In an instant, that person became everyone's target and died in less than a second. After he died, the interspatial ring was obtained by the nearest robust man. The robust man checked it, and sure enough, there was no bloodline seed in the interspatial ring. At this moment, he finally understood that the old man was preemptive. He planned to kill everyone before looking for the bloodline seed. Old man, let's work together to kill them, the robust man yelled. Okay. The old man nodded. Both of them had already opened 3 earth veins. In addition, there was an expert with 2 earth veins on each side. With the 4 of them working together, it was enough to kill everyone. Among the remaining 4 people, one of them had only opened 1 earth vein. They couldn't stop the robust man and the old man at all. However, there was a soul refinement stage expert who had opened 2 earth veins that targeted Yi Xian. You really don't know what's good for you. Did you not see how I instantly killed that person? Yi Xian sneered in his heart. His speed instantly increased. Azure Dragon Steps at 70% mastery. Hidden Dragon Sword Art at 90% mastery. Sword Saint Bloodline. Beast King Bloodline. These were enough for Yi Xian to challenge those in the soul refinement stage. Swish! Yi Xian's speed exploded to the extreme as he instantly arrived beside the blind essence soul realm martial artist and stabbed out with his sword. Kacha! This martial artist's head was directly pierced through. Yi Xian didn't even use the hidden dragon sword technique. After his death, his interspatial ring instantly fell into the hands of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's strength also increased a little because of this. Among these people, the highest realm among them had only opened 3 earth veins, so their attainments in Tian-class martial arts were not high. Only the old man and the brawny man had reached 40% completion, while Yi Xian was only 1 step away from 100% completion. This was the difference between them. While Yi Xian was killing this cultivator, the brawny man was also killing the rest. There were only 4 people left in the Ghost King Palace. When the brawny man turned around, he saw that his companion had been killed by Yi Xian. He immediately roared, "How dare you kill him? Not only do I dare to kill him, I dare to kill you too." Yi Xian shouted coldly and suddenly moved forward. Although he had only opened 2 earth veins, his strength definitely surpassed that of the brawny man who had opened 3 earth veins. In an instant, the 2 of them exchanged blows. However, just as they came into contact, the brawny man was forced to retreat from the impact. In just 1 round, the outcome was decided. In the second round, Yi Xian directly used his killing move. Hidden Dragon Sword Art. Hidden Dragon Stab. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as the long sword in his hand pierced out like lightning. The cold gleam from the tip of the sword instantly entered the brawny man's glabella. The brawny man, a soul refinement stage expert who had opened 3 earth veins, fell just like that. Yi Xian swept over and devoured his interspatial ring. Just a little more. These items were not enough for him to open 3 earth veins. Therefore, Yi Xian placed his attention on the old man and the other middle-aged man. Since Yi Xian had the ability to kill the brawny man, he naturally posed a threat to them. "Little brother, there is no enmity between us. Let's stop here." The old man looked at Yi Xian and suddenly felt a little worried. He felt that even if the 2 of them joined forces, they were still no match for Yi Xian. "Hand over your interspatial rings and I can spare your lives," Yi Xian said coldly. After the old man heard this, he exchanged glances with the middle-aged man beside him and shouted angrily, "Don't be too greedy in life. Little brother, don't be too greedy. If that's the case, then I'll just have to do it myself. When the time comes, I won't show any mercy." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The old man hesitated for a moment. "Then this old man would like to see what you have to say such words." Immediately, the 2 of them rushed out. Right now, there were only the 3 of them left in the Ghost King Hall. As long as they killed Yi Xian, the legendary bloodline seed would be theirs. "Humph, die." Yi Xian's eyes were filled with murderous intent as his aura surged. One of them had opened 3 earth veins, while the other had opened 2. It was not a big deal to him. Hidden Dragon Swordsmanship. Yi Xian immediately used his most powerful martial technique. He used the vital qi in his body to manipulate the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi. This made his attack twice as powerful as the other 2 combined. So powerful. I'm afraid he has reached 100% mastery. The old man and the middle-aged man exchanged glances. Although Yi Xian's hidden dragon swordsmanship was only at 90% mastery, he had the sacred swordsman bloodline and the enhancement of the Bahuang sword. Its power was definitely on par with or even surpassing 100% mastery. It seemed that they had bitten off more than they could chew. They guessed that Yi Xian must be from some big faction. Otherwise, it would be rare for a disciple from a big sect to reach 100% mastery of an upper-grade heaven-level martial technique at such a young age. "Let's go." The old man knew that he was no match for Yi Xian and immediately shouted in a low voice, "You're too naive. Die." Yi Xian took advantage of the moment when the middle-aged man turned around and quickly stabbed with his sword, instantly killing the middle-aged man. Next, it was a one-on-one battle. Originally, the old man and the middle-aged man were unable to do anything to Yi Xian in a 2-on-1 battle. Now that it was a 1-on-1 battle, it was impossible for the old man to be Yi Xian's opponent. "Stop, stop. I admit defeat." I'll give you the universe ring." When the old man saw Yi Xian's insane speed, he hurriedly shouted, "Do I need you to give it to me?" Yi Xian shouted angrily. In less than 3 rounds, he had killed the old man. Ding! The host has opened the 3rd earth vein. Another notification sound rang out. Yi Xian could not help but laugh. These people were all top experts from a big faction. Their net worth was definitely not low. However, it did not matter. Even if their net worth increased by 100 times, it would not be able to match the martial arts seed of a spirit stage expert. "Now, no one will fight with me." Yi Xian rushed out once again and searched the Ghost King Palace. He wondered where the martial arts seed was hidden. Chapter 469. Shangqing Palace, where is the bloodline seed? I've been searching so carefully. Why can't I find anything? Yi Xian was very helpless. He searched around again, but he still couldn't find anything. He also tried to destroy the surrounding walls and pillars, but he wasn't strong enough. It seemed that there were only a few possibilities. First, there was no bloodline seed at all. Second, it had been taken away by someone. Third, the bloodline seed was in a place that he couldn't get for the time being. "I don't believe it." Yi Xian circled the Ghost King Palace a few more times, but he still couldn't find anything. He gave up. Forget it. Forget it. It's not bad to be able to open up 3 earth veins. Yi Xian left the 5th floor in disappointment. Then, he walked around the 4th floor and found the Corpse Master sect, so he destroyed it along the way. Then, he left the Ghost Tomb. Although he didn't obtain the Ghost King Pearl or the martial arts seed in this trip to the Ghost Tomb, he broke through to the Soul Essence realm and opened up 3 earth veins. This was already considered very good. According to the middle-aged man from the Poison King sect, after the seal at the entrance of the Ghost Tomb was broken, it would close after a certain period of time. At that time, it would need another 10 million resentful spirits. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to care about it. He could do whatever he wanted. When he left the Ghost Tomb and was about to leave, he suddenly encountered a team that had just arrived. There were 10 people in this team, and all of them were wearing white clothes. This was the first time Yi Xian saw them. However, the strength of this team shocked him. These 10 people were all Soul Essence Realm experts. Which territory is this force from? 10 Soul Essence Realm experts, and they are all around 30 years old. I just don't know how strong they are. Yi Xian frowned. Just as he was about to retreat, he was stared at by a few people. "Stop!" a young man shouted. It was obvious that he was calling for Yi Xian. When Yi Xian heard the voice, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He felt that the people in this team were not at a lower realm than him. Of course, realm did not represent strength. It was obvious that the weak could defeat the strong in the Soul Essence realm. "What's the matter?" Yi Xian turned to look at them. A young man took a few steps forward and said, "Did you just come out from the Ghost Tomb? So what if I am?" Yi Xian replied coldly. He did not give them any face. After all, this person's attitude was not good from the start. He did not ask them to slow down, but to stand still. "Is the Ghost King's Pearl still inside?" The young man asked again. "I don't know. I didn't pass the 4th level." Yi Xian shook his head. The 4th floor. The 10 of them looked at each other. They didn't know much about the Ghost Tomb. "Come here and take us down," the young man said in a commanding tone. This made Yi Xian very unhappy. "Are you my son? Do you think I can just take you in just because you want to?" "My apologies, I still have matters to attend to. Farewell." Yi Xian cupped his fists at them, then turned around and left. "What a guy! How dare you be so arrogant? You're courting death." The young man was furious. He immediately drew his sword and charged towards Yi Xian. "F***ck your brother-in-law. Do you think I, Yi Xian, am easy to bully?" Yi Xian could not take it anymore. He took out the Bahuang sword and stabbed. Whoosh! This sword was as smooth as flowing water and as fast as lightning. The silver light swept in front of the young man in an instant. The young man was shocked. He dodged sideways, but his reaction was a little slow. The silver light pierced through his left shoulder. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian's other sword had arrived. The young man's right shoulder was hit again. Blood spurted out. What a fast attack. The 9 people behind the young man were slightly shocked. They all wondered if they could have dodged those 2 swords if they had been in his place. If Yi Xian did not know the cultivation level of the leader and did not want to cause trouble, the young man would have been dead. You're courting death. The young man's shoulders were pierced. He was furious and prepared to fight to the death with Yi Xian. But at this moment, the leader of the group, the man with sword-like eyebrows, shouted, "Stop!" The young man steadied himself and looked at the man with sword-like eyebrows. The man with sword-like eyebrows frowned. Yi Xian's age and strength were similar to theirs. He must be from some big force. I am Yi Feng, a disciple of Shangqing Palace in Tianjua territory. May I ask who you are? The man with sword-like eyebrows asked politely, but it was too late to treat him politely. What does it have to do with you who I am? Yi Xian answered coldly. Since he had already made a move and made a grudge, he could not be a coward. How dare you? How dare you be disrespectful to senior brother Yi? 2 disciples immediately jumped out and pointed at Yi Xian's nose in exasperation. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered that Tianjua territory seemed to be the most powerful middle-level territory in this area. He did not expect that the people of Tianjua territory would also come. You are not from Ghost Tomb territory, right? I hope you can forgive us for offending you just now. The man with sword-like eyebrows cupped his fist and said. The surrounding disciples were very puzzled. Even if Yi Xian had a strong background, he was only one person after all. Moreover, Yi Xian had injured their junior brother. But the man with sword-like eyebrows still had to respectfully greet him. What was going on? These disciples all knew the habits of the man with sword-like eyebrows. If it was in the past, he would have killed Yi Xian long ago. Goodbye. Yi Xian did not want to talk nonsense with them. After saying that, he turned around and left. This time, the man with sword-like eyebrows could not bear it anymore and shouted angrily, "Stop! TSK, TSK. You really showed your true colors." Yi Xian sneered and turned around. He knew that the man with sword-like eyebrows must be thinking about him. This group of people clearly had the strength to enter Ghost Tomb directly, but they insisted on letting him lead them. There must be something fishy. No, it should be said that the man with sword-like eyebrows was strange. What do you want? Yi Xian asked. The man with sword-like eyebrows paused and said, Your body is contaminated with too much evil aura. There must be something extremely evil in your interspatial ring. Hand over your interspatial ring. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Nonsense. I stayed in Ghost Tomb for a few months. How can there be no evil aura on me? Our Shangqing Palace is very sensitive to evil aura. You must have something like the 100 Ghost Pearl in your interspatial ring. At the same time, you must have practiced this kind of cultivation method. The man with sword-like eyebrows said. So what? Yi Xian replied. Our Shangqing Palace is responsible for purifying evil. Since you have practiced this kind of cultivation method, you can forget about leaving today. The man with sword-like eyebrows narrowed his eyes. Purify evil? Do you think you are a priest? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. It seemed that there was going to be a tough battle. He estimated that the man with sword-like eyebrows had opened 5 meridians, or even more. After hearing what the man with sword-like eyebrows said, the group of disciples also surrounded them. Ordinary people would be at a loss when faced with such a situation, but Yi Xian liked to fight in groups. This way, he could find a soft persimmon to pinch. He did not believe that this group of people could practice a heaven-level body movement technique to 60%. Chapter 470. Ghost King, say your grandmother's leg. Yi Xian cursed. Do it. The man with the sword-shaped eyebrows shouted, and the other 9 men simultaneously launched their attacks at Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian's figure flashed as he launched a counterattack. It had to be said that the strength of the disciples of Shangqing Palace was not bad. That young man was just careless. If he had been cautious, he would not have been hit so easily. The 9 disciples were also very surprised. Even when the 9 of them joined forces, they still couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. This was enough to prove Yi Xian's aptitude. Humph. The man with sword-like eyebrows snorted coldly. It was obvious that he was not satisfied with the 9 people's performance. He took out his weapon and prepared to attack personally. In the arena, Yi Xian's face was gloomy. These 9 people had already given him a lot of pressure. After fighting for 10 seconds, he had not injured a single person. If this man with sword-like eyebrows attacked again, he would be in trouble. At that moment, he quickly descended. "You want to leave?" The 9 disciples of Shangxing Palace gave chase. However, Yi Xian did not intend to leave for the time being. After all, it was easier for 9 people to dodge attacks in the air. On land, there would be fewer attacks. When the 9 of them landed on the ground, Yi Xian suddenly activated Beast King's Rampage. Although it didn't increase his spirit realm by as much, it still increased his chances of winning by 30%. At this moment, the man with sword-like eyebrows in the air finally made his move. Swish! The man with the sword-like eyebrows swooped down and gripped his sword tightly, preparing to kill Yi Xian in one strike. So fast. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. This man's speed was almost on par with his. If it was a one-on-one battle, Yi Xian would not be afraid of him. However, there were still 9 small fries around him. Yi Xian was under a lot of pressure. However, at this moment, the interspatial ring in Yi Xian's hand suddenly glowed and a petite figure appeared. This change shocked Yi Xian. He turned his head and realized that it was a wraith. Moreover, it was the little vengeful spirit that he had taken in the end. How is that possible? Yi Xian's eyes widened. This little wraith should have already been stored in the 100 Ghost Pearl. But now it had actually run out on its own. One should know that there were 2 restrictions. One was the 100 Ghost Pearl, and the other was the interspatial ring. Previously, Yi Xian had also sorted out the items and put all the 100 Ghost Pearls and 1,000 Ghost Pearls into his interspatial ring. He was going to find a place to bury them. After the little resentful spirit appeared, it smiled at Yi Xian. Then, it extended its fingernails and instantly rushed in front of a Prime Purity Palace disciple. Hiss! Before the disciple could react, the sharp nails pierced through his chest. He was stunned, and so were the others. Even Yi Xian was stunned. What was going on? Yi Xian did not understand what was going on. He watched as his disciple went limp on the ground. The man with sword-like eyebrows, who was swooping down, opened his eyes wide. He immediately changed his target. The little wraith had killed his Prime Purity Palace disciple. He was determined to destroy the little wraith. However, when he rushed in front of the little wraith, it killed another Prime Purity Palace disciple. Moreover, it was the young man whose shoulders were pierced by Yi Xian just now. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. The man with sword-like eyebrows and the little wraith came into contact. However, the former's long sword was blocked by the latter's fingernails. Now Yi Xian also realized what was going on. No matter what was going on, this little wraith was helping him. Therefore, he could not waste this excellent opportunity. He immediately rushed out and put away the 2 interspatial rings. His cultivation level increased again. Although he did not open the same meridian again, he could mobilize more chi of heaven and earth. Originally, he was pinned down by 9 people. Now that 2 people were gone and his strength increased, the remaining 7 people would be defeated by him. Hidden Dragon Swordsmanship, Hidden Dragon Stab. He began to attack wildly. He was probably the only one who dared to use such a crazy move. In less than 2 seconds, a disciple's head was pierced. In the 3rd second, another disciple died. The little wraith was a great help to Yi Xian. It helped Yi Xian hold back the man with sword-like eyebrows, allowing Yi Xian to kill him with ease. Damn it, where did this damn thing come from? How can this brat control such a powerful wraith? The man with sword-like eyebrows cursed in his heart. If it were not for this little wraith, Yi Xian would have died under his sword. However, he could only watch as his junior brothers died one by one at the hands of Yi Xian. As for him, there was nothing he could do. Soon, the 9 people died under Yi Xian's sword one by one. At the same time, Yi Xian had opened 4 earth meridians. Now you're finished. Yi Xian widened his eyes and quickly rushed out. The man with sword-like eyebrows was livid. He wanted to leave, But this little wraith was faster than him and its attacks were fierce. He had no chance at all. If he waited until Yi Xian arrived, he would be dead meat. I can't accept this. I, Yi Feng, am going to be killed by this evil creature. I can't accept this. The man with sword-like eyebrows roared in his heart. At this moment, he understood why his senses were so strong. It was because he sensed this little wraith. Ghost King. She must be the Ghost King. The man with sword-like eyebrows finally reacted. In the ghost tomb, only the Ghost King had such powerful strength. If he had known, he would not have stopped Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he was too slow to react. Die! Yi Xian's eyes burst with murderous intent. The man with sword-like eyebrows was suppressed by the little wraith. Now that he joined in, the situation instantly became a one-sided affair. 3 seconds later, a bloody hole appeared between the man's eyebrows. Yi Xian's sword pierced through him. Dead. Phew, he's finally dead. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. If he really had to face these 10 people from Shangqing Palace, he would have no choice but to run away. He would have to exhaust them to escape. However, he did not expect to have a helper. The man with sword-like eyebrows had already opened 6 earth veins. His strength was impressive, but he ended up with his head blown off. After the man with sword-like eyebrows died, Yi Xian quickly took his interspatial ring and unceremoniously devoured it. Then, he turned his attention to the little wraith nearby. You're the Ghost King, right? Yi Xian understood and asked. The little wraith retracted her fingernails and nodded. Who would have thought that the Ghost King was a little girl? Although she did not know if she was before, she was now. You broke the first and second seals, but you can't break the third seal. So you asked me to take you in and take you out of the ghost tomb? Yi Xian asked again. The little wraith nodded again. Indeed, she used Yi Xian because she could not break the third seal of the ghost tomb. Yi Xian and the little wraith looked at each other for a while. The former was on the verge of breaking down. He had fought for the Ghost King's pearl just now, but he did not know that the Ghost King had been taken in by him. He was truly helpless. The ghost tomb was the place where the Ghost King was sealed. The Poison King sect was destroyed in order to protect the ghost tomb. Chapter 471. Bloodline Seed. Yi Xian was also hesitating. He was hesitating whether he should kill the little Ghost King to prevent it from harming the world. After all, the little Ghost King possessed intelligence. At this moment, the little vengeful spirit suddenly pointed at Yi Xian and then at her left hand. What? Yi Xian frowned and subconsciously looked at the universe ring on his left hand. He immersed his mind into the universe ring and was completely stunned in the next moment. There was an extra seed in his universe ring. It was a bloodline seed. This is the bloodline seed left behind by the spirit stage expert? Yi Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. It was obvious that this bloodline seed was left behind by the little vengeful spirit. He looked at the little vengeful spirit in horror. He saw the little vengeful spirit waving her translucent hand before turning around and flying away. Yi Xian did not chase after her. He took out the bloodline seed and was stunned. He had released the little vengeful spirit, and the little vengeful spirit had saved him once again. Now he had obtained another bloodline seed. In the end, he still owed the little vengeful spirit a favor. Forget it. It doesn't seem to be as terrifying as the legends say. It shouldn't harm the world. Yi Xian shook his head. The little Ghost King still possessed intelligence. If she wanted to kill Yi Xian would have already died. In the blink of an eye, the little vengeful spirit disappeared from Yi Xian's sight. Let me see what this heaven-level martial art of yours is. Yi Xian held the bloodline seed in his hand and silently chanted "Devour" in his heart. Ding! The host's realm is not high enough. The system notified. An ordinary person would refine the bloodline seed, but Yi Xian could directly devour it. Since the system had notified him, it meant that it would be useless even if he devoured it. As expected, even if I give this bloodline seed to that old man, he won't be able to refine it. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. However, he knew that this bloodline seed was a heaven-level martial art called the Heaven's Grudge Blade technique. It was a pity that he couldn't learn it. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind playing around with his saber. It had been more than half a year since he came to the Blood Rock continent. It was time to go back and take a look. I wonder how the Supreme Judge and the others are doing. Yi Xian thought to himself as he headed in one direction. This time, he wanted to return to the Heavenly Water Continent and see his family. He spent a few days to rush to the Deep-Sea Underground Palace. However, there was another problem. This Deep-Sea Underground Palace was built by a Soul Essence Realm expert. There was an array formation inside, and only people in the Strength Realm could pass through. Of course, it was also possible for one's strength to surpass the Soul Essence Realm. As for Yi Xian, he had only opened for Earth Veins. It was unknown whether he could break through the array formation and enter the Deep-Sea Underground Palace. He re-entered the entrance of the Underwater Palace. As expected, with his current cultivation level, he was unable to enter the Underwater Palace. He was blocked by the formation. Yi Xian did not know what realm the Essence Soul Realm expert who built the Deep-Sea Underground Palace was in. Had he opened 1 Earth Vein, 72 Earth Veins, or 36 Heaven Veins? It seems that I can only use brute force. Yi Xian took out the 8 Desolate Sword and aimed it at the array formation. There were 2 ways to break the array. The first was to destroy the entire array, and the second was to break a hole. Yi Xian did not need to completely destroy the array. He only needed to break a hole to enter. After breaking a hole, he naturally could not use an AoE skill like the Golden Platform Exterminating Magic Palm. He needed to use a more focused martial art like the Silver Dragon Thrust. Hidden Dragon Sword Art. Hidden Dragon Thrust. Hidden Dragon Sword Art. Hidden Dragon Thrust. Yi Xian kept using the Hidden Dragon Thrust, which was at 90% mastery, to attack the same point of the array formation. The array formation was constantly shaking from the attacks, producing loud rumbling sounds. It had to be said that the defensive strength of this array formation was very high. Yi Xian attacked it more than 10 times, but he was still unable to break through it. It seemed that it would not be easy to return to the Heavenly Water Continent. With his current realm, the Heavenly Water Continent and the Blood Rock Continent were not far away. However, this was the only way back. After all, above the Deep-Sea Underground Palace was the chaotic astral ocean. Even Spirit Realm experts could die there. If he, who was only at the Spirit Realm, dared to go there, he would definitely die without a complete corpse. Yi Xian kept using the Hidden Dragon Thrust. Although he had the Sacred Tree of Life to recover his chi, it was still a high-rank heaven-level martial art. Using it continuously was not enough. Very soon, his true chi was completely depleted. However, the formation was also recovering at the same time as he was recovering his true chi. I can't just use all my chi. It seems that I need to spend some time to continuously attack and prevent the array from recovering. Yi Xian thought in his heart. In short, he needed to continuously attack. Yi Xian walked forward. The bloodline of the Sacred Tree of Life allowed his chi to recover at an astonishing speed. Not only that, but his physical strength would also quickly recover. Therefore, this time he also needed to use normal attacks to break the array formation. Hidden Dragon Thrust, normal attacks. Hidden Dragon Thrust, normal attacks. Yi Xian maintained this rhythm, allowing his chi to recover and consume the same amount. This time, he attacked the array formation for an entire day. After that, the formation was finally broken through and he entered it. I'm finally in. Yi Xian was exhausted. If it wasn't for the support of the bloodline of the Sacred Tree of Life, he definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on. However, it was already good that he was able to enter. He was afraid that he couldn't break the array formation. If that was the case, he could only come back after his realm increased. He still had the map of the Deep-Sea Underground Palace. With this map, he quickly returned to the Dragon Palace. Human? Yi Xian looked at the 2 guards on the walls of the Dragon Palace in surprise. The Dragon Palace was the territory of the Sea Dragon clan. He passed by it when he went to the Blood Rock continent and something happened. However, a human appeared here. This was a bit inconceivable. Could it be the Heavenly Water Continent's spiritual force realm? Yi Xian thought in his heart, then walked over. Who are you? The 2 warriors on the Dragon Palace also saw Yi Xian, and one of them immediately asked, Who are you? Yixin frowned and asked, "What nonsense are you talking about? You came from the Blood Rock continent, right? Hurry up and go back." The warrior said impatiently. This sentence made Yixin frown immediately. Just now, he guessed that these two were sent by the Great Elder. However, based on the quality of these two people, he was sure that these two were definitely not from the first main city. "I'm originally from the Heavenly Water Continent. I want to go back now. Hurry up and get out of my way or else." Yixin's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Originally from the Heavenly Water Island?" The warrior muttered. After exchanging glances with the other warrior, he coldly snorted and said, "What kind of joke is this? You, a piece of trash who hasn't even reached the spiritual force realm, want to go to the Blood Rock continent?" Chapter 472. Skywater Island Incident. However, the man's words made Yixin furrow his brows. Skywater Island? Yixin opened his eyes wide. Hearing this, Yixin immediately understood that these two men were not from the Skywater continent. If not, why would they call the Skywater Island Skywater Island? It looked like something had happened in the Skywater continent when he went to the Blood Rock continent. Swoosh! In an instant, he dashed forward, broke through the Dragon Palace's formation, and arrived in front of these two men. When these two men finally reacted, they were completely stunned. A young Heavenly Core warrior had teleported in front of them, as if he had teleported. How was this possible? Where did you come from? Answer me. If you speak any nonsense, I'll kill you immediately. Yixin stood in front of these two men with the 8 desolate sword in his hand. You? The other man didn't seem to understand what was going on. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a cold sensation on his neck, and his head fell to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. The remaining man widened his eyes. He didn't dare speak any nonsense, so he quickly said, We're from the Skywolf Island." As expected, Yixin's guess was correct. These two men were not from the Skywater continent. "Where is the Skywolf Island? Why are you here?" Yixin asked again. "The Skywolf Island is near the Skywater Island. We were ordered by Lord Tang Tian to guard this place," the man said without hesitation. "What? Tang Tian?" Yixin's body trembled. He was quite familiar with this name. The crown prince of the Tang dynasty was called Tang Tian, and he entered the Soaring Heaven Mansion at the same time as Yixin. After that, both sides had some conflicts and Tang Tian went missing. "Then what does Tang Tian look like?" Yixin asked again. After that, the man described Tang Tian's appearance. Indeed, this was the same Tang Tian that Yixin knew. What is going on? Yixin did not understand the situation, so he immediately asked the man a few more questions. He had to get to the bottom of this matter. The man did not dare to hide anything. After all, Yixin had killed him like a chicken. If he was discovered, his head would probably roll to the ground in the next moment. However, he couldn't escape death in the end. After the man finished telling the story, he was killed by Yixin's sword. As for Yixin, he also understood what had happened during this period of time. That Heavenly Wolf Island was actually also a territory of the Blood Rock continent. Although it was also a middle-grade territory, it was much stronger than the Ghost Tomb territory. According to this man, they were originally from a clan on Heavenly Wolf Island. After traveling for a few months on the sea, they arrived at Heavenly Water Island by chance. After that, they met Tang Tian and found out about the Skywater Island. Skywater Island was not a territory of the Bloodstone continent, so the experts of this fleet were very excited. If they reported this matter, they would be able to obtain a lot of rewards. After all, this was a newly discovered island. Although it was very desolate and barren, it was still a breakthrough. After that, this fleet directly appointed Tang Tian as the acting lord, and they went back to report and at the same time sent some people over. A new island, even if it was like an emperor in the eyes of these people, still had to be investigated. Who knows, there might be some ruins of some strong martial artists. As for other matters, the man did not know. This man had the strength of over 100 dragons, and was very close to the spirit realm. They were just ordinary crew members in the fleet. Tang Tian received a reward and broke through to the spirit realm. This is nothing. What's more important is that he actually has a spirit realm bodyguard. Yi Xian frowned as he thought. This spirit realm expert was naturally a member of that fleet. However, he was not from the Heavenly Water Continent and did not understand the Heavenly Water Continent, so Tang Tian was the temporary acting lord. At this moment, Yi Xian was most worried about his family and friends. Tang Tian was very similar to him in one aspect, and that was that he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Previously in the Soaring Heaven Mansion, Yi Xian went against him in every aspect. With Tang Tian's personality, how could he not take revenge? Yi Xian estimated that the Soaring Heaven Mansion would definitely not be safe and sound. What he was most worried about was Song Suijing and the rest. At this moment, he quickly rushed to the entrance of the deep-sea underground palace, then spent close to 2 days to break the array and rush out of the Death Island. The situation was urgent, so he rushed back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. However, the thing he was most afraid of happened. The Soaring Heaven Mansion was in a mess, and there was not a single person. Tang Tian, if I don't kill you, I will change my surname to yours. Yi Xian's eyes were like a volcano erupting. His figure flashed, and he quickly walked around the Soaring Heaven Mansion. As expected, there was not a single person. Even the great elder Lin Wanyue's bamboo forest was empty. Then, he quickly rushed back to the Profound Sun Empire to take a look. It was still empty. Zhao Chongguang and the rest were gone. The few big families in the Lianyun city were also gone. In any case, everyone related to Yi Xian was gone. Let's go take a look at the Great Song Dynasty. Yi Xian suddenly thought of a place and rushed over. As expected, the Great Song Dynasty changed its name to the Great Tang Dynasty. There was only one of the 4 great dynasties left, and before Tang Tian appeared, the upper echelons of the Great Song Dynasty had disappeared. The Great Elder must have used the Universal Mirror to know about this beforehand, so she moved everyone away. Yi Xian thought to himself. Tang Tian had indeed become the overlord, but Lin Wanyue was faster, and had already arranged everything. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Wanyue had the Universal Mirror. If it was as he thought, Lin Wanyue should have known about his return. The Great Elder should be hiding somewhere. I'll just go to a random place and wait for her to find me. Yi Xian casually hid in the valley of a small empire in the southern region. There were hundreds of empires in the Heavenly Water Continent, and Tang Tian was staying in the number 1 main city, so she would definitely not notice. As expected, on the second day after Yi Xian returned to the Heavenly Water Continent, Lin Wanyue came looking for him. Great Elder, are you all okay? After seeing Lin Wanyue, Yi Xian hurriedly asked. At this moment, he knew that Lin Wanyue was in the first level of Aura Qi. This strength was enough to be an overlord in the Blood Cliff Continent. Tang Tian's bodyguard was in the Essence Soul Realm, and she was not his match. You should know that they are all fine. I took them away first. Lin Wanyue nodded, but after she finished speaking, she paused and said, however, after Tang Tian became the overlord, he was extremely cruel. He captured all the officials of the 3 great dynasties and beheaded them in public. All of them. Yi Xian was shocked. Tang Tian actually captured all those innocent people. He really deserved to die. Chapter 473. Heavenly Wolf Islands Tang Family, Divine Core Realm? Why are they capturing a Divine Core warrior? Yi Xian was confused. I'm not sure, but I'm sure it's not something good. Lin Wanyue shook her head. I'll kill that Tang Tian first. Yi Xian was furious. He was about to rush to the central province and kill Tang Tian, but he was stopped by Lin Wanyue. Don't be impulsive, there is still a soul essence warrior there. Lin Wanyue reminded him. I've asked around, that man has only opened 7 earth veins. I can handle it. Yi Xian nodded his head solemnly. You can handle it? Lin Wanyue was shocked. It had only been half a year since Yi Xian went to the Blood Rock continent, and he had broken through from the Strength Realm to the Soul Essence Realm. Wasn't this a bit too fast? Sure enough, your talent is better than your father's. But you still have to be careful, that fleet might arrive soon. Lin Wanyue said with a frown. If the fleet returned to the Heavenly Wolf Island, they would definitely send some mighty warriors. Perhaps they would be stronger than the Soul Essence Warrior in the Heavenly Water Island. Don't worry, I'll be careful, Yi Xian said. After that, Lin Wanyue told Yi Xian where they were hiding. Then she handed the all-knowing mirror to Yi Xian. After leaving behind some precious heavenly and earthly treasures, Yi Xian directly flew towards the central continent. The heavenly water island was like an island in the eyes of these mighty warriors. In less than 2 minutes, he arrived above the #1 main city in the central province. Apart from the soul essence warrior, there were also many spirit and strength realm warriors in the fleet. Right now, they were all wandering around, trying to find out if there were any secrets hidden in the heavenly water island. Yi Xian stood high up in the sky, looking down at the #1 main city. The stronger one's senses would be. Right now, he could sense a few spirit realm warriors. With the all-knowing mirror in his hand, he knew everything that was happening in the heavenly water island. However, the soul essence warrior wasn't in the #1 main city. But Tang Tian was here. But before that, Yi Xian decided to kill those spirit realm trash first. There were a total of 20 spirit realm cultivators from the Heavenly Wolf Island's Tang family, but there were only 5 of them in the first main city. Moreover, all of them were immersed in women. Yi Xian directly charged in and chopped off his head without waiting for the other party to react. After that, Yi Xian killed all of Tang Tian's lackeys and left. Now it was Tang Tian's turn. Tang Tian was in the first city lord's residence, and was also immersed in a group of women. When Yi Xian appeared behind him, he did not even notice him. Suddenly, a beautiful woman cried out in alarm. Tang Tian, who was leaning on another girl's thigh, heard the scream and frowned. He turned his head and his face turned pale. Yi Xian. When Tang Tian saw Yi Xian's face, his eyes immediately shot out 2 rays of light. Yi Xian was the person he wanted to kill the most. Tang Tian, I really didn't expect this. If I had known, I would have cut you into 8 pieces, Yi Xian said regretfully. Although most of the people were fine, Lin Wanyue did not expect Tang Tian to vent his anger on the innocent officials of the great Tang dynasty. Tang Tian looked on with a gloomy face. Yi Xian was able to silently appear behind him, a spirit realm martial artist. His strength was definitely stronger. However, he could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha. So it's you. Are you here to die? Although he knew that he could not defeat Yi Xian, there was a spirit realm expert in the first city lord's residence, so Tang Tian had some confidence. Killing you in one go is too easy for you. You will pay for your mistakes with your pain. Yi Xian disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, Tang Tian's 4 limbs were chopped off. The speed of the former's attack was faster than Tang Tian's reaction. What? Tang Tian widened his eyes in disbelief. He was a level 9 Imperial Qi expert, but his 4 limbs were chopped off in an instant. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Yi Xian sprinkled some medicinal powder on Tang Tian's wounds. In an instant, Tang Tian's wounds began to heal. Tang Tian was in so much pain that his head was about to explode. Now that his wounds were healing, he wanted to kill himself. Now that his wounds had healed, how was he going to reattach his broken limbs? In the next moment, he felt a pain in his scalp. When he turned his head, he realized that he was being held in the hands of a white skeleton warrior. Now, Tang Tian had completely become a cripple. Watch him. If he wants to commit suicide, knock him out. Yi Xian ordered the white skeleton warrior puppet with level 10 aura energy in his heart. After that, he left again. This time, his target was the soul essence realm expert. The spirit realm expert from the Tang family of the Celestial Wolf Island was an old man. He had already opened 7 earth veins and was very strong. Yi Xian landed in his courtyard. Although Yi Xian deliberately suppressed himself, it was hard for the other party not to notice at such a close distance. Who is it? An old voice drifted out from the house. Shortly after, the door was opened and an old man walked out from inside. The person who will kill you. Yi Xian held the 8 desolate sword and answered coldly. Oh! The old man squinted his eyes. He could also feel that Yi Xian was in the spirit realm. He glanced at the white skeleton warrior puppet and Tang Tian, who was in its hands. He had roughly investigated the celestial water island. There was only one spirit realm expert, and it was impossible for there to be a spirit realm expert. Therefore, he guessed that Yi Xian was like him, an outsider. The celestial water island was first discovered by my Tang family. My Tang family has already reported this matter. You want to take the credit? The old man said. I am from the celestial water island. You said that the celestial water island was first discovered by your Tang family? Yi Xian asked. You're from the celestial water island? The old man was surprised. He couldn't even find a spirit realm expert, so why would there be a spirit realm expert? Before the old man could say anything, Yi Xian asked again, Why did you capture those divine core warriors? It's just an experiment. The old man laughed. He wasn't surprised that Yi Xian knew about this matter. After all, Tang Tian had been captured by Yi Xian. Experiment? Yi Xian furrowed his brows. Sure enough, they were not good people. The Celestial Wolf Island's Tang family was using these people as lab rats. I don't think you're going to tell me. If that's the case, let's do it. Yi Xian immediately flew up into the air. He was in the #1 main city, and if he fought here, it might affect many people. Therefore, he had to go outside the city. Humph! The old man coldly harumphed. Without saying anything, he followed behind Yi Xian. Unlike those at the spirit realm, a spirit realm warrior's cultivation level could not be seen through with a single glance. Therefore, the old man dared not let his guard down. Chapter 474. Disguise, what's your name? After landing, the old man couldn't help but ask. Yi Liangchen. Yi Xian casually replied. All right, Yi Liangchen. No matter where you're from, since you dare to appear in front of me today, your fate is already decided. Make your move. Let me see what you're capable of. The old man also took out a long sword. Yi Xian held the 8 desolate sword and watched coldly. At this moment, he was also performing a series of actions in his heart. Ding! Host has learned the Prime Clarity Sword Art. Current proficiency is 10%. Ding! Host has learned the Prime Clarity Demonic Stomping Steps. Current proficiency is 10%. Although he had already raised the Hidden Dragon Sword Art to 90% proficiency, the Hidden Dragon Sword Art was created by the Poison King sect. The Prime Clarity Sword Art was the absolute art of the Prime Clarity Palace. Although these two martial arts were both high-tier heaven-tier martial arts, the Prime Clarity Sword Art was much stronger than the Hidden Dragon Sword Art. This time, he happened to meet an opponent who was around the same realm. It was very suitable for him to practice his martial arts. You're not going to make a move? Seeing that Yi Xian was in a daze, the old man couldn't help but ask. However, just as he spoke, Yi Xian used the Prime Clarity Demonic Stomping Steps that he just learned and charged over. Humph! The old man snorted and faced him head-on. Both of them were in the Essence Soul Realm and could use the surrounding Yuan Qi to fight. However, the Yuan Qi in the Skywater Island was much less than in the Blood Cliff continent, so their battle wasn't very intense. Ding! The Prime Clarity Sword Art's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 20%. Ding! The Prime Clarity Demonic Stomping Steps proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 20%. The two martial arts were improving rapidly. In just a few rounds, the Prime Clarity Sword Art's proficiency had increased to 60%. The old man was going easy at the beginning to test Yi Xian's realm. Now, as the Prime Clarity Sword Art's proficiency increased, Yi Xian's attacks became more and more ferocious. He had no choice but to show his strength. However, in the next moment, the old man found a place. He seemed to have seen the martial arts that Yi Xian was using somewhere before. He was thinking as he defended. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Shangqing Palace. You are a disciple of Shangqing Palace? The old man exclaimed. The Shangqing Palace was a power in the Heavenly Absolute Territory. It had branches in many territories, including the Heavenly Wolf Island. That was why he found it familiar. You know him? Yi Xian was a little surprised. These two martial arts were obtained from the disciples of Shangqing Palace in the Ghost Tomb territory. Shangqing Palace was in the Heaven Absolute Territory, which was quite a distance away from the Heavenly Wolf Island. How could this old man know them? As he attacked, he replied, So what if I am Unexpectedly, the old man continued to shout, "Stop! Our Tang clan is also working for Shangxing Palace." What? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked again. The Tang family was on the Heavenly Wolf Island, so how could they have any relationship with the Heavenly Absolute Territory's Shangxing Palace? If that was really the case, then there was only one explanation. Shangxing Palace had a branch on Heavenly Wolf Island. Even so, Yi Xian did not stop and continued to attack. "Stop! What are you trying to do?" The old man shouted once again. Although the Tang clan was strong, they were not strong enough to fight Shangxing Palace. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped attacking and asked, "Then why did you capture those people?" "Of course we're sending them to Shangxing Palace." The old man furrowed his brows and asked, "Which branch are you from?" "I'm from the Heavenly Absolute Territory." Yi Xian answered, "Impossible. How did you pass through the deep-sea underground palace?" The old man was shocked. He had walked around the entire Heavenly Water Island, so of course he had found the deep-sea underground palace. He had tried to break through the formation, but he couldn't. That was why he had sent 2 men to guard it. "You can't, but that doesn't mean I can't. Why did you capture those people?" Yi Xian asked again. "I told you we're sending them to the Supreme Pure Palace. The Supreme Pure Palace branch on the Heavenly Wolf Island needs Divine Core death row prisoners every month, and we just happened to discover this Heavenly Water Island, so—" The old man explained. Although he didn't continue, Yi Xian understood what he was trying to say. "Prisoners on death row? You're sending those innocent people as prisoners on death row? Also, why does that branch need so many prisoners on death row?" Yi Xian asked with a puzzled expression. "I don't know either." The old man shook his head. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly attacked again. The old man cried out in surprise, "What are you doing?" The Tang family was working for Shangxing Palace, and Yi Xian was a disciple of Shangxing Palace. There shouldn't be any conflicts between them. "You're lying. Shangxing Palace has always been a righteous sect. Why would we disregard human lives? Besides, you said you wanted them to test it out. How could you not know?" Yi Xian shouted out loudly. The old man immediately realized that he had let the cat out of the bag when they were in the first main city. But what surprised him even more was that Yi Xian's attacks suddenly became fiercer. Since the beginning, Yi Xian had been trying to improve his proficiency in martial arts. Although there were 3 earth veins between him and the old man, this wasn't the Bloodstone continent, and he couldn't use much natural yuan energy here. Right now, he was pressuring the old man, forcing him to tell him the truth. "Fine, I'll tell you. While backing away, the old man shouted out, "There is a huge group of devils sealed under Shangxing Palace, and they are showing signs of breaking through the seal. That's why Shangxing Palace needs a large number of prisoners on death row, and these devils can possess human bodies so that they can break through the seal. Once they break through the seal, they will be killed by Shangxing Palace disciples." After listening to the old man, Yi Xian finally understood what was going on. It turned out that Shangxing Palace needed a large number of vessels to bring these devils out and kill them, then use this method to continue sealing these devils. It looked like all the captured Divine Core prisoners were going to be used as vessels, and then be killed by Shangxing Palace disciples. Shangxing Palace's method was still acceptable, but this Tang family deserved to die. If the Tang family were capturing people from Heavenly Wolf Island, he wouldn't care. But why did they come to Heavenly Water Island to capture people? How could he allow this? If there weren't enough Divine Core prisoners, they might capture true Profound Warriors, true Origin Warriors, and true Spirit Warriors. Although they might be killed by these devils, it was still better than nothing. Because of this Tang family, Tang Tian's tyrannical rule had led to the deaths of all officials from the Great Song, Great Zhou, and Great Yan dynasties. This revenge had to be avenged. Seeing that Yi Xian was still attacking, the old man shouted out once again, "We're just following orders. Buddy, if you keep attacking, don't blame me for being merciless." Although Shangxing Palace was a powerful force, everyone had a temper, and the old man couldn't hold it in any longer. "Then why don't you show me how merciless you are?" Yi Xian furiously shouted out, and his aura instantly skyrocketed. Beast King Rampage. On Heavenly Water Island, where natural yuan energy was scarce, A body's physique was more effective. With a few thousand dragon strength and a 30% increase in movement speed, Yi Xian's speed had greatly surpassed the old man's. Chapter 475. Looking for me? So fast. After witnessing Yi Xian's speed, the old man was stunned. He knew that he could no longer hold back and counterattack with all his might. But what he didn't know was that Yi Xian was using him as a sparring partner. Yi Xian's martial arts were improving rapidly. Ding! The Prime Clarity Sword Arts proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is at 80%. Ding! The Prime Clarity Sword Arts proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is at 90%. With the bloodline of a sword saint, the proficiency of the sword art increased quickly. In less than a minute, the Prime Clarity Sword Art had reached 90% proficiency, while the old man's sword art was only at 60% proficiency. Yi Xian felt that it was about time and finally began to deal the killing blow. Prime Clarity Demonic Slaying Slash. Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, sending the old man flying. Fortunately, the old man blocked the attack with his sword, or else he would have been in danger. But in the next moment, the old man's face froze. 100 Ghosts Parade. The moment the old man was sent flying, Yi Xian released a large number of wraiths. These wraiths were all at level 9 and 10. Although they didn't have much effect on the old man, Yi Xian was only using them to hold him back. Only now did the old man realize that Yi Xian wasn't a disciple of the Prime Clarity Palace, but a member of the demonic sect who had killed a disciple of the Prime Clarity Palace. I didn't want to bully him with numbers, but there's no other choice. Yi Xian thought to himself. He had wanted to kill the old man in a one-on-one battle, but he suddenly saw an image appear on the omniscient mirror. A fleet of ships had landed on Skywater Island. They must be from the Celestial Wolf Island. They had come at the wrong time, so Yi Xian had to kill the old man quickly. The old man was instantly surrounded by a group of wraiths, while Yi Xian mixed in with them, waiting for an opportunity. Suddenly, he found a flaw in the old man's defense and immediately slashed out with his sword. Prime Clear Demonic Slaying Slash. The martial arts of the High Purity Palace were extremely powerful against evil creatures. This High Purity Demonic Slaying Slash was also the same. In an instant, it scattered the souls of the few wraiths, and then struck the old man. Boom! This time, the old man did not have the ability to resist and was directly cut in two. After that, Yi Xian followed up with a hidden dragon thrust, completely killing the old man. It had to be said that the old man's strength was not bad. In just a second, he had killed more than half of the wraiths. However, he was still lacking compared to Yi Xian. Even if he didn't use the human wave tactic, it was only a matter of time before Yi Xian killed him. After he died, Yi Xian unceremoniously took off his interspatial ring. Ding! Host has unlocked the 5th Earth Vein. The old man should have some status in the Tang family, as his net worth was even greater than that of the disciples of the Shangqing Palace. We're running out of time. Wei Zhentian, hide this guy. Yi Xian immediately summoned Wei Zhentian. He couldn't just let Tang Tian die like this. Once he returned, he was going to use the fallen spirit sex methods to torture Tang Tian. The fleet had come ashore, and the 3 men leading the fleet were heading toward the central province. As for Yi Xian, he was going to destroy their ships and kill all the sailors before they left. After that, he would kill all 3 men one by one. Without hesitation, he started running toward the fleet while avoiding the 3 men. When the 3 men arrived at the central province, Yi Xian had already found their fleet. This time, the Tang family was going to capture some divine core warriors as well. As long as Yi Xian killed all the ships and sailors, these 3 men wouldn't be able to capture anyone and bring them back. 100 Spirit Realm warriors? Why are they using so many men this time? Yi Xian was shocked. It looked like the Tang family was going to capture more men and bring them back to Heavenly Wolf Island. That was why Yi Xian wouldn't let them go. Kill! In the blink of an eye, he charged toward the fleet. There were 200 Spirit Realm warriors in this fleet, and 1,000 Spirit Realm warriors. Although it was a huge number, in the eyes of a Spirit Realm warrior like Yi Xian, they were just a bunch of ants. In less than half a minute, all these men were turned into corpses, and all their storage rings had fallen into Yi Xian's hands. The 1,000 Spirit Realm warriors weren't a big deal, but all these Spirit Realm warriors' storage rings were worth a lot of money. However, it wasn't enough for Yi Xian to open up the 6th Earth Vein. After that, Yi Xian destroyed another dozen ships. After that, he took out the Myriad Mirror. The 3 Spirit Realm warriors couldn't find Tang Tian and the old man, so they split up and started searching. For them, the Heavenly Water Continent was just like a small island, and with their senses, it wasn't a problem for them to find a Spirit Realm warrior. The 3 men split up, and that was what Yi Xian wanted. Yi Xian didn't know what cultivation realm these 3 men were at, so it was best for him to split up and find them. At that moment, he used the Myriad Mirror to get closer to the nearest person. Soon, he found one of them. Not only that, he also used his identity as a Shangxing Palace warrior. This Spirit Realm warrior was the same as the old man, only opening up 7 earth veins. However, his cultivation realm was lower than the old man's, so he was easily killed by Yi Xian. After Yi Xian obtained his storage ring, his strength increased again, and he started searching for the second person. The second person also opened up 7 earth veins, but he also died at the hands of Yi Xian. As for the last person, he also opened up 7 earth veins, but he was also killed by Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian also found out the purpose of the Tang family's fleet. His guess was right. The Tang family wanted to capture all the people in the true spirit realm and above on the continent. Fortunately, he came back early. If he came back a little later, the entire Heavenly Water Continent would be empty. The 3 Spirit Realm warriors, in addition to the others, allowed Yi Xian's cultivation realm to increase again, and he opened up the 6th Earth Vein. After that, he captured Tang Tian and gave him to the others to torture. Great Elder Lin Wanyue was hiding at the edge of the Heavenly Water Continent. To be precise, he was in the Sea Dragon clan's New Dragon Palace. However, when Yi Xian arrived at the New Dragon Palace, he found that everyone was there except for 2 people. Song Suijing and Song Jejue. Great Elder, where are Suijing and the others? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. I forgot to tell you. Not long after they returned, they mastered that mysterious state, so they went to the Blood Cliff continent to find you. Great Elder said truthfully. What, they went to find me? Yi Xian was shocked. When they were in the Deep Sea Underground Palace, Song Suijing and Song Jejue thought that their strength couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's pace, so they returned to the Heavenly Water Continent first. Yi Xian didn't expect that after they returned, they would master that mysterious state of cultivation, and their cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. Yes, when they came out of seclusion, they almost broke through to the spirit realm. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to enter the Deep Sea Underground Palace, so they went to the Blood Cliff continent. Lin Wanyue nodded. Yi Xian had a headache. Although he was confident in their strength, it was still the Blood Cliff continent. There were plenty of Spirit Realm warriors and Spirit Realm warriors everywhere. Chapter 476. Heavenly Wolf Island. Although Yi Xian wanted to immediately return to the Blood Cliff continent to find the 2 of them, he had to help the Heavenly Water continent overcome the crisis first. Grand Elder, the Tang family of Heavenly Wolf Island probably won't send anyone over for the time being. However, to prevent future troubles, I have to make a trip to Heavenly Wolf Island. Yi Xian said to the Grand Elder. Be careful. Lin Wanyue did not stop him. After all, her current realm was far from enough. Okay. Yi Xian nodded. Afterward, he bid farewell to his friends and family. After killing the remaining Spirit Realm experts on the Heavenly Water Continent, he left the Heavenly Water Island. The Tang family of Heavenly Wolf Island came by ship. However, they had thousands of people and only one Yi Xian, so flying was more than enough. There were many nautical charts in the Tang family's interspatial rings. Yi Xian knew the location of Heavenly Wolf Island. In addition, he had a compass, so it was only a matter of time before he arrived at Heavenly Wolf Island. However, it had to be said that the sea was a dangerous place. Yi Xian actually encountered a Spirit Realm Saint Beast on the way. It was a Saint Beast that could destroy a fleet of ships. However, Beast King's rampage did not increase his strength by much, so he was too lazy to collect the Saint Beast's corpses. He was also glad that he did not add the advancement point to Beast King's rampage. Otherwise, it would have been a waste. Currently, the most suitable thing for him to advance was speed and the power of his sword skills. This time, Yi Xian flew for 3 days and 3 nights before he saw Heavenly Wolf Island. If the Heavenly Water Continent and Heavenly Wolf Island were to be compared, the Heavenly Water Continent was not even 1/10 the size of Heavenly Wolf Island. Heavenly Wolf Island was near the Blood Cliff Continent, so it could also be called Heavenly Wolf Territory. Although it was only an intermediate territory, it was much stronger than Ghost Grave Territory. Yi Xian looked at Heavenly Wolf Island in front of him and immediately increased his speed to rush over. According to the Spirit Realm expert he captured, the Tang family was only an ordinary faction on Heavenly Wolf Island. The Tang family was established at the edge of Heavenly Wolf Island. At this moment he had a plan in his mind. The Tang clan was the first to discover Skywater Island. They reported it to their superiors and were rewarded. Therefore, Yi Xian had to figure out who the higher-ups were referring to. Was it the Skywolf Lord or the Bloodstone Continent? However, before he could land on Heavenly Wolf Island, several figures entered his sight in the air. There was 1 figure in front and 3 figures behind. "Help! They are pirates!" The man who was being chased shouted. "Pirates?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the 3 people behind him were not good people. He estimated that the 3 of them had only opened 4 or 5 earth veins, so their strength was not strong. Since they were outside, they should lend a helping hand. That was why Yi Xian decided to make a move. Of course, the biggest reason was that he had his eyes on the 3 pirates' universe rings. "Brat! Don't overestimate yourself." The pirate saw that Yi Xian didn't move and immediately shouted. "Overconfident! You're the ones who are overestimating yourself. Die!" Yi Xian rushed out and appeared in front of the pirates in the blink of an eye. The next moment, 3 heads flew and fell into the sea. Instant kill. Yi Xian put away the 3 universe rings and directly devoured them. Apart from the 3 interspatial rings, the other reason was that the man looked like someone from Heavenly Wolf Island. He needed a tour guide. "Thank you for saving me, little brother. I am Lei Feng," the man said gratefully. "Yi Xian." Yi Xian also reported his name, then asked, "Dare I ask, what is the name of this island?" "Little brother, you're not from Heavenly Wolf Island?" Lei Feng asked in shock. "No, I'm from the Bloodstone Continent, but I lost my nautical map at sea and have been drifting blindly for a year." Yi Xian casually made up a lie. Even with a nautical map, it was extremely easy to get lost at sea. Drifting for a year was nothing. Lei Feng did not doubt him and explained, "This is Heavenly Wolf Island, a mid-level territory." "Heavenly Wolf Island? Huh? Phew, I finally found traces of people." Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lei Feng glanced out of the corner of his eye and hurriedly said, "Not good. Those pirates are coming. Let's go to the island quickly." Then, the 2 quickly landed on Heavenly Wolf Island. Yi Xian turned around and saw that the pirates chasing them had turned back. He asked in surprise, "They're not chasing?" "Little brother, you may not know, but Heavenly Wolf Island has a rule. Pirates can only attack at sea and are not allowed to enter the island. Now that we're on Heavenly Wolf Island, they don't dare to come in, so they retreated." Lei Feng said helplessly, "I'm from the Jiang family. I was in charge of trading with the neighboring island, but I encountered pirates. I'm the only one who survived." "Are there many pirates around here?" Yi Xian asked again. "There are many. There are more than 10 pirate groups wandering in the sea around Heavenly Wolf Island." "Little brother, you've been drifting at sea for so long, but you haven't encountered any pirates. Your luck is pretty good." Lei Feng nodded and said, "Little brother, you must be very tired after drifting at sea for so long. I'll take you into the city for a meal to repay you for saving my life." "Okay." Yi Xian agreed. His purpose was to find someone to take him to understand Heavenly Wolf Island. After all, he knew nothing about it now, not even where the Tang family was. The 2 of them began to fly inland. Lei Feng had encountered pirates at sea, so he had to report back to the Jiang family first. However, it was very inconvenient to bring Yi Xian with him, so Lei Feng brought Yi Xian to his residence first. Now Yi Xian understood that Lei Feng was not from the Jiang family. They just happened to have the same surname. Lei Feng's parents had died at the hands of pirates, and he had a younger sister at home. The two siblings depended on each other. Lei Feng led Yixin into 100 Refinement City, then rushed to his residence first. However, when he returned to his house, he found a series of shouts coming from inside. "Sister!" Lei Feng's eyes widened in shock. He rushed in directly, only to find a man touching his sister. "It's you." Lei Feng recognized this man. "Lei Feng? Why are you back?" This man was very surprised. He heard that Lei Feng had gone out to sea, so why did he suddenly return? Lei Feng was furious. He pushed the man away and protected his sister behind him. He shouted angrily, "Zhang Bao, what are you doing?" This man was called Zhang Bao. Like Lei Feng, he was a consecrator of the Zhang family. "Damn it! I can't believe you ran into me." Zhang Bao shouted angrily and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll be frank. Your sister has been taken a fancy to by young Master Zhang, so I'm taking her to the Zhang family." As expected, young Master Zhang still hasn't given up. Lei Feng's face was gloomy. He had already guessed it. "Since you understand, then let's go. As long as your sister becomes the young mistress of the Zhang family, you can be considered to have turned over a new leaf," Zhang Bao said. Chapter 477. Kill. "Humph, young Master Zhang wants your sister. If you dare to disobey, you should know the consequences. You kept delaying because you thought young Master Zhang would forget about this matter. Today, you better go and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, no one can save you," Zhang Bao said coldly. "In that case, I will leave the Zhang family." Lei Feng grabbed Luo Feng's hand and prepared to leave without thinking. "You want to leave?" Zhang Bao's eyes widened as he threw a punch. Lei Feng didn't expect Zhang Bao to attack him in the city. Moreover, Zhang Bao's cultivation level was higher than his. He had already opened 6 meridians, which was 2 meridians higher than Lei Feng. Therefore, Lei Feng was sent flying by the punch. "Brother!" Luo Feng exclaimed. "Humph! Let's go!" Zhang Bao rushed forward and grabbed Luo Feng's wrist, preparing to take her back to the Zhang family by force. However, at this moment, a large hand suddenly patted Zhang Bao's shoulder. "Who is it?" Zhang Bao turned around and found that it was a young man. He immediately threw a punch. Yixin easily dodged the punch and swept the Bahuang sword. Zhang Bao's arm was sent flying as blood gushed out. "What?" Zhang Bao was stunned. In the next moment, he was sent flying by Yixin's punch. "Young man, you dare to touch me?" Zhang Bao's eyes widened. "Not only do I dare to touch you, but I also dare to touch your interspatial ring." Yixin took off the interspatial ring from Zhang Bao's severed arm and poured everything into the devouring space. Then, he cut the interspatial ring in half. If the interspatial ring was damaged, the items inside would disappear. No one knew where they went. Zhang Bao's eyes turned red when he saw his interspatial ring falling to the ground. He roared and charged at Yixin. However, he'd only opened up 6 earth veins, while Yixin had just opened up the 7th earth vein. Yixin was able to kill enemies above his cultivation level. Now that his cultivation level was higher than Zhang Bao's, the latter could only be killed in a second. When they saw Zhang Bao's head flying, Rufus Maple and Rufus Maple were stunned. "Killing people in the city? Not good. There's a nighthawk in the sky. The city guards will be here soon. Let's go." Wounded, Maple pulled the Luan Xiaowan and rushed out of the city. If it wasn't for Yixin this time, Lei Xiaowan would definitely have been taken away. So Yixin could be considered the two brothers' savior. However, what Yixin did not expect was that flying was prohibited in the city, and there were also a large number of saint beasts in the air. The fact that he had killed someone would be exposed very soon. It was precisely because of this that Lu Ruffing immediately brought them out of the city. Fortunately, they were able to leave the city easily. "I'm sorry. I didn't know this would happen." Yixin felt very guilty. Now, the siblings had to leave. Zhang Bao was arrogant and despotic. If he was allowed to leave, he would definitely return to the Zhang family to report. At that time, the Zhang family would send experts to chase after him. However, he did not expect that there would be saint beasts in the 100 refining city, so the matter was blown up by him. "It's not your fault. I've already made preparations to leave the Jiang family. This time, young Master Jiang took advantage of me going out to sea to forcefully kidnap my sister. How can I continue to stay in such a family? Rufus Maple shook his head. Yi Xian sighed as he followed. Rufus Maple was already over 35 years old, while his sister was only 20 years old. Their parents were killed when Lei Xiaowan was 1 month old. Therefore, the 15-year-old Rufus Maple took on the heavy responsibility of raising his sister. The former had climbed up the ladder to achieve what he had today, and he had even worked hard for the Jiang family. Unexpectedly, the Jiang family made him bitterly disappointed. Yi Xian saw the shadow of adjudicator song in Rufus Maple, so he could not stand by and watch. Someone is chasing us. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked back and saw a team rushing out from the city, quickly chasing after them. Rufus Maple's face was gloomy as he said, "It's the City Lord's Tiger Cavalry team. Their strength is above 7 Earth Vein. Little brother, you take Qingwan and leave first. I'll go back with them." "Brother!" Lei Xiaowan immediately exclaimed when she heard this. Yi Xian understood that Rufus Maple wanted to go back and take the blame. However, Yi Xian treated this Tiger Cavalry team as experience. "You guys continue to run. Don't worry, I don't care about these people," Yi Xian said coldly. At this moment, Rufus Maple could only sigh at Yi Xian's strength. Otherwise, they could only be captured. It did not matter if he died. But the Jiang family had a good relationship with the City Lord's mansion. If Lei Xiaowan was captured, she would definitely be sent to the Jiang family's young Master Jiang. The Tiger Cavalry team rode on a type of tiger sacred beast. They were extremely fast. Although they could not catch up to Yi Xian, they could catch up to Rufus Maple, who had only opened 4 Earth Veins, and Lei Xiaowan, who had not even reached the Soul Essence realm. Just as the Tiger Cavalry team was about to catch up to the 3 of them, Yi Xian suddenly stopped and instantly turned around to kill them. Prime Clarity Sword Art. Yi Xian immediately used the Prime Clarity Sword Art that had been raised to 90%. His speed was even faster than before. In less than 3 seconds, he had killed the 10 Tiger Cavalry team and their mounts. So strong. Rufus Maple and Lei Xiaowan were stunned. The latter was even more astonished because Yi Xian was about the same age as her, but his strength was worlds apart from hers. At this moment, Yi Xian had already collected the 10 People's Universe rings and their corpses. Ding! The host has opened the 8th Earth Vein. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian could not help but grin. Then, he ran to Rufus Maple and asked, "What are the realms of the City Lord and the Patriarch of the Jiang family?" Rufus Maple was stunned and said, "The Patriarch of the Jiang family has already opened 12 Earth Veins, and the City Lord of the 100 Refinement City has already opened 14. 12? 14? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. If that was the case, why would he run? However, he still escorted Rufus Maple and Lei Xiaowan to a safe mountain range first. Then, he put on a small face mask, carried the head of the Tiger Cavalry team's captain, and returned to the entrance of the 100 Refinement City. At this moment, the 100 Refinement City was already in an uproar. When Yi Xian arrived at the city gate, the generals guarding the city also looked at him with fear. To be able to kill a Tiger Cavalry team, he had to open at least 8 Earth Veins. "Don't block me or don't blame me for being ruthless." Yi Xian entered the city so brazenly. The experts of the 100 Refinement City looked at each other and finally rushed forward bravely. Guarding the 100 Refinement City was their duty. They could not let such a demon enter the city. Yi Xian did not want to kill them all. He only took off all their universe rings and quickly escaped into the city. Chapter 478. Tang family. After inquiring about the location of the Jiang family, Yi Xian quickly rushed over. The reason why he saved the siblings was actually a little selfish. He wanted to find an excuse for himself to kill his way to the Jiang family. There were 2 major forces in the 100 Refinement City. One was the City Lord's mansion, and the other was the Jiang family. Under normal circumstances, these 2 families would fight to the death because of benefits. However, the relationship between the 2 families was very harmonious. This was because the Jiang family and the City Lord's mansion were like the Yi family and the Lin family in Lianyun City. The ancestors of the two families were from the same family. Therefore, Yi Xian understood that if he caused trouble in the Jiang family, the city lord's mansion would definitely not stand by idly. At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived in front of the Jiang family's gate. "Who are you?" a guard of the Jiang family asked in surprise. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian did not say a word and directly charged over. In the blink of an eye, the arms of the two guards were chopped off, and their interspatial rings were gone. At the same time, Yi Xian's figure disappeared as well. Yi Xian had already opened 8 earth veins and could sense the location of those soul essence realm experts. He first found trouble with those weaker soul essence realm experts. By the time the upper echelons of the Jiang family reacted, Yi Xian had already opened his 9th bloodline. "How dare you behave atrociously in my Jiang family? Die!" A shout came from the sky. Yi Xian turned his head and saw an old man flying over. With the relationship between the Jiang family and the city lord's mansion, the Jiang family could naturally fly in the 100 Refinement City. The patriarch of the Jiang family. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The reason why young Master Jiang was so arrogant and unreasonable was because he was spoiled by the patriarch of the Jiang family. Therefore, this old fellow was on Yi Xian's must-kill list. "You dare to find trouble with me with just 12 earth veins? Die!" Yi Xian's killing intent was revealed. In just 3 rounds, he chopped off the head of the Jiang family's patriarch. As the head of the Jiang clan's patriarch was extremely wealthy. He directly allowed Yi Xian to open the 10th earth vein. After that, Yi Xian ran around the Jiang family and took away the universe rings of the remaining soul essence realm cultivators in the Jiang family. If there was anyone he didn't like, he would directly kill them. When Yi Xian left the Jiang clan, he had only opened 10 earth veins, but he was not far from opening the 11th. At the same time, when he entered the Jiang family, he only killed one person who hadn't reached the soul essence realm, which was young Master Jiang. "It's your turn now." Yi Xian looked in one direction and smiled. In this world, the strong were respected. Killing people to steal treasures could be seen everywhere. Yi Xian had robbed the Jiang family but had not killed many people, which was not bad. Very quickly, Yi Xian arrived in the air above the city lord's mansion. "How dare you fly in the 100 Refinement City?" Before Yi Xian stopped, a passing city lord mansion worshipper shouted. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a pain in his shoulder. He lowered his head and saw that his entire arm was gone. At this moment, Yi Xian had already charged into the city lord mansion. In less than 3 minutes, he had opened the 11th earth vein. The 100 Refinement City lord only had 14 earth veins. To him, it was not much of a threat. The city lord mansion was very efficient, much faster than the Jiang clan. Not long after Yi Xian opened the 11th earth vein, the 100 Refinement City lord charged out. "Bastard, die!" The 100 Refinement City lord charged out of nowhere and slashed down at Yi Xian with his sword. Swish! Yi Xian, who had just swallowed an universe ring, nimbly dodged the slash and instantly rushed over. So fast, the 100 Refinement City lord's heart trembled. In the next moment, his arm disappeared. Ding! The host has opened the 12th earth vein. A notification sounded. Originally, Yi Xian did not want to kill anyone, but the 100 Refinement City lord allowed the Jiang clan to do whatever they wanted. Moreover, if the 100 Refinement City lord was still alive, he would definitely arrest Yi Xian, so he had to die. Die! Yi Xian slashed horizontally, and the 100 Refinement City lord's head was thrown up. However, just as Yi Xian killed the 100 Refinement City lord, another angry roar sounded. "Bastard, you actually killed him?" Yi Xian turned his head to look and discovered an old man that was charging towards him. This aura gave Yi Xian the feeling that he was much stronger than the 100 Refinement City lord. What's going on? Could it be the 100 Refinement City lord's father? But Lei Feng said that the 100 Refinement City lord's father died long ago. Yi Xian's eyes widened. It seemed that Lei Feng's information was wrong, or perhaps some expert had come to the 100 Refinement City as a guest. Yi Xian estimated that this old man had opened at least 16 earth veins. However, after he exchanged blows with the old man, he realized that he was very wrong. The amount of heaven and earth essence energy that this old man could use was very terrifying. much more than the 100 Refinement City Lord. It was likely that the other party had already opened 17 or even 18 earth veins. Where did he come from? Yi Xian's face darkened. From the beginning until now, he had already exchanged 10 blows with this old man. In these 10 rounds, he was at a disadvantage. He could not be defeated. This made Yi Xian want to retreat. Retreat first. Yi Xian turned around and ran. Good boy, you actually dare to kill a disciple of the Supreme Purity Palace. I, Tang Pengyun, will definitely capture you and hand you over to the Supreme Purity Palace. The old man shouted loudly. He was different from Tang Tian's bodyguard from before. He immediately guessed that Yi Xian had killed a disciple of the Supreme Purity Palace and then cultivated the martial arts of the Supreme Purity Palace. However, when Yi Xian heard his words, his eyes lit up. Tang? His purpose in coming to Celestial Wolf Island this time was to find the Tang family, and this old man's surname was Tang, so he might be from that Tang family. However, it was better to escape first. What fast speed! You actually even learned the Supreme Purity demonic trampling steps. The old man saw through the movement technique Yi Xian used with a glance. He did not expect that such a thing would actually happen in 100 Refinement City. He originally came to 100 Refinement City to discuss some matters with the 100 Refinement City Lord. But now that the 100 Refinement City Lord was killed, what was there to discuss? However, if he could catch a person disguised as a disciple of the Supreme Purity Palace, it would be a great contribution. However, whether he could catch Yi Xian was still a problem. Yi Xian retreated as he fought, and soon, he flashed out of 100 Refinement City. As for the old man, he followed behind Yi Xian relentlessly. The two of them gradually left 100 Refinement City, one fleeing and one chasing. Damn it, this kid's speed is too fast, and his true chi seems to be inexhaustible. I might not be able to catch up to him. The old man was very helpless in his heart. After deliberating for a moment, he turned around. He wanted to go back and report the matter. Supreme Purity Palace was also an overlord force on Celestial Wolf Island. Someone actually used the flag of Supreme Purity Palace to slaughter the City Lord's mansion of 100 Refinement City. This was not a small crime. Not chasing anymore? Yi Xian turned his head and saw that the old man had already turned around and left. Immediately, he chased after him again. Chapter 479. Chapter 479. Chapter 479. Join hands. He actually followed me. Could it be that this brat wants to kill me? The old man reminded himself. He had to be careful. It was better to be safe than sorry. However, it didn't take long for someone to rush over. Yi Xian's figure trembled as he immediately dodged. Brother, don't be afraid. I'm just here to discuss something with you. The man with the broadsword said with a smile. Discuss? Yi Xian was somewhat shocked. He reckoned that this man was probably even stronger than the 100 Refining City Lord. What is it? Yi Xian asked curiously. The man grinned and said, I saw you fight with Tang Pengyun just now. Your strength is not bad. Why don't we join forces and kill him together? Oh? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. This person was actually here to join forces with him. However, he was still suspicious. Do you know who he is? That's right. I've been following him all the way. He's from the Tang family in the City Master's mansion of Jinwu City. As long as you cooperate with me, I don't want anything in his interspatial ring. I only want a piece of paper. The man nodded. A map? Yi Xian frowned. What kind of map is that? Little brother, don't ask so many questions. I'm sincerely here to cooperate with you. As long as you agree, I only want that map after everything is done. The man didn't reveal the secret. Sorry, I refuse, Yi Xian replied. This man wanted to work with him, but he only wanted a map. Obviously, that map was more important than the entire universe ring. It might be a treasure map or something like that. Little brother, if he returns to Golden Crow City, there will be no other way. The man reminded. Then do it yourself. When the man heard this, he hesitated for a moment before finally compromising. All right, I'll tell you. That map is the Tang family's new shipping route. As long as I have it, I can guard that place. Now Yi Xian finally understood what the map was. All right, deal. Yi Xian immediately agreed. It was just a map which was of little use to him. He would rather have the interspatial ring. However, he was still on guard in his heart. After all, this man's background was unknown, so he had to be careful in case the other party launched a sneak attack. Good. Straightforward. Let's go. After the man finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed toward the old man. Yi Xian followed closely behind. Previously, he could not do anything to the old man, but now that the old man had consumed a lot of innate qis and he had one more helper, if nothing unexpected happened, the old man would definitely fall. The two quickly approached each other. The old man seemed to have sensed something, and when he turned around, his expression stiffened. Damn it, it's the people from the Black Tiger Mountain. They must have come for the transport map. The old man instantly reacted. His whereabouts this time had been concealed, but now that his whereabouts had been exposed, it could only mean one thing. There was a spy in the Tang family. However, this was a topic for another time. Right now, he had to deal with Yi Xian and Yi Xian. He turned around, and the 18 earth veins instantly expanded. They began to communicate with the qi of heaven and earth, and directly attacked Yi Xian and Yi Xian. Yi Xian was not afraid of the old man before, and now that it was 2 against 1, his confidence was bursting. After easily dodging the sword qi, he and the other man approached the old man. Prime Clarity Sword Technique. Yi Xian directly used his special skill. Prime Clarity Sword Technique? The man was slightly surprised. Wasn't the Tang family a subordinate of the Prime Clarity Palace? Why were they fighting with their own family members? In the next moment, he realized that Yi Xian must have cultivated the martial arts of the Prime Clarity Palace. The two men charged to the old man's left and right. In an instant, the old man felt an enormous pressure. However, he was still a high-ranking member of the Tang family. How could he be killed so easily? However, after a while, he cursed in his heart. He had forgotten that he was not in peak condition when he fought. If his innate qi was used up, he would be dead for sure. Go! The old man did not dare to fight anymore. He hurriedly rushed toward the Golden Crow City at full speed. You still want to leave now? Yi Xian's eyes widened, and his speed suddenly skyrocketed. His Prime Clarity demonic stomping steps had been cultivated to 80%, which was 20% higher than the old man's identity martial arts. Rip! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The old man's thigh was grazed by Yi Xian's sword qi, and a large piece of flesh was cut off. Blood flowed out, and his speed immediately decreased. He was already no match for Yi Xian and Yi Xian. Now that he was injured, he did not have long to live. No. The new route of the family's transportation must not be leaked. The old man's face darkened. He took out a map from his interspatial ring, and then channeled his innate qi, preparing to shatter it into pieces. Oh no! The man was shocked and attacked with all his might. However, he was still one step too slow. By the time his sword qi cut through the old man's arm, the map had already been shattered into pieces. Rip! The old man's arm flew up. A figure quickly rushed over and caught the arm, then took off the interspatial ring. Ding! The host has opened the 13th ley vein. Ding! The host has opened the 14th ley vein. The two notifications rang out. Yi Xian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The items in the old man's interspatial ring were extremely valuable. It had to be said that the old man was too confident in himself. He actually carried the items with him. Or perhaps this was the only thing he carried when he went out. The Tang family was indeed rich. Die! After the breakthrough, Yi Xian's strength soared. He swung the Bahuang sword in his hand lightly, and the old man's head flew off. Die! This time it was all thanks to this man. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not have been able to do anything to the old man. The man also rushed over. Looking at the map that had been reduced to dust, he sighed helplessly. You can't blame me for this. Yi Xian shrugged. Sigh, what a pity. The man shook his head and said, In that case, I'll take my leave. After saying that, he turned around and left. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned around and slashed at Yi Xian with his saber. I knew you were up to no good. Yi Xian had been on guard. When he saw the man suddenly attack, He immediately stepped back with the Shangqing's demonic stomping steps and dodged the saber. Then he stomped his feet and rushed toward the man like a flash of light. Rip! The Bahuang sword accurately pierced the man's heart. Die! In the wild, one could not let their guard down. Even brothers could kill each other for some heaven and earth treasure. Yi Xian kicked the man's body again and sent it flying. Then, he put away the man's interspatial ring and weapon. So, you're a bandit. Yi Xian swallowed everything in the interspatial ring, then began to check the interspatial ring. Chapter 480. Sneaking into the Tang family, looking for a high sinecure? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. If this was the case, he could sneak into the Tang family and investigate the whereabouts of those divine core warriors from the heavenly water continent a few months ago. Yi Xian didn't know much about the Tang family. All he knew was that the Tang family had an ancestor who had opened 29 earth veins. Unlike the spirit realm, the essence realm didn't require a huge amount of natural treasures. The essence realm warrior might suddenly have an epiphany and open up a few earth veins, or even heavenly veins. Therefore, it was related to one's natural talent. Of course, with the help of precious natural treasures, even a little kid might be able to reach the essence realm. Without hesitation, Yi Xian started heading toward the Golden Crow City. As for Lu Xiaofeng and Lu Xiaowan, Yi Xian wasn't worried about them. After all, they had found a place to live in seclusion. The Golden Crow City was considered a big city on the Heavenly Wolf Island. It was second only to the Heavenly Wolf City. Right at this moment, Yi Xian had arrived at the Golden Crow City. After that, he asked around for the location of the Tang family, which was the mayor's mansion. As the mayor's mansion, the Tang family was a family that could control the entire Golden Crow City. Yi Xian had opened 14 earth veins, and his overall strength was not bad. Furthermore, he had a great natural talent, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to join the Tang family. Young man, what are you doing here? When Yi Xian arrived at the mayor's mansion, a man stopped him. It was a guard from the Tang family. I want to join the Tang family. Yi Xian stated his intention without hesitation. Oh, what's your cultivation level? The guard asked. Yi Xian answered without thinking, I've opened 14 earth veins. 14 earth veins? The guard was shocked. He never expected Yi Xian to be a genius. He had only opened one earth vein when he was almost 40 years old. This way, please. The guard immediately smiled. Then he personally led Yi Xian into the mayor's mansion. After that, he brought Yi Xian in front of a middle-aged man. Oh, you opened 14 earth veins and want to join my Tang clan? The middle-aged man was somewhat surprised. A genius like Yi Xian definitely had some sort of background. He had no choice but to ask about this person joining the Tang family. Where are you from? The middle-aged man asked. Yi Xian understood that the middle-aged man in front of him must have opened at least 20 earth veins. His strength was extraordinary. I'm from the Blood Cliff continent, Yi Xian replied. Blood Cliff continent? Which city? The middle-aged man asked again. Before they arrived, Yi Xian had already prepared the information. He directly mentioned a coastal territory and its specific location. This was what he had seen in one of the Chen Kuan rings he had obtained previously. Yi Xian's reaction dispelled most of the doubts in the middle-aged man's mind, but the latter continued to ask, Why did you choose to join the Tang family? Because my surname is also Tang, Tang Hulu, Yi Xian replied. This name was randomly made up on the spot because he suddenly remembered that there was no such thing as Tang Hulu in this world. He also sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he was resourceful and had strong adaptability. Otherwise, he would have made a mistake. And very good. Show me a martial art, the middle-aged man said again. Yi Xian took out a high-grade heaven tool and directly pierced it into the sky. It was the 90% complete hidden dragon stab. The power is not bad. It should be around 90% complete, but the grade of the martial art is too low. The middle-aged man was very satisfied. He also felt that Yi Xian was able to mobilize the heaven and earth yuan qi. It was indeed 14 earth veins. Although the hidden dragon sword art and the prime clarity sword art were both high-grade heaven-tier martial arts, the gap between them was still very large. The middle-aged man was thinking that if Yi Xian learned a stronger martial art, he might be able to challenge those above his level. In short, Yi Xian was a good seedling. Good. Tang Hulu, you have joined my Tang clan now. My name is Tang Yuanhang, an elder of the Tang clan. You will work under me. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he let the guard take Yi Xian to his residence. At the same time, he reminded Yi Xian where he could enter and where he could not. Just like that, Yi Xian stayed in the Tang clan. This Tang clan's strength was outstanding. He could not make a big fuss like the Jiang clan and the 100 Tempering City's city lord's office. Otherwise, he would probably be slapped to death. However, just as Yi Xian came out, he suddenly bumped into a girl. Greetings, 7th young lady. The Tang clan guard greeted respectfully. Yi Xian glanced at him. F***ck, he almost vomited. This girl was fat. Her face was full of pockmarks, and she had a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Her nostrils were even bigger than Yi Xian's thumb, and her eyes were almost as big as Yi Xian's pinky nail. She looked like a flower. Greetings, 7th young lady. Yi Xian quickly shifted his gaze away from the Tang clan guard. After that, he followed the girl. The 7th young lady glanced at Yi Xian. Then her eyes lit up. She stared at Yi Xian's back as he left. Then she entered Tang Yuanhang's courtyard. 6th uncle. This is what Dad asked me to give you. The 7th young lady handed over a piece of paper to him. Tang Yuanhang took the paper and gave it a look. He was shocked. Why is there more? Didn't we only ask for 100 people last month? I don't know, this is a request from the Shangxing Palace. Perhaps those devils have become even stronger. The 7th young lady shook her head and said, All right, I understand. Tang Yuanhang nodded his head helplessly. Last month, they had just handed over 200 Divine Core death row prisoners to the Shangxing Palace, and this month, they were asking for 400. The number had doubled. The Divine Core warriors the Tang clan had captured from the Heavenly Water Island were only a few hundred. Luckily, Tang Yuanhang had the foresight to ask his men to capture all the true spirit warriors and above from the Heavenly Water Island. Although these people might not be able to withstand being possessed by the devils, there were still some who could withstand it. At the same time, Tang Yuanhang was preparing to personally eliminate some bandits and other forces. Those bandits were at least at the strength realm, but this wasn't a long-term solution. Right at this moment, the 7th young lady asked again, 6th uncle? Who was that guy just now? Tang Yuanhang was startled for a moment. Then he immediately understood that the 7th young lady was talking about Yi Xian. He replied, He's the Tang clan's new sinecure. Why? Do you like him? 6th uncle. You can ask him to come find me tonight. The 7th young lady suddenly smiled. All right, I got it. Tang Yuanhang nodded his head. He understood what his niece meant. Although this niece of his was a little ugly, she had a pretty good talent. After that, the 7th young lady left. Right after Yi Xian had settled down, and while he was thinking about how to investigate this matter, someone knocked on his door. He opened the door and saw a guard from the Tang clan. Sinecure Tang, someone wants to see you. Please follow me, the guard said. He didn't wait for Yi Xian to ask any questions, he just turned around and left. This confused Yi Xian. Could it be that the higher-ups of the Tang clan saw his talent and wanted to train him? Chapter 481. Fury, however, after walking for a while, Yi Xian felt that something was amiss. This seemed to be the place where the Tang family's daughter lived. The guard brought Yi Xian to a courtyard and said, The person who wants to see you is inside. In addition, the 6th elder said that he would gather at the martial arts practice field tomorrow morning to exterminate the bandits in the Golden Crow Mountain range. All right, I understand. Yi Xian nodded. He did not expect to be assigned a task as soon as he entered. After that, the guard left. Yi Xian pushed open the door and walked in with some surprise. When he came to the courtyard, he saw that the door was half open. At the same time, a girl's voice came from inside. Come in. F***ck, it's really a girl? Yi Xian did not associate it with the 7th young mistress that he saw just now, because when he thought of it, his stomach would churn, so he had already deleted that memory. He tried to push open the door and enter, but there was no one inside. However, he sensed that there was someone behind the screen. He took a few steps forward and realized that something was wrong. There was poison in this room. Ding! The poison is immune to the host. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly widened. He also realized that this was a poison that could make a soul-refining realm martial artist sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. At this moment, the person behind the screen walked out. Yi Xian's eyes were almost blinded. Wasn't this the 7th young mistress, Ruhua? Furthermore, the other party had exposed both of his shoulders. In an instant, Yi Xian understood that he had been exposed. He immediately slapped Ruhua across the air. Bang! Although the 7th young mistress was also in the soul-refining realm, her strength was much weaker than Yi Xian. After Yi Xian sent her flying, he immediately took off her universe ring and quickly rushed out of the room. He could not stay in the Tang family any longer. Yi Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. He originally planned to sneak into the Tang family, but he did not expect that in less than an hour, he would betray the Tang family. When he hurriedly left the courtyard, he heard Ruhua's angry roar. Now the entire Tang family was alarmed. Damn it! Retreat! Yi Xian cursed and quickly left the Tang family. Fortunately, he had taken the 7th Mrs. Cosmos ring and successfully opened the 15th Earth vein. Otherwise, his operation would have been in vain. All in all, it wasn't a loss. Everything happened so suddenly that before the Tang family could react, Yi Xian had already left. There was nothing the Tang family could do. At this time, in the sky outside Golden Crow City. Damn you, Tang Yuanhang! I'll definitely kill you. Yi Xian flew into a rage. If it weren't for the sacred tree of life bloodline, his first time would have most likely been lost here. If that was really the case, then he might as well commit suicide. Although he had caused such a ruckus, he had also gained some benefits. Moreover, he knew that Tang Yuanhang was going to organize a group of people to hunt bandits and other bandits tomorrow. Therefore, Yi Xian waited outside the city for a while, waiting for them to come out. Yi Xian also asked the Tang family guard about Tang Yuanhang's cultivation base. Tang Yuanhang was the 6th elder of the Tang family and had opened 24 earth veins. He was very powerful. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian chose to directly leave the Tang clan and not cause a ruckus. The difference between 24 earth veins and 15 earth veins was huge. If Yi Xian fought with Tang Yuanhang, he would probably be sent flying like a flower. I only slapped the 7th miss and took her Cosmos ring. The Tang family shouldn't make any big moves, so Tang Yuanhang's itinerary tomorrow shouldn't change. Yi Xian thought to himself and left immediately. His goal this time was to eliminate these bandits in front of Tang Yuanhang, then find trouble with Tang Yuanhang. The Golden Crow Mountain Range was just outside Golden Crow City. It led to the Celestial Wolf City, so there were many bandits and bandits here. It was already night. Yi Xian took advantage of the night to search the mountain range. He found a few bandits' nests. These bandits were not strong, at most with 20 dragon power, but there were many of them. Yi Xian cleaned up these bandits' nests overnight, gradually increasing his strength. These bandits actually had backers, which was why they weren't annihilated. However, Yi Xian didn't care who their backers were. By daybreak, most of the bandits' nests in the Golden Crow Mountain Range had been wiped out by Yi Xian. Only a few hidden nests were spared. Even Tang Yuanhang couldn't do anything about it, but Yi Xian did it with the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. After the massacre, Yi Xian opened 3 earth veins, increasing the number of earth veins he had from 15 to 18. At this time, he was guarding the entrance of the Golden Crow Mountain Range, waiting for Tang Yuanhang's arrival. Sure enough, Yi Xian finally found the Tang family's team at noon. There were only 10 people in this team, led by the 6th elder of the Tang family, Tang Yuanhang. Last night, the Tang family had turned the entire Golden Crow City upside down, but didn't find Yi Xian. They would never have thought that Yi Xian would sweep through most of the Golden Crow Mountain Range and then wait for them at the entrance. When the Tang family's team was about to enter the Golden Crow Mountain Range, Yi Xian descended from the sky and landed in front of them. Tang Yuanhang, you're finally here. Yi Xian looked at the Tang family's team with a cold expression. It's you? Tang Yuanhang, who was still wondering who dared to intercept the Tang family's team, was also astonished when he saw Yi Xian. Tang Yuanhang, I wanted to join the Tang family, but you sent me out. Today, none of you will leave. Yi Xian said loudly. Sent? You coveted my niece's interspatial ring and injured her. Li Zheng, take him down. Tang Yuanhang shouted angrily. The seventh young mistress had distorted the truth yesterday, so Tang Yuanhang didn't know the truth. However, Yi Xian didn't bother to explain. He was determined to kill Tang Yuanhang anyway. Yi Xian's lips curled up as he watched the Tang family's consecrator, Li Zheng, dashing toward him. The Bahuang sword was already in his hand. Li Zheng had only opened 18 earth veins, the same as Yi Xian. With such strength, he could only be killed in an instant. Rip. Sure enough, Li Zheng's head was thrown up in less than a second. Instant kill. Yi Xian took off his interspatial ring and shouted, Who else? How is this possible? Tang Yuanhang was very surprised. He had personally witnessed Yi Xian's strength, but Yi Xian was able to kill an expert who had opened 18 earth veins in just one day. How was this possible? It seems that this brat was hiding his strength before. Tang Yuanhang thought to himself. At this moment, he hadn't realized that Yi Xian was using the martial arts of Shangxing Palace. Sun Xiaoyu, Tang Yuanhang shouted. Chapter 482. Revenge. Tang Yuanhang had already opened 24 veins. Faced with such a situation, he couldn't lower himself to personally attack Yi Xian. Worshippers, to put it nicely, were worshippers. To put it bluntly, they were hired thugs. Sun Xiaoyu walked out and didn't waste any words, directly charging over. However, what no one expected was that Sun Xiaoyu, who had opened 20 veins, was actually instantly killed by Yi Xian. Just how many veins had Yi Xian opened? Prime Clarity Sword Arts. As Sun Xiaoyu's head flew, someone suddenly cried out in surprise. Everyone, including Tang Yuanhang, was stunned. Only now did they realize that Yi Xian had used the martial arts of Prime Clarity Palace. Yi Xian was a disciple of Prime Clarity Palace? No, definitely not. Everyone reacted. Yi Xian had secretly learned Prime Clarity Palace's martial arts. What a guy! It just so happens that an emissary from Prime Clarity Palace is coming today. I'll capture you and bring you to him. Tang Yuanhang narrowed his eyes, suddenly feeling uneasy. He shouted, Attack together! Although it was unfair to bully him with numbers, Tang Yuanhang still chose to be more conservative in order to prevent accidents. In an instant, the 8 people, including Tang Yuanhang, directly attacked. 1 against 8? Fine. I'll let you see who you've offended. Yi Xian's arrogance surged. The scene from yesterday was still vivid in his mind. This was the first time in his life that he was trembling with anger. Kill! Yi Xian charged forward. 1 against 8 was actually easier than 1 against Tang Yuanhang, because the other 7 were much slower than Yi Xian. With 90% mastery of the Prime Clarity demonic stomping steps, Yi Xian's speed was no slower than Tang Yuanhang's. Capture him alive! At this moment, Tang Yuanhang shouted. However, this indirectly reduced the strength of his side, greatly reducing the pressure on Yi Xian. Prime Clear Sword Art. Yi Xian used his strongest swordsmanship. Although this swordsmanship was specifically used to deal with evil creatures, with 90% proficiency, it was naturally Yi Xian's strongest attack. After the two sides came into contact, Yi Xian tried his best to avoid Tang Yuanhang and find trouble with others. Tang Yuanhang hadn't expected Yi Xian to be so powerful. He was actually able to fight against 8 people who were several levels higher than him. He rejoiced in his heart that he hadn't sent anyone to continue the fight. Otherwise, they would have been sending themselves to their deaths. Besieged by 8 people, Yi Xian was forced to retreat again and again, but he did not care. Come out! Yi Xian shouted, shocking everyone. Could it be that there was an ambush here? The next moment, he saw a little bird appear behind Yi Xian. Swish! Wei Zhentian transformed into a thumb-sized bird with a sharp beak and quickly flew out. Today, it had devoured a large amount of ores and weapons, and had long grown to the Essence Soul realm. At this moment, it could even kill a martial artist who had opened up 18 earth veins. Wei Zhentian transformed into a bird one moment, and then into a humanoid puppet the next. Furthermore, it was difficult to kill, causing a lot of trouble for Tang Yuanhang and the others. At the same time, it also shared a lot of pressure with Yi Xian. What the hell is this thing? Why haven't I heard of it before? Tang Yuanhang was very surprised. He couldn't be blamed for this. After all, strange beasts like rock spirits were extremely rare. Most people wouldn't be able to recognize them. After the two sides fought for half a minute, there were finally casualties. Without a doubt, the ones who died were definitely from Tang Yuanhang's side. Yi Xian endured the wound on his shoulder and killed one person, devouring his universe ring. Although one person died, Yi Xian was also injured. This was neither a win nor a loss for Tang Yuanhang's side. However, Yi Xian's wound healed after a second. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Yi Xian was fighting with them and didn't have time to heal. However, they watched as Yi Xian's wound healed as if nothing had happened. "Ha! I said before that all of you will die here today." Yi Xian laughed loudly. In the next moment, another person died. A martial artist who had only opened up 16 earth veins was killed by Wei Zhentian's bird transformation. Out of the 8, only 6 were left. Yi Xian wasn't afraid of the 8 at first. Now that he had Wei Zhentian's help and devoured an universe ring, it was time for him to explode. Beast King Rampage. Yi Xian finally used a trump card that wasn't a trump card anymore. Although it wouldn't increase his strength by much, it was enough for him to get rid of the remaining 6 in this situation. Swish! Another person's head flew up. Out of the 6, only 5 were left. Tang Yuanhang finally realized that Yi Xian was no match for him. He hurriedly shouted, "Retreat! It's too late to leave now." Yi Xian devoured 2 universe rings and finally opened his 19th earth vein. He could use more chi of heaven and earth, which meant that he was faster. Swish! 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 For crisp sounds were heard. Except for Tang Yuanhang, everyone was dead. Yi Xian chased after Tang Yuanhang with his extraordinary speed. The latter's chi was quickly depleted. Tang Yuanhang retreated while blocking Yi Xian's attacks. However, at this moment, bang! Tang Yuanhang's back suddenly bumped into something hard. He turned around and found that he had bumped into a green wall. What? Tang Yuanhang's eyes widened. How could there be such a hard wall in the wilderness? In the next moment, he realized that it was the transformation of Yi Xian's strange thing. But the collision directly led to his death. Swish! A simple and unadorned long sword pierced through his chest, piercing through his heart. This long sword was Yi Xian's Bahuang sword. Tang Yuanhang's eyes were wide open. He stared at the young man who was only half a meter away from him. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Swoosh! Yi Xian quickly pulled out the Bahuang sword. Ding! Host has opened the 20th earth vein. After Yi Xian devoured Tang Yuanhang's storage ring, the notification sounded out once again. Now that he had avenged his personal grudge, the next step was to deal with the Tang family. He threw all the ores and high-ranked heavenly weapons to Wei Zhentian. After Wei Zhentian successfully absorbed them, he started heading toward Golden Crow City. It had been a few months since those divine core warriors were sent to Heavenly Wolf Island. The Tang family's fleet had been drifting in the ocean for a few months before they accidentally found Heavenly Water Island. Now that they had a route, it wouldn't take them more than a few months to return to Heavenly Wolf Island. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that all these divine core warriors had been handed over to the Tang family. As for who the Tang family's leader was, whether it was the Heavenly Wolf Lord or the Supreme Pure Palace, he would have to find out. Without wasting any time, Yi Xian immediately rushed into Golden Crow City. After that, he started slaughtering his way into the mayor's mansion.